double check that this is running, and I think we're good. Cool. Okay. What's up, sorry?
I was gonna say, speaking of music, I need to get my
Get
music
yourself rolling.
on.
So one last call. Any questions before we start? Cool. All right. So yeah, where we left off last time, you had a bit of downtime in the Coliseum following your first engagement. Had a couple interactions with some characters around the Coliseum. Tacitus had a bit of a bar fight. The creature was turned into a small cat, which was then pitched into a wall.
The wombo combo.
Pretty much the new and improved wombo
We're
combo.
gonna have to come up with more of those.
And yet, Elwyn had a very interesting interaction between Pasha and Oath. We'll see how that pans out for him.
Will I die? Maybe. Who knows? We'll see.
Just trading a dangerous little knife's edge between darkness and light.
I enjoy skating on thin ice. It's great.
It's going to be great. But yeah, so we're starting off. You've taken your long rest. Waking up, you can still hear that party going on just down the hall from you in the opposite room. It's the first thing you notice. It's like just loud and getting even more obnoxious. It sort of pulled you out of your sleep. Where would you guys like to go? What would you like to do here in the morning? Like the closest thing to morning that Agonas can give you, anyway.
Do we have a timeline of when our fight is?
You're not sure. No. Basically, the way that they had instructed you was just if you want to view.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
If you want to view the fights in between, you can. But if there's nothing going on in the arena, like stay out of there. Is basically the instructions they gave you. So you can assume that your bout is scheduled at some point today, but you might have to go check to find out. But you can also rest assured that they will summon you.
Interesting.
Yeah, Elwyn, you're in your room by yourself. The rest of the party's across the hall.
I'll probably pursue breakfast, I think. The nearest location where I can go to eat some food.
Do we feel hunger?
Yeah, you still do.
All right.
It's interesting you've only asked that
We're
now.
not wholly dead.
We're still alive. We're
Briar
just in the underworld.
Briar has finally considered hunger? Question mark. Am I hungry? Is anybody else like? Do you want to go by yourself, Elwyn, or do you want to check with the rest of the party?
Good question. Trying to figure out how early I would have woken up.
I can have y'all roll initiative, see who woke up first.
I suspect I would have gotten up quite early in the morning, so I probably decided not to bug anybody who might have still been sleeping. And just wandered down to a food place alone.
Okay. So we'll get to that in a second then.
Somewhere nearby, I'd say.
The rest of you, what's your early rising like here?
You know, I have this nagging feeling that maybe we should go check out the bar we were at last night.
That's that right?
Are you saying that out loud?
Sure.
Intent, guys, intent.
I feel like I remember what we were showing, but if I can get confirmation. I also don't know if I feel comfortable leaving it there, so if it hasn't already been covered or scraped over, I think we should maybe do that.
What are you talking about?
Kavala, the goblin we were talking with last night, showed us a map of how to get to the labyrinth.
Ah. Well, sounds like as good of a plan as any.
So the group of you would like to head back to that bar. All right, so we're going to start for a moment with Elwyn. So Elwyn, you wake up before the rest of the party. You step out into the hallway. You as well, you hear that raging party never stops down the hall. To your left, off to your right would lead to the staircase down. Where would you like to journey here to try and find something to eat?
Do I recall where the nearest food location would be?
There's a couple of them that you had walked past down at the lower levels. They're more of, nothing fine, nothing like fine dining like, but there's some places to grab something to eat.
Yeah, I'll probably head down that way then. Just not looking for anything too fancy, but just like a nice little spot that might be quiet.
Okay. So yeah, you make your way down. There's a couple of those Minotaur. You know them as like guardians of this location. They've got those glowing red eyes, all of them. They seem to be having a conversation amongst each other, and they immediately like hush when they see you moving down the staircase and step aside. Continuing past.
Do I hear anything that they're saying?
No, the second they saw you, they sort of just stopped their hushed conversation and stepped off to the side of the staircase.
Squint my eyes at them. I continue.
Okay. Moving past them, you move out into just the main circular walkway of the Coliseum on the outer ring. Off to your right, you can definitely smell, something cooking. Doesn't exactly smell great.
It's nearby, so I'm gonna go for it.
Okay. So making your way around the ring, you see a small little alcove cut into the wall on your right-hand side. It doesn't look very populated. There's a couple of those rag-worn servants sitting behind a very small counter, and they've got what looks like a tiny kitchen set up, and they are serving bowls of what looks pretty nasty, just like a soupy,
Nasty
lumpy
bowls.
mush. Nasty bowls,
How
courtesy
nasty are
of
we talking?
the damned king himself.
Nasty like this will take me out of commission, or nasty like
Nasty like you've seen prettier things in a toilet.
oh,
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I'm gonna turn around and find somewhere else.
Okay. So you took one look at that and said, "Hell no!" Turn around, back the way you came. You cross
Said I'm not
this.
looking for anything too fancy, but I'm also not looking for something like that.
Okay. So you
I may
continue
be
on.
dead, but I have standards.
Standards.
Moving through, there's a few groups of champions and fighters. Sort of walk past. Most of them nod at you solemnly. Some of them just basically look away from you, try to avoid eye contact. Um, Walking for another 5 minutes or so, you move past where the main entrance was located. On your left-hand side, there's another larger area. Looks to have a lot of the fighters in the arena here. You see maybe a dozen, up to 2 dozen individuals moving in and out of around a counter space. They seem to be grabbing all the same thing. It's just trays of these sort of sloppy Joe looking sandwiches.
Does it look better than what I just saw?
Yeah, worlds
I'll settle for that.
better. Okay. So you move straight up to the counter. Servant doesn't even really look you in the eyes, just slaps one of these things on a plate, gets a big ladle and slops this meaty like sauce onto the bread, pushes the top down on it and hands it off to you.
I take it. I'm gonna look for an open table if I can find one.
Yeah, looking around, there's actually just a couple open tables. One of them is in the back corner, towards the entryway of this location.
I'll take that one.
Okay.
Just drop the tray on the table and sort of slump it to the chair.
Okay. As you pass by, you notice quite a few of these fighters are eyeballing you. Few of them whisper to themselves. You can't really make out what they're saying, but they're clearly like talking about you.
I pay it no mind. And just enjoy my breakfast.
Okay. So you're going to be down there eating for a little while. We're going to hop back to the rest of the party.
Mhm.
So you guys wake up. What's your first move here? You want to step right outside?
I want to ask what Gideon and Lily have planned for today.
As you approach, Lily is still just sort of getting herself up. Gideon is already set, rearmoring, making sure his weapons are in good condition, good state. He looks to you and says, well, I imagine we'll remain here. I'd like to prepare myself and train a bit before our first bout.
Sounds good. Staying out of trouble.
But if you should need our assistance, feel free to come request.
We'll do that. And that's all I have for them. I'll let Lily just wake up. I won't bother her.
I'm glad you're checking on them for a change.
And then I'll ask Tacitus and Crix, well, you want to go check out that bar?
Sounds
Tacitus
good.
and Crix. And Crix.
Sorry, I was trying to figure out what that sound was. It's the dog next door.
Oh gosh.
All good. Are you good with moving on, heading towards that bar that you attended the other night?
Yeah, I'm perfectly fine with that. I will pick up the bag of mud in
Bag of mud?
it and just kind of carry it with me.
Okay. Okay, so you all grab your things, you step outside. Immediately as you step out, you hear something clear. It's start like.
I'll look to the sound.
So looking down, that goblin is standing right outside your room. I'm going to put the image in the tabletop chat for you again. Small goblin that you had met in Sevian Fate's throne room seems to have been attending to you recently. He's got those big goggles on that sort of blow up his eyes and amplify them like magnifying glass. He looks up to you all. Says, "Oh, I've been waiting. It's about time you've woken up."
It can't be that late, can it?
I've been here for it's been a while.
Oh, has it?
But the damned king wishes to know that you will be fighting second today.
And when does the first bout start? Or has it started already?
Any minute now.
All right.
Curiosity, who's fighting in the first bout?
Bloody Bell against Coliseum Beast.
What names?
All right. Bloody Bell.
All right,
Maybe
bye.
we should.
Then he sprints away.
All right. Yeah. See ya.
Now you know how it feels to wait.
Sounds like we might want to check out the fight before ours, if there's time.
That sounds like
You
an
think we'll be
ideal
fighting them?
feast.
I don't know if that's worth our time.
It's Bell.
Oh,
I mean, it still might not be worth our time, but I'm curious now that we know who she actually is. Unless there's multiple Bells that fight in this Coliseum.
You never know.
Somehow I don't know, but it might be ideas. If she's been fighting in the arena for so long and that she put it this way, it'd be a good way to see how her personality is now that we know who she is.
Yeah, I
If
would agree with
people,
that.
given the state that some people kind of lose themselves in the arena, apparently.
Okay. So what's the plan? You want to continue to the bar first before anything else, or you want to change location, change direction?
I am amenable. If anybody has any hard feelings either way.
I mean, you said that it was important for us to look at this thing, so I don't think we should change our plans.
Then let's go.
Perhaps I'll meet up with you guys later then.
You have
Are you
different
headed
plans,
to the fight?
Crix?
Well, so if you're going to go to the bars, I'm going to go check out the fight. It's not going to hurt to split up a little bit.
It won't.
'Kay.
Do you know what section you're going to? Maybe we can join up.
I'm not sure. I'm going to try to get as good as a look as I can as the fight goes on. So I might be moving around from section to sections.
All right. We'll see if we can find you, and if we can't, we can't.
All right.
So you all make your way down the stairs. You see a small group of Minotaur guards located at the bottom of the staircase, maybe 4 of them, with another one seems to be walking away rather quickly. They're all having a conversation amongst themselves and step aside as they see you and stop their conversation. Line up along the wall. Continue on.
When you say they line up along the wall, do they like noticeably look at us before they do that?
Yeah, they all sort of direct their gaze at you as you round the corner to move down the stairs, and then immediately line up along the wall.
And what's the area past them look like?
It's just that main thoroughfare walkway through the Coliseum off to the right-hand side. Continuing forward just a bit, you'd find the main entrance.
Okay. So there wouldn't be like a spot where after walking past them, you could stop like around a corner and be able to potentially hear them.
Not necessarily. It's a
Okay.
pretty open area, yeah. You can try and hide yourself amidst another group of individuals if you'd like, or something like that, but
No, I just want to keep moving.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, I think I'll just like glance at them, like with a raised eyebrow, kind of. But that's all, probably.
you guys can roll if you'd like on anything. If you have any thoughts on that?
Vibe check?
Vibe check.
Sure.
My favorite check.
Perception.
28.
Okay.
God
They look amiss. Like they look a bit flustered, more so than normal, and just to see the gaze of a minotaur, especially one of these underworld minotaur with these glowing red eyes, look a little flustered. Is kind of strange. But something seems to have upset them on a level.
Interesting.
Something has upset these Minotaur.
Is the one that was hurriedly walking away going in the direction we would be going?
No, he's going off in the opposite direction.
Okay.
Continue on.
Jeez.
What's up?
No, I'm just thinking about how I would react to that. I think I'll just continue on down the stairs.
I want to keep moving as well, but I also kind of want to keep an eye out to see if anybody else seems to be having kind of a similar reaction.
Let's see.
So the Minotaur was heading away from the bar on the first level,
Yes.
like sort of
So
in the direction that we had come from.
you're coming down the stairs, and the Minotaur is moving away from you. So if you come back on the thoroughfare, it would be like the left turn, whereas the location that you're heading for is on the right-hand side.
Okay, so they weren't heading back up the stairs. They were just
No.
heading
Away from
somewhere else in the
you
first-
as you were coming down, yeah, towards the entrance area, and
Okay.
around that ring further.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think I'll do anything either then. I'll just
'Kay.
go along with
Okay.
Go along.
So you guys move through, you move around. Crix, at this point, this would be where you split off. There's one of those sectioned entryways into the Coliseum seating area. Is that what you'd like to do?
Yes,
Okay.
I would like to go in and take a look around.
I'll make note of which one you went through.
Sure. So yeah, you make your way through Crix. Very quickly, we'll come back to the rest of the group. You look upon the arena. I'm going to give you the overhead map view in the chat. The location that you're entering from is the south entryway. To a small walkway that leads into the upper seating area. So you travel up some stairs. You just want to find a seat and wait.
I mean, the fight hasn't started yet, right?
No, but you can see they're clearly preparing on the inside.
How many people seem like they're already out here waiting for the bout?
Not a whole lot so far. It looks pretty empty for the sides of it, especially.
I'm not gonna get like a high end seat. I'm gonna like probably travel in the lower section of the scene to try to get like a front row and just kind of like walk around a little bit.
Okay.
I'll probably stay like in the south side, but I'll probably be is there a possible actually it's pretty padded arena floor. I probably won't know.
What are you thinking?
I'm just gonna I was thinking of like trying to see like where like some of the track marks are that I would think would be more likely that like creatures and beasts would come out of like one of these two sections.
So there's people that are basically like forking and raking the sand down there. You can see a lot of servants of different species. So they pretty much take really good care, and it seems like they prepare the fighting stock pretty well. You also there are like spots and areas where they've just left bones and corpses rotting as well. So it's sort of this strange mix of creatures down there attempting to clean and prepare the place and make it look good, and also is sort of let go in certain areas as well.
Right.
They're not very thorough.
I'll probably stay within like that south section then, just for now.
Okay. And we'll just play with your passive perception for a minute while we move to the rest of the group, which would be Tacitus and Briar.
When we're moving, I'm going to, I guess, mention to Briar, did those minotaurs seem odd to you?
Yes. I can't say I'm used to seeing things like that look on edge.
I mean, it must have to do with Sevian, right? Who else would make them worried?
I know that at least people in Sevian's audience room were uneasy about those two fighters that were in there before us. So there's multiple things within this place that put people on edge. But for them, I think Sevian is the best bet. Perhaps he asked something of them that they don't feel that they can do.
I wonder if it has to do with our fight.
It could.
I think we should hurry and head to this table that we were at before, and then see if we can track down one of these guards.
Are we passing any other guards along this route?
For the most part, what you see are champions along the way. You don't really see any of these Minotaur Guardians. Most of them seem located around staircases and exits from the Coliseum itself.
Okay. Yes, we can maybe go back upstairs and see if we see anything.
Well, they were on this floor, right? Not upstairs?
Well, they're on this floor. Upstairs, they would be on the staircases that lead further up.
True. Yeah, so we can just walk around.
Do you want to continue on to the bar location?
Yeah, I don't think Crix will be in any trouble sitting alone in the stands or watching in the stand.
I
Oh,
won't
you do not know Crix.
I won't
I don't
pretend that I
think
can
he'll
predict
be
anything
in
he
any
can do.
danger.
He can certainly hold his own.
Yeah.
So what's your move? Where do you want to go?
I think we're headed still to the bar.
Okay. So yeah, you move
Maybe
pretty.
at a bit faster pace than we were before. I'm assuming we were
Sure.
moving fairly casually.
Okay. So you hustle a little bit. You're able to make it to that bar location pretty unobstructed. There's not a lot of individuals coming in and out. You do see more individuals rising up from the lower staircases that are down in the basements and making their way into the Coliseum itself. You see a couple more lavish-looking individuals coming down the stairs as well from above as you reach the bar. Far on your left, and one of the other staircases lead to the second ring. They seem to have an entourage with them of other finer dressed individuals, not combatants. Obviously, they're clothed in more finery, and they have bits of troops of servants with them as well as they come down the stairs and make their way into the Coliseum proper as well. The bar itself looks pretty empty. There's maybe 2 or 3 people just sort of hanging out, a couple servants waiting as well. A couple people come and go. They move very quickly, grab a drink, move out into the Coliseum. But that
Okay.
area that you're looking for, where you had sat with Kavala, is wide open.
I want to make a beeline for it.
Okay. So going over there, you look at the bar top. It has been magically obscured in a way. You can see it's been sort of paved over. There's still a bit of the indentations there that you can make out, though. Roll an investigation for me.
26.
Okay, and then roll an just straight intelligence for me.
Nat 20.
Okay.
Wow.
My 3 rolls so far have been an 18, a 19, and a 20. So next one is going to be a 1 to reset.
So Briar becomes Batman for a moment and just goes full detective, and you can see the analytics in her mind spinning as she, goes back to her memory of what she was looking at and pieces it together with the indentations. Gives you a pretty good idea of the labyrinth layout and the route you need to take.
What's that one Disco Elysium trait that lets him like look at the amount of like people that were walking around?
Oh,
I feel like it's that
it is that.
equivalent, right?
Yes.
I don't know if I ever chose that one.
Well, you got to finish the game.
I do.
Oh, you would have hit it already though, Classy. It's near the body.
Okay. Oh, yeah, that one.
I forget what it's
I
called.
think it's visual calculus, maybe.
Something like
That sounds like something calculus for sure. Yeah.
that. Okay, but anyways, yeah, sure. I know what's going on with this.
So that's going to give you some bonuses if you make your way down there. It's going to help you navigate
Yeah, if we ever make it.
if you choose to.
If we choose to make it.
So we're going to pause you guys there for a second. We're going to move to
Okay.
Elwyn.
All right.
So Elwyn, as you're just sitting there minding your own business, eating, you feel like a looming presence behind you.
Great. I'm gonna just like slightly glance behind me while continuing to eat, just see who it is.
So as you do, the figure moves around and past you and sits right across from you. You recognize it as that Goliath, sort of compatriot of the Leonin that had gotten his ass kicked last
Oh,
night.
this is good.
Oh, interesting.
Sits down. You feel the presence of both his like bodyguard individuals, just very, very much smaller Goliath figures than him. He's sort of hulking and oversized even for a Goliath. They're on both your shoulders on opposite side of you, behind you, as he sits across from you. They don't seem very hostile for a moment, but he just he sits and he stares at you.
I'm gonna look up after a little bit and just say, "So what do I owe the pleasure?"
Sort of gives you a gruff like, "It's no pleasure of mine. But my master would like a word with you at your earliest convenience.
Your master.
The Lord Tristos."
He'd like a word with me specifically.
And your friends if they'd like to attend.
I see. Well, we have a bout today, so it can't be before that.
Should you survive, and I hope you do not, attend the Lord at your earliest convenience. He sort of slaps his hammer on the table, just the top of it, hilt up, sort of shakes all your food and everything around, very obnoxiously as he stands up and then grabs the hilt of it and begins to walk away.
I'm just gonna say, have a nice day.
You hear another like, and he moves away and out onto the outer ring.
And then I'll just continue my meal.
Okay, so you finish up eating without any further interaction. What would you like to do?
Well, I'm gonna leave the little restaurant place I was in.
Okay.
And I haven't been and have I been told anything about when our fight is happening?
You have not.
Okay. Do I know that there's a fight happening right now?
You can hear a commotion moving into the outer ring, and you can see a lot of people sort of progressing their way through those entry chambers into the seating areas. So you can assume that there's something about to get started.
Hmm. Okay. Interesting. I'm gonna walk towards, I guess, the Coliseum seating areas.
Okay.
Head in that direction. Just to see what the fight is looking like.
Okay. So things are getting very well set up. Roll a perception for me when you enter the arena.
17 plus 18.
Okay. So you do spot Crix off to your right hand side, seated. People seem to be giving him a pretty wide berth. He's got just like this perfect ring of empty seats around him, and people have sort of started taking their seats in the areas around him, giving him a nice bit of space.
Nice. Once I spot him, I'm gonna head over in that direction.
Okay. Crix Elven
And
approaches and sits down
when I
next to you.
see Crix, I'm gonna say, "Ah, you saved me a seat. How kind of you."
Sure, I was totally thinking of yous.
So, Crix, you've been there just for maybe 10, 15 minutes. You've seen individuals within the arena make their way in, make their way out. You see them actually pick up one of those carcasses, sort of almost absent-mindedly, and begin to drag it out of the arena. The same servant that sort of begun dragging it got it about halfway to one of the portcullis exits and sort of stopped and fell over, almost passed out, and is just left lying there. Aside from that, everything else has gone on pretty uneventfully, and it seems like they're about to get ready to start this bout. The seats have started filling up pretty well now.
Yes,
Wait.
it seems like the fight is going to be very soon.
You said the person that was fighting before had collapsed, or one of the people
Just
like
one of
dragging the
one of the servants that were sort of taking care of the arena and getting it ready began
Okay.
dragging one of these old carcasses. It looks like it's been there for days. It's sort of rotting in different places. They began dragging it away and just passed out and are left laying there.
Okay.
Tacitus isn't you. You're still in the bar with with Briar. Crix and Owen, you just going to sit down and wait for the fight to start?
I'm gonna look over to Crix and just ask, "So have you heard anything about our fight?"
No, I haven't heard anything yet. So far, it's been pretty empty out here. They're just keeping upkeep with the arena, and Crix just kind of looks around at like the other people that seem to have made the ring, or at least is keeping their space, and just like, and I'm assuming because we are fearful gladiators, people are keeping their distance for now.
Fair enough.
They're probably used to people like the lion and Goliath treating them like shit, so maybe those in the higher stands are treated with, a bit of fear.
I could see that happening. Well, I guess we wait until they start then.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so it's probably any minute now. You guys sit down and relax and await the fight to begin. Back to Briar and Tacitus. What's your next move here
Yes.
at the bar?
With what's on the table, how noticeable is it to like somebody who isn't specifically looking for it?
Probably wouldn't even be able to spot it. Like, it would just look like somebody was like mindlessly etching into the bar top.
Okay, I'm good leaving it.
Got what you need.
Yep.
Good.
All right, let's head back out. Did we want to go back to those specific cards, or do you want to look at some of the others?
Mm. Let's just walk around this base floor. I don't think it'll take long for us to find another one of them.
All right.
Okay, so exiting the bar, do you want to head back towards the entryway, or you want to move further onto the right?
Let's keep going in the direction that we
So keep going to the
were
right.
going. Yeah.
Okay. So moving off to the right, you don't really spot any guards for a minute until you reach that first staircase. There's a couple parties moving up from downstairs. Again, they look like they're more finely dressed. Um, moving down into the Coliseum, cross paths with you, sort of eyeball you for a minute, just mostly ignore you as they pass by. You do see a group of 2 Minotaur guards as well, who both again seem to be in conversation with each other. Sort of as you come around the corner, you see that they had moved away and sort of gotten in that more guard formation as people pass by. And the second they moved into the arena out of earshot, they begin to have a conversation again.
I'm gonna hold out my arm to have Tacitus pause. Have they noticed us yet?
Not yet. You're still a good distance away, so you're not close enough to really hear them. At the moment, they're just
Alright.
having a conversation.
So they stop talking whenever anybody gets close, and they pick it back up when they think they have privacy. Is there anywhere that would allow me to sneak closer? Or is it all very open?
It's all very open. You could roll stealth and try to get close enough, but you can, even with some skill and stealth, you can tell it'd be quite the feat to try and hide yourself amidst this without them noticing.
Yeah. Okay. Any thoughts, Tacitus?
A distraction maybe, but I don't think there's anything that the two of us could do
Well, that would
alone.
also pull their attention to something else, and they would stop whatever they're doing right now.
Yeah, that wouldn't necessarily help us hear what they're talking about.
What's your play?
How do you think they would react to being asked directly?
I doubt they would mention it, but
There's multiple of these guards.
yeah, you can try and be sneaky, and if anything, we talk to the other ones directly, maybe.
Yeah, although I do think that they have a way to communicate across all of them, so it might be a risk, but I think it's worth taking. I would like to approach them as quietly as I possibly can to try and get as close as I can without immediately their attention.
Roll stealth.
24.
Okay. So you start moving up. You're able to sort of mesh with some of the groups, moving side to side into the Coliseum as you get closer. You get within range where you start to hear a bit of their conversation. As you get close enough to make out the words, one of the Minotaurs, this large, hulking, grayish-looking Minotaur, one of the larger ones that you've seen here, sort of huddled in very close to this opposite Minotaur of him. Sort of mid-sentence, "Damned king requests we have additional guard at the location. The threat is," and then he sort of stops as he like sniffs you and then looks back and spots you as they move back along the wall and get into formation.
I'm going to look at Tacitus and kind of nod towards them as just like it's okay to approach. And I'm going to approach the guards directly and ask, is the damned king worried about something?
Looks down at you for a moment. The other one sort of just gives a low growl. The one that you heard speaking, there's no business of yours.
Fair enough. Though his business is our business for the time being, as we're stuck here on his behalf. Doesn't hurt to ask what's going on.
The one that had growled initially is like, are you scared of something, little rat?
No, not in particular.
Then why do you care?
I love knowing other people's business.
You see him sort of
Briar's like, I'm nosy.
see him sort of clench his fists a little angrily, like restraining himself. Doesn't respond to you.
Well, that's a pity. Maybe we'll hear more little birds on the wind in other places.
Be careful.
I will take my leave from them.
Okay.
Go back to Tacitus.
I'm gonna watch them as Briar leaves and just see if like anything changes about them, I guess.
Okay. So as Briar walks away and approaches you see them sort of lean in and speak to each other very quietly. The larger hulking gray minotaur sort of nods and moves away back in the direction that you had come to the left, further down the ring.
So they're headed. He went by us back towards the ring.
Yeah, sort of. He continued further left as Briar approached you directly.
Do we follow?
Sure, why not? Is he trying to like hustle or be sneaky about where he's going?
Doesn't seem to be.
We'll fall back like 50 feet. Follow.
Okay. So as you do also hear commotion beginning in the arena outside. Elwyn and Crix. You see Sevian Fate up in his box, which is almost directly across from you, a bit to your right hand side and the opposite side of the arena. Steps to the front as immediately everybody just begins cheering and shouting and clapping. Sort of lifts his arm for a moment and bows his head, just basking in it. Glows on a little bit too long. It's a little awkward as he stands there and just enjoys it, turning his head from left to right. You see this massive smile on his face, even from the distance that you're at. Before he lowers his hands and everybody quiets down and he moves to sit at the throne that he has behind him. Along with him, you do see his two skeletal birds, as well as that small goblin off on his right-hand side, very close to the throne. Any questions about that?
Just
No.
stare in that direction, take in the situation.
Okay. So one of the servants sort of hustles out to the middle of the arena, begins shouting. It's almost unintelligible. You can't really hear it. It seems like they're making an announcement of some kind. But it's so quiet and so distant that nothing really is heard. You see for a moment Sevian sort of give like a disgruntled sigh and point to the goblin and mutter something. As he does so, the goblin raises his arm, and the portcullis just opens on the opposite side of the arena. Everybody immediately begins shouting, and the servant begins running as fast as they can from the center of the Coliseum out to an exit. What you see enter the arena, the first thing you see is a very large armored creature. It's covered in just blades and spears, axes, weapons of all kinds that are pierced through it. And in multiple places, there are corpses and bodies pierced into the armor and held onto it, almost as decorations or trophies. I'm going to give you the image in the chat here. Sort of just slowly lumbering out. It eyes the servant running away, and you see it lift this very rusty, almost automatous arm and point a finger, and it turns its head to the right. And charging out from the portcullis behind it, you see this massive bull dragging metal chains that are sort of hung around its neck and around its body in various places, glowing red eyes that very much resemble the minotaur that you've seen that guards in the arena. Rushes out around the sort of hulking armored creature, spots the servant, and just rushes it at a speed that seems almost unnatural, impaling the servant on its left horn. You can hear audibly the servants scream as they were trying to escape the arena in time. The bull sort of stands there for a moment and huffs, and then slowly moves back to the armored beast, who grabs the servant, who's still alive, off the tusk of this great beast, and throws it from the head back onto its back as it is impaled on a spear and becomes another decoration for this thing's armor. Then the two of them slowly lumber out into the middle of the arena. Sitting and watching?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. So you hear the rolling of chain as another portcullis opens up somewhere down beneath you. The crowd is just roaring and cheering, and most of them are on their feet at this point. There's still some people that filled in the seats a little closer to you guys, but for the most part, they've still just given you this open space. Looking around the arena, you notice there's a couple other areas like that, where there seem to be maybe arena champions or fighters of more prominence seated that look well armored and fully armed as well here in the arena, leaned in and paying very close attention to the fight, more somberly than the rest of the people here. Those are the fans here in the Coliseum.
A possible chance to catch our favorite kitty cat and Goliath out in the stand somewhere.
You roll perception. See what you spot.
11.
You don't spot them particularly. The couple areas that are more open, where these guys are given a berth in the seating, like they are you and Elwyn. The one individual that you see across the way looks like a human of larger size. He's probably like over 6 feet tall. Very well armored and almost paladin-like plate armor. It's got bits of scratches and marks in it, but for the most part, it looks like he takes very good care of it. It almost glints in the light below. Sort of a gruff, gray-haired man that you can see from the distance, carrying a massive broadsword that he has just pitched into the ground that he's holding at the hilt at the moment. The other individual is closer to Sevian Fate's sort of viewing box up above. This guy has quite a berth of individuals who are trying not to get anywhere near him. You can't see his face; it's pulled up with a very dark cloak. You can almost see features behind it. You just can't make out exactly what this person is. But they seem smaller, less outwardly like bulking and strong like the paladin individual. But something about them just reads, "Don't fuck with me." You don't see any daggers or anything like that. They're in very just cloth cloak, cloth clothing, dark black. Nothing really stand out about them, but they're definitely given a nice wide berth here. So people are, for whatever reason, not wanting to get close to this person. Continue on.
Yep. I'm just watching.
Okay. So as you hear the portcullis opening below you, you hear more cheering, and the crowd sort of roars in almost a complete uproar, and people are just jumping and screaming and shouting. You see a small woman enter the arena. I'm going to give you another image in the tabletop chat. She's got bright red hair, sort of more of a gladiator garb to her. A very simple wooden shield. She has a sheathed dagger and a broken short sword that she carries with her. And this is her here. Just very somberly moving into the arena. Doesn't respond or react to the crowd at all. Walks up to a point that's almost centered on the Coliseum floor as the automatonous creature and the massive ox square up and just stand across. You see Sevian get up, sort of look around at the arena and the crowd. Again, he raises his arms as they just shout and scream and holler. And we're going to pause you guys there and go back to Briar and Tacitus. So you guys are hearing this as well. This massive cheering and shouting has been going on for a few minutes as you've been making your way around.
All right.
So what are you looking for here?
So we're following the Minotaur.
Right, you're following the Minotaur. And you just want to continue following him?
Yeah, I want to see where he goes.
Both of you roll stealth for me. You can roll at advantage so keep your distance.
What
You
did
can
you
roll
say?
what?
Sure.
You can both roll at advantage, keeping your distance.
I like the fact that the two troublemaker are sitting and quietly watching while the two ones that are not troublemaker are gonna make trouble.
Bit of a roll reversal.
17.
Okay.
This is another natural 20. I'm gonna take this dice out of the rotation.
You're gonna fucking die when this fight starts.
That dice is gonna be retired for being too good for a little bit.
I think you need to milk it.
Yeah, I don't know. It might feel betrayed. You gotta be careful with that. But yeah, so you move along. Doesn't seem like he notices you. You keep your distance well enough, and with the excitement of what's going on and more people starting to fill the area around the Coliseum, you're able to move back and keep an eye on him, being the hulking beast that he is, without him noticing you. You make it what you'd assume is another quarter way around the ring, which would be more the northern side of the Coliseum with the entryway to the west. You've moved well past the entryway now to likely the northern side halfway point, where he sort of looks around very cautiously, doesn't notice you, and steps downstairs through one of those narrow staircases into the Coliseum below.
So he's going downstairs right now, and Gideon mentioned last night that they found where the crew was, right?
Yes.
Is that in this general area?
Not necessarily, but it's pretty easy to access from this area, so it wouldn't take him long to reach that. It's not necessarily very close, though.
Okay. Do we want to keep following?
Yeah. I feel like until we get caught or until like we can't anymore for whatever reason, it doesn't really make sense right now to stop.
Then let's keep going. Let's hurry up to catch up to where he disappeared around the corner.
Okay.
And then once we reach that point, go back to being sneaky.
Okay, so you make your way through. You hustle down the stairs. You don't see him, but you can hear his sort of lumbering, like thud footsteps as he's making his way down these hallways. Looks pretty empty down here. A couple servants milling about, but these are again very narrow, dark hallways, just torch lit. So they get brighter in certain places, but it's also pretty dank and dark down here for the most part.
Okay.
Off to the left-hand side, there's a narrow hallway that you can sort of hear his footsteps moving around and sort of peeking. You can spot him moving in that direction. Continue following?
Yes.
Okay.
This is, sorry, before we go on, this
Sure.
is the same area, like the same lower level, or like, I guess I wouldn't know if it's the same, but this is similar to the lower level that we were at before, right? Where we saw the
This year?
This year, yeah.
Yeah, it's the same lower level. It's a good distance away from that area that you would see this year, but it is the same level.
Okay.
So that was more of like southwest area of the lower level, where right
Okay,
now you're more
and-
west northwest.
And this area isn't like off limits or anything, right? It's just like the sort of like shithole of the arena where like the like broken people.
Yeah,
get
for the
to-
most part. Like you don't know a whole lot about the area. You were told that you have basically free reign. So you'd
So
assume
as far
that
as
nothing
we
is really
know,
off
we're
limits.
welcome to be here.
Yes.
Yeah, we're welcome to be here, but we may not necessarily be welcome to like be following.
Yeah.
Absolutely. That's a solid assumption. But yeah, the area down here, from what you've seen, is mostly just prison-like cells of just very broken-looking people. You did pass by a couple, more ominous-looking hallways that you'd seen the last time. Hadn't really explored it very much. There are some, not Minotaur guards down here, but of other species. Obviously, like less in rank. You had interacted with a couple of them downstairs. Looks like there had been a killing of some sort, and they had dragged some body away.
Yep.
And the Minotaur here that we're following is one that we had like, or that Briar had talked to, right? So
Yes.
Briar would be noticed. Okay.
Yes, this is the large hulking gray one that had been speaking the most in that conversation.
Okay.
Continue following.
Unless Tacitus is going to stop me, I am.
Yeah, we're gonna continue.
Okay. So you make your way down the hallway. You have to sort of keep your distance here. You can move in along the shadows of the wall as well, and sort of duck through the light quickly to continue past him. For now, I'm not gonna have you roll anything. We're gonna go back to the group above. So Elwyn and Crix.
I'm gonna be right back.
It's,
Gonna run to the bathroom.
No worries. So
it's us.
what's up, Elwyn?
I just said it's us.
Yeah.
So, for a moment, there's still just that roarish cheer, and Sevian is just drinking it up. You can obviously tell he loves it and enjoys every moment of it. It goes on for just minutes of just cheering and him just looking around, and people almost out of breath cheering and jumping and shouting, obviously trying to get his approval. After maybe 3 or 4 minutes of this, sort of you guys just sitting there awkwardly watching people give their love to the damned king himself, he raises his arms again and everybody goes silent. And a moment later, he gives this resounding clap as he slaps his hands together, and immediately the crowd begins to cheer again. The automaton down below, the corpse cadaver creature, just raises one rusty arm as it begins to slowly lumber its way, almost hobble like, into the Coliseum, and the ox begins charging. You see down below Bloody Bell just holding her ground, grips the broken short sword a little tighter, and as the ox gets pretty close, about to make contact, she gives off a very quick roll, just barely avoiding it and staying within range. You can give it a good solid slice along its side. The crowd is roaring even louder now. The cadaver is still slowly lumbering up and making his way over, but he's a good distance away. With the ox sort of turning around and giving off this massive snort, blowing very smoldering looking smoke out of its nostrils. You can see the area that she cut gives a visual of starry sky, very akin to what Nyxborn or creatures of Nyx would look like.
Weird.
So the interior of its body is some godly, unnatural essence, and it looks very similar to the Star Sea of Nerona, where you had first ended up in the underworld.
Very weird.
Can I make a nature or arcana check?
What are you trying to identify? The
I'm trying to identify the creature itself, as far as since it got ripped open and it had that in it, if I know anything similar.
roll religion.
Religion.
Yes.
Wow,
I suppose I wouldn't know.
So this creature, from just staring at it, you recall stories that you'd read of bits of mythology regarding Nyx and the lands of Nyx. This creature appears to be a godly emissary of some kind, as your best guess. How Sevian fate acquired one sort of boggles your mind for a moment, because you know these creatures to be direct emissaries of a god, in particular, whichever god controls them. You get the idea, I'd say, from what you're looking at with that roll, that glowing red eye that is almost identical to what you see in the more Minotaur-like guardians around the arena is likely some arcane means of enslavement.
I just kind of lean over to Elwyn and go, seems like
It might be one of Sepian's, the old pits.
You can also identify, I'd say, with that roll that given the visage of this creature as this like bullish, like ox, almost minotaur in nature, that this is likely an emissary of Mogus, the god of slaughter.
See, Sethian has more tricks up his sleeves than I thought.
Yes, and given that it's probably an emissary of a god, there's a possibility that maybe he has souls of other gods?
Souls of other gods. Do
Do
gods
keep it.
even die in that way? I don't know.
Well, keep in mind what our samurai friend told us.
Okay, I'm back.
Yeah, Kavala had identified that there are tombs of elder gods somewhere in the labyrinth below.
Right. I guess they weren't from Theros, though.
He didn't really
Maybe not.
identify specifically.
Oh, I thought he mentioned that. Okay. Yeah.
He said basically what he said was they weren't your gods,
Right.
and that
That
they
could mean
were
anything.
very old.
Gotcha. Yeah, Savian might just be able to hold the souls of gods here, but how he got an emissary for a god, that part I'm not so sure about. Would it
I
be
don't-
possible for an emissary of a god to continue to exist if that god was dead?
Perhaps, dependent, I think. Though I'm taking notice that many of the Mentor gods, along with this creature, they seem to be controlled by some kind of arcane. So they definitely do not move on their own free will.
Savian definitely has a way to keep people here that he wants.
Mm,
We should be careful.
yes, definitely. If he can do those to a emissary of gods and other creatures such as the mentors, I'm assuming certain people he could do that to as well, easily.
Yeah, who knows what he's capable of.
So as the two of you are conversing back and forth, that ox gives like a couple drags of its hoof along the ground and rears its head down and begins rushing at Belle. She sort of takes a side stance. You looking at her, she's very emotionless. She doesn't even look interested in this fight. She looks just very morose and almost angry, but not in a way that she's like outwardly showing. It's just a big frown on her face. Moving very slowly for the most part as these other creatures are moving along. So she looks to the left in this sort of side stance where she has her shield directed in the direction of the ox, and then in the opposite direction, she looks at that lumbering hulk, the automatons. It's still making its way very slowly, trying to pick up pace, but it's just hobbling side to side. As you can see, it's very old and rusty, and it's sort of imposing in its own way, considering it's got these creatures pinned to it with bloody old weapons. But for the most part, like you kind of get the idea that it's not very threatening, at least not as much as the ox. But she takes the account of the creature, and the ox sort of just reaches her as she looks in the opposite direction. It takes a charging swing with its head that she immediately just blocks with this wooden shield that she has, a very small wooden shield. She gets between the horns and sort of just presses the shield into the top of the head of this ox. She's pushed back in the sand several feet as she's sort of pushed along as the ox attempts to strike damage, swings its head to the left, and she sort of moves with it, swings again to the right, and tries to sort of like just get an opportunity to get a horn into her, and it really can't do it. Belle leaps up into the air and tries to latch herself onto the neck of this creature. It gives a couple thrusts and tries to throw her off, but she's successful and able to sort of get a hold on it. And it becomes sort of like bucking bronco-like as it's trying to throw her off its back. The creature itself, the automaton, is lumbering closer. Now it's within like 15 to 10 feet. And you see it reach back and just awfully rip one of those cadavers off its back as it splits the body a bit as it's ripped from the weapon that it was pinned to its back with and flings it in the direction of Belle. She's able to get that shield back off her wrist and into her fist, and grip the restraints, and block this cadaver as it reaches her. But it looks like it did have a bit of an impact to her, and she's almost thrown off the ox, but she does maintain. You see her grab that broken short sword and sort of spin it to where she's got the blade pointed in, and she drives it into the side of the ox. The creature roars and spins off to the side, almost falls over as she's finally thrown off its back and just slides off to her feet. Continue watching.
How far away are they from us?
Let's see. So they're like more almost centrally located, so about 110 feet from you where you're seated currently.
Okay. Probably from where I'm at. I'm going to be watching the fight. I am trying to study more of her broken short sword, like how it looks, how it's moving, so on and so forth.
Okay. Roll perception.
I'm gonna look over at
24.
Savian
24.
after this.
Yeah.
Okay. And what were you doing, Ellen?
I'm looking over at Sevi and I want to just study his reaction to the way the current fight is going.
Okay. He's sitting at the throne, just cross-legged. He has his fingers curled together in his lap. Every now and then he leans forward and sort of eyes the fight closely. But for the most part, he seems bored. Leaning back, throwing an arm over his throne. For a moment, as the fight is continuing, he just whips his hand to the side and gives a backhand to that goblin that's standing next to him, which like stumbles back from the impact, but immediately rushes over. Sevian says something to the goblin. The goblin rushes off, and he goes back into his just very bored-looking, relaxed posture.
Okay.
So as the fight continues, Crix, as Belle is sort of thrown from the back of this ox, she slides maybe 20, 30 feet, driving that blade into the sand to sort of maintain her stature and her presence and her footing. As she lifts back up, she sort of holds the blade at the side on her left so you can get a better eye on it. Every now and then, you see the interior of the blade sort of shimmer with what looks like blue runes. Too small, too far away to make out. But you can sort of like squint every now and then and see the power pulse through the blade, indicating that it's clearly some sort of magical artifact of some kind. Is that all you?
All right.
Anything from that? You want to continue watching?
Yeah, I'm going to continue watching. Like I said, I'm going to study the sword for a small bit, and there's a reason for that. But yeah.
Okay. Well, just chime in if you want to take some kind of an action.
Okay.
So, Belle, she finally comes to a stop again, and she swings that sword over. You get a good eye on it. She crouches down and finally begins to sort of take an offensive action. She's been very reactionary up until this point. She sort of just pushes down and gets very aerodynamic almost, pulls the shield down to her side and brings the blade up in front of her. Rushes not at the ox, but at the cadaver. It throws an arm in her way, which she has to throw her shield up very quickly to deflect. She's able to use the momentum to slide around behind the cadaver and begins climbing up onto its back. From there, she throws a dagger from at her waist, unsheathes it very quickly, tosses it in the air very deftly at the ox, striking it in the top of its head right between its horns. The creature roars and begins to rush forward. She drives the blade into the neck of the automaton. You see it sort of spew this very viscous, oily-looking substance out to the side as well. She holds onto it for a moment, and the ox, in a rage, just rushes forward. She sort of hangs to the side, drawing the ire of that ox. You can see it successfully trying to just get a horn in her without hitting the automaton. but she's able to yank that blade that she has in its neck out, just in time, sort of swinging the automaton backwards into the path of the ox as it strikes the corpse cadaver creature and drives it forward into the air and throws it probably about 30 feet back where it lands on its back. A couple of those corpses just being dragged along and falling to pieces as it hits. Continue watching.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we're going to pause you there then. And back down to Tacitus and Briar.
Yes.
So moving along, the Minotaur walks. You pass 4 very narrow hallways that are sort of crossroads down here that move off in different directions. A couple as well that seem to go off, like fork off diagonally. You also pass staircases that venture lower into the Coliseum, which you haven't seen at this point. You didn't really realize that there was an additional level going further below here. But you finally sort of notice a couple of those staircases going down further where it's very dark, even more dimly lit than the area of the ring that you're present in right now.
And they're unguarded?
Unguarded.
Is there a door?
No doors, just open, sort of rugged stone staircases that go down further.
Okay, noted, but ignoring it.
Yeah, everything down here is very, like, sandy and crude. Not like upstairs where it's more like nice shined marble. Everything down here is just very uncared for and rugged. So as you continue along, the Minotaur stops for a moment. You see him like sniff into the air. Looks about, turns around, and you did both roll stealth.
Funny.
11.
Natural 20.
Hey, there it is.
Someone's got to make it up.
So
Funny.
the Minotaur turns around. Briar, you're stuck like stone faced, eyes bulging as it begins to make eye contact with you. And Tacitus is able to just like get an arm around you and throw you forcefully into the wall next to him as you're hidden in the shadow.
How is Tacitus the one being more stealthy in this situation?
I rolled a 2.
Oh my god.
At least it wasn't a 1.
So the
Wait, you
Minotaur.
rolled a 2 and you got what?
11. I have a plus 9.
Which makes it even more funny that Tacitus is the stealthier one.
Yeah, considering I have a plus 2.
Briar is just uncomfortable
anyway.
down here. Tacitus is more at home in this sort of an area. It's very Scophos-like. So the Minotaur turns around, sniffing the air, gazing down the hall with those bright, glowing red eyes. Looks over you a couple times. Obviously, doesn't make any notice of you. Gives another snort and a huff. Spins around to his left and continues down a hallway. Continue following.
Yeah, probably can't see it, but I'm going to mouth thank you to Tacitus. Then keep going.
Okay. So moving along, you make the turn on the corner. You see the pathway here is very short, and it moves into what looks like a larger chamber of some sort. Nothing else in this hallway. It goes down about 30 feet. It just enters an open archway into a more well-lit, fire-lit, torch-lit room. How close do you want to get to the door here? You pass us through the doorway.
1 sec. When he turned around, could we have seen that he was sniffing? Or
Yeah, you would have
like,
seen him
is
sort of
that-
sniffing the air.
Before we go further, I'm going to very quietly whisper to, or like, quietly whisper to Briar, say, I don't think, or do we have a way to mask our scent? I don't think he's seeing us or hearing us.
Mask or scent.
Got any tricks up your sleeve?
I think any tricks I had would just make a more obvious but very different scent rather than our own scents. I don't think I have anything particularly subtle. Unless we're inclined to rub dirt on ourselves.
Can
Old-fashioned
I
approach.
look around in the, like, in the area that we're in, since there's like all these different these cages and such, right?
Mhm.
Like with the other prisoners, are there any that are like open and have like old rags on them? in
Roll
them?
investigation really quick.
A 15.
Okay. So you look about for a minute. If you were to continue past the hallway that the Minotaur moved down through this archway into this room, just off to the right, there's an area that looks like there's piled up varied rags. Right in front of one of these more bar-locked cell chambers.
So past where he turned.
Yeah,
You
just
said.
past it. Yep. You can make out the pile is sort of on the edge of the hall.
I'll like nod over to that and say like we could try that.
Okay. Yeah, you're able to. You can definitely just quickly move past the hallway the Minotaur moved down and grab onto a few of those if you want. You just want to like. Are you trying to rub them up?
Rub it on us? Yeah.
Okay.
Man, Briar's fucking disgusted.
Yeah, it
I'm
smells.
are you gonna
rank.
visibly be disgusted?
Yeah, she probably would be.
It smells
I guess
absolutely
I'll
rank.
glare.
A lot of these rags just have the smell of like death and decay. Some of them are covered in just sweaty fluids.
Oh,
But you do have
begrudgingly,
advantage.
she'll take one.
You do have advantage on your stealth rolls
All right.
moving forward.
Yep, we'll take it. Not happy, but we'll take it.
Would you like to continue down that hallway?
Yep.
Okay. So there's an archway at the end of the hallway. There's enough room on the left and the right hand side if you wanted to like hide yourself against the wall on the left and right hand side of this arc.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. Go ahead and roll stealth at advantage as you approach and get in position.
That's a 15.
27.
Okay.
Briar's remembered how to sneak again.
So Briar rushes
she's
forward.
she's woken up a little bit with the
With a stench.
Nasty. Briar, you're able to get in position very well. Tacitus, you sort of like scrape your hoof along the sand as you swing into position. And for a moment, that big gray minotaur, who is about to like take head of a very large round table, spins around and sniffs and glares down the hallway, but isn't able to spot you. Glares for a couple seconds before he turns back. Peeking into the room, there looks to be about a dozen of these more hulking minotaur guards. All of them have those bright red glowing eyes, including the first one that had greeted you at your entry into the Coliseum. And you've seen him a couple times as you've moved through here. They are all very silently looking to each other back and forth, seeming to have some silent conversation between themselves.
damn.
Welp.
Yep. All right.
What would you guys like to do?
If we wait a minute, does anything change?
Roll investigation. Both of you, if you'd like.
Maybe I shouldn't have had a -1 int. Oh, 2.
Dirty 20.
Okay. Tacitus, you're still a little thrown by almost getting spotted, so you're having trouble getting your eyes on anything in particular. But Briar, you watch the conversation, and after a minute or two, one of the Minotaur in the back pulls an object out from on the ground in sort of a sack that he has with him, and drops it onto the table. Immediately, you recognize this as a weapon that Ripley Vance used to carry around. It's a very long blade with a very nicely adorned hilt. You've never seen her actually use it, but she always had it with her at all times. Sort of like pulls it up and throws it onto the table. The rest of the Minotaurs, again, just looking amongst each other silently.
I wouldn't notice it, right? Unless you spend time around Ripley, it wouldn't be something you'd necessarily notice that was hers, right?
You also got a 2.
Yeah, you saw the blade. You don't recognize it.
I guess I wouldn't have even seen it.
But you heard it clunk, and you sort of get an eye on it, but you're still a little blurry, a little unnerved by almost being spotted. So you can't really focus. You're sort of just peeking barely and pulling back into the cover of the wall.
That immediately throws Briar. She's very on edge, immediate suspicion, thoughts going through her head, worst case scenarios. Does it seem like the blade is like bloody? Does it seem like it's been used?
No, it looks in great condition, like it hasn't been used at all.
So it was likely just taken. Would I know anything about the blade?
Not necessarily. You know that obviously it's something that means a lot to Ripley. Um, always has it with her almost at all times. Anytime that you've seen her, she's had it on. Again, she's never pulled it or used it. It's just always something that she's had it on her person, in addition to her other weaponry. You can definitely, with knowing her, you can assume that it's not something that she would have just given away easily
Yeah.
or without purpose.
All
Continue
right.
watching.
So I want to, from this point, just be very wary of movement. And if it seems like they're getting ready to leave, move in any direction, if they were to come out this door, is there anywhere that we would be able to hide?
Nowhere in the vicinity. You have to run all the way back down the hallway and try to find a location back down one of the corners, or just like huddle up against the wall and hope they don't see you.
Yeah. And how many are in there?
About a dozen.
All right. I'm
Nice.
gonna get Tacitus's attention and signal. Oh man, I want to be ready to move out.
So as
I
you're sort of
also
thinking
want to.
about it, you hear this massive bam as one of the Minotaur just thrusts his fist into the table. You see the table itself crack down almost to the middle from the force of the punch. As the Minotaur across from him again does the same, slams both of his fists down, and they're snorting and snarling at each other. Still silent, completely, not sharing words, obviously having some sort of telepathic connection and conversation, but the pressure in the room seems to have increased. There's some anger.
They're getting heated.
What?
I think
what-
I'm going to like just slowly start backing up.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll follow Tacitus's lead and motion that. Hey, let's
Get
head
out.
out.
Okay, roll your stealth at advantage.
Well, that's 12.
17.
Okay. So backing up, again, like as you're moving about Tacitus, you're having a lot of trouble moving along in these hallways here, and you're still very unnerved. Your hoof drags again, and you create another sort of sound that carries into the room. For a moment, one of them looks as if he's about to spin around and take a look at you. But there's another sort of loud growl and punch into a wall behind one of the Minotaurs that brings his attention back to whatever's going on in that room. Briar, as that's happening, you spot the Minotaur who had pulled Ripley's blade, picks it up and just holds it up in the air, sort of like shouting with growls and snorts at the rest of these creatures, seemingly trying to get them under control. Slams the blade down on the table again and throws both of his fists into the table and just loudly gives off this snort that almost blows dust off the table itself. The Minotaur across from him again pounds a massive fist into the table that cracks it straight down the middle. The table caves in, almost on a clean line from the center. The Minotaur backs away and just starts pacing. But they do seem to be calming down at this point. You are
All
able
right.
to successfully make it back into that crossroads at this point if you'd like to find some place to hide or just get the fuck out.
Yeah, let's start with get the fuck out.
Okay. Tacitus,
Yeah, get out.
back the way you came?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're just full speed?
Well, not
Full-
like,
not
loud, obnoxious full
sprinting
speed.
Like,
yet,
nice hustle.
but yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
a
Gotcha.
nice hustle.
Okay, so you're
That's
like power
healthy
washing
hustle.
through the mall.
Yeah,
Fair enough.
like both of my hooves are on the ground at any one moment, or not on the ground. Like,
Yeah, I got you.
yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna pause you guys there. Go back up to the arena above. So that ox makes contact. It just made contact with that automaton, throwing it through the air where it landed on its back. It rolls over and just thrusts its metallic fist into the ground. You see it sort of desperately reaching for a couple of those corpses that had been pulled off its armor, grabbing onto them again and trying to just slap them into blades and spears that are protruding out of its armor to put them back. It makes this like loud, groaning metallic noise, very loudly, like a shout at the ox. That gives like a very audible snort and shakes its head wildly as it makes another thrusting, rushed attack at Belle. She's not able to avoid the attack as well this time. It strikes her in the side. She's not able to really get the shield up. The side of the horn clips her in the side and throws her back, leaving her prone as the automaton sort of drags itself up onto its knees and pulls itself up successfully and is able to like get a bit of a burst of speed as it clanks towards her and drives a fist down. She pulls her shield up, is able to block the attack. This time a bit of her shield splinters and breaks, but she's able to deflect the attack successfully. She pulls up that short sword and drives it into the chest of the automaton in three quick successive attacks. Again, starts spewing this fluid out all over her in this instance as she's cutting through its armor. The automaton gives her a shove with its opposite arm, which again she's able to deflect. The ox moves up behind her, so she's sort of locked between the ox and the automaton. The ox gives another charge and a rush. She brings the short sword around and drives it towards the face of the ox. She's able to successfully get the blade like penetrating into the skull of this creature, and you see again a big portion of its head pop off, revealing more of that night sky-like visage underneath. It's just very insane and unnatural and alien looking to the eye. The interior of the creature begins to glow with a very ominous, fiery red, almost, as it stumbles backwards and off to the side. The automaton takes two quick successive punches. Belle's able to avoid one and deflect the other with the shield. The shield again taking some damage and losing bits and pieces of itself. She swings the short sword back around, gives two quick swings to the automaton, cutting for its legs. Crix, you notice the blade again glow very brightly as she very cleanly cuts through one of the automaton's legs, where it breaks off. The automaton stumbles down to its torso and falls off to the side. She gets up on top of the automaton, gives it two quick blows, and severs the head. Rolls off. The ox at this point is recovering. Charges forward, gives a very quick swing with its horns. Once to the left, she avoids, then another one to the right. This time shatters her shield completely to the point that it's gone. But she's able to retaliate. She takes three quick swings with her short sword. Gets one directly on the creature's neck. Second one she drives along its side. And the last one she just drives it into the back of the ox and pulls down. You see the creature stumble off to the side, snort a couple times, and then just fall over incapacitated. The crowd is cheering and roaring and screaming. Sevian gets up as well and is giving another one of those very slow golf clap, like appreciative emotes. As he still looks quite bored to you, Elwyn. Belle herself cleans the short sword off on her leather armor, walks over and collects the dagger that she had tossed, resheathes it, and just begins walking slowly back out of the Coliseum. Really, no engagement, not paying any attention to anybody or anything. Very somber, solemnly moving out through the portcullis below. You hear the chains rattling as the portcullis is pulled up as she disappears from the arena below you. The ox, for a moment, looks dead, looks completely deceased. You see Sevian sort of lean forward, look at the creature very sternly, and the wounds start to cleanly heal up. The visage of that night sky below the surface of its skin starts to disappear as it gets that more leathery ox-like skin back, and it snorts very painfully, rolls over and gets back onto its feet, shaking its head, opening its eyes again. They have that red glow, which had dimmed a bit, now showing much, much brighter. The creature gives a very depressing noise and roar into the sky as it's obviously uh, risen and brought back to life by some spell that Sevian had cast. Begins to lumber its way back out of the arena as a lot of servants come in and begin to try and drag the cadaver. A couple grab its leg and drag it off out of the arena, and it looks like maybe at least 10 of these servants are just trying their best to slowly drag what's left of the corpse cadaver out as well. What are you guys doing here?
Can I possibly make 2 checks?
What you got?
One, I like to do an Arcana to see exactly what Simeon was possibly casting or using for an ability to mend the wounds. And the other thing I want to check is an insight, given that you described that the creature made that sound and stuff. I wanted to see if maybe as a druid I could get insight on if it was more kind of like a, well, damn, I'm back, I don't want to be here type
Sure.
thing.
Sure. Yeah, roll your Arcana first.
Arcana is 15.
Okay. Very necromantic-like magic for sure. Very dark. You saw just for a moment almost like a purplish glow from his fingertips as he was casting. So nothing pleasant. Whatever he was doing was not meant to ease the pain of the creature at all, just mend the wounds roughly and return it to life.
Okay.
As far as interaction with the creature, go ahead and roll.
The insight check is an 18.
Okay. With your knowledge of nature and creatures in general, it was a very pained, depressive noise. Obviously, the creature was experiencing direct pain, as well as some sort of mental anguish.
I can't determine if that was because it was brought back to life or if it had failed to fight.
Probably a bit of both. You can imagine. With what you know of Ox in general, this one obviously is on a different level, but from what you know of Ox in general, they are very proud creatures. And you can assume this one has more pride than most, likely being a god's emissary. But also just fuck, here we go again type of vibe I'd give you.
Do creatures that die in this Coliseum typically come back?
So the only other ones that you've really seen were the crocodiles in the first bout that you sort of just witnessed the tail end of. This was another fight with Bell as well. You saw them just sort of get dragged out. They weren't really brought back that you saw. Aside from that, the goblins that you'd interacted with were mostly decimated. So there wasn't much left to bring back, and you didn't witness any of it if it did happen as you exited the arena right after the fight.
I guess a god's emissary is too special to let go. Halwyn says this out loud as he sort of takes in the situation.
You do know from what you've been told that a lot of the souls that are trapped here fighting are returned back to life over and over and over again. Many of them end up losing their minds and finding their way into the cells below.
Right. Okay. Interesting.
So the Coliseum starts to quiet down slowly as Sevian leaves out the back of his exit. You notice that Goblin had not returned in the time that he had sent it away. But the other individuals in his box patiently wait for him to move and make his way out, and several seconds later follow on. You notice several of the other VIP boxes along the top area of the arena also empty out, and people begin to leave the Coliseum. What would you guys like to do?
I look over to Crix and say, So, do you happen to know where the rest of our friends are?
I mean, I don't. We could wait to see if they come here, or we could go look for them.
Might be hard to find them in this huge place.
Then we could wait a few, see if that they come. If not, I'm going to assume they got in trouble.
Fair enough. I see no harm in that choice.
So you want to just hang out in the Coliseum at your seats?
Yeah, just sit
For
here
a little while, yeah.
Okay. So we'll snap back to Tacitus
Reality?
and Briar.
Oh.
Oh, there goes gravity. So the two of you are able to make your way down the hallway and sort of out. The sounds of the quiet rustling and pounding of the Minotaur's conversation, so to speak, behind you. You're able to get far enough away where you lose any sound of it. Things are very quiet down here. You notice as you pass through many of these cages, making your way back out the way you came. In these cells, people don't even so much as look up at you. Most are just slouched over. Some of them are just face down into the ground. The interior of the cells, the ground itself, is very not taken care of. It's gross. It's muddy. It's smelly. People are obviously um, just servants and slaves. Many of them might just be left down here for God knows how long before they're brought out for whatever service Sevian might require of them. You notice these cells don't really have doors. It's just lines of bars, no windows. Some of them are larger than others, filled with 20 or 30 individuals. Some of them are very small, with just 2 or 3, with barely enough room to move amongst themselves. Do you want to continue and just make your way out and back up into the upper level of the Coliseum?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So you make your way. You don't really encounter anybody. You do hear the sounds of certain likely guards clanking and milling about, but you're able to avoid it without having to roll anything. And you make your way back up into the Coliseum as you hear the roaring and cheering going on, and people seem to be making their way out of the Coliseum with that bout having probably just finished.
All right. I don't suppose you happen to know prestidigitation, do you?
I'm just gonna give her a look.
Right.
It's
Well,
unfortunate.
if
The
people
most
are pouring out, I
useful
would assume
cantrip.
that she's not magic, but she's got magic friends. So if people are pouring out, that means that the first fight's likely done and we'll be up next.
A reasonable assumption.
Anything you want to do before we're summoned?
Well, we should probably talk to the others, find them.
Let's go to the door we saw Crix go through.
Okay.
I'll
So
just nod and follow.
as you guys make your way there, Crix and Elwyn, you hear a shuffling as people. The Coliseum itself empties out almost completely. You hear a shuffling down from behind you, and that goblin rushes up, sort of out of breath, like, "The damned king wishes you take place at the entry portcullis on the west side of the Coliseum, and prepare for your fight."
Very well.
He's sort of struggling, barely keeping himself up, very, very out of breath.
I assume you're bringing our friends there as well.
They'll be notified.
All right.
Please make your way out of the arena and head there.
Yes.
Oh, stands up and starts moving.
The goblin himself rushes off as quickly as he can, but you see him just sort of slowly pattering, huffing and puffing as he goes.
Like has been running for far too long, but
Yeah.
needs to keep moving or else he's gonna collapse.
Lose his head.
So the two of you make your
All
way
right.
out.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything you want to do on your way out, Crix or Ellen?
Not necessarily.
Okay, Crix.
No, not really.
Okay. So you make your way out. You are both able to spot Tacitus and Briar making their way towards the walkway that you have exited from.
Do I smell what they're smelling like?
Yeah, as you get within about 20 feet, you immediately start to pick up the smell, not knowing where it's coming from at first until you get closer. And, it's almost it's almost unable to be standard. Like, it is disgusting. One of the rankest things you've ever smelled in your life.
Owen gives the two of them a look and just says, "What? You know what? I'm just not gonna ask."
Well, we're happy to tell if you decide to ask later then.
Yeah, maybe after you guys take a shower.
I asked him, but he gave me a look. Do either of you know prestidigitation?
Right? Not.
No, I cannot
Unfortunate.
mend this. You stink.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, no mending that one. Where are you guys going?
Well, we were just told we need to go gather at was it the west
The
entrance? You
west
said
entry. Yes.
It
um,
was the West.
we need to go gather at the west entrance and prepare for our fight. Supposedly,
Well, let's go do that then.
Who knows? Maybe it's an advantage that you smell like that.
Yeah, maybe the thing will have a sensitive nose.
You never know.
That, or maybe it just uses smell to see.
Yeah, and then it'll be able to see us and no one else.
Not if you smell like death.
well,
Yeah.
from the bout we just watched, I doubt it's going to be a super easy fight. So, I guess we should prepare ourselves.
Yes, he seemed quite bored with that fight. I get the feeling Oz is going to be a little bit more spruced.
Ugh.
So would you like to make your way towards the Coliseum entry?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. You notice as you pass by one of the other entryways into the Coliseum, as the last few people are exiting, some sort of magical barrier begins to obscure vision and likely entry into the Coliseum. Very dark, shimmering energy, sort of sealing things up. The sounds that you hear coming from the interior of the Coliseum are very ominous, very like skittering like, and you hear what sounds like spellwork going off as something is being prepared on the interior.
Oh, this is good.
Yeah.
Continuing around, you're able to find the entryway. That large minotaur, the first one that you had encountered, standing there awaiting you, notice you, doesn't say anything, wordlessly steps aside and beckons for you with one massive hand to enter into the entry portcullis below.
He was one of the ones that was down in that room, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah. All right.
Moving on.
Well, shall we?
Yep.
Okay.
Let's go
What
in.
orders do we have?
Not at all.
So as you enter down into this entryway, it's different than the original one that you had walked through. Moving down lower in, the staircase that you had come down immediately begins to close up and ascend, sealing itself up into a wall, sort of restricting exit. The portcullis on the opposite end of this room, which is about 40 by 60 space with very low ceilings. The portcullis on the opposite end has that same obscured magical barrier, sort of blackish, grayish energy shimmering like, that is completely obscuring your view of what's going on inside the Coliseum.
Whatever they're setting up in there, I already don't like it.
I'm a little excited, honestly. Should be interesting.
It's going to be interesting, I'll say that.
Are the rest of our friends here, or is it just us four?
Not yet, just the four of you so far.
Interesting.
Anything you want to do to prepare? What were you asking, Ellen? Sorry.
Do we know how much time we have?
No idea. Nobody really indicated.
I see. Okay. Ellen's just gonna like sit down against the wall and just sort of meditate.
Okay. Anybody else want to take any actions or do anything here while you're waiting?
I'm just looking at my spells to see if there's anything I want to do right now.
Okay. Briar or Crix?
At the moment.
I've got my little potions. I'm ready to go.
Tacitus, you find anything?
I'm good for now.
Okay. So you wait probably like what feels like 15, 20 minutes at least. Time seems to drag on, and there's really not a lot going on. You hear still those ominous sort of echoing sounds from the interior of the Coliseum. Every now and then you hear large, almost pounding noises pass by the portcullis, moving through, and very net-like noises, like things being projected and thrown into the walls on opposite sides of the portcullis on the outside there. After a bit, the room shakes just a little bit, and the wall starts to design into a staircase to your left-hand side, Elwyn, from where you're resting. And Gideon and Lily are walked down into the room with you. The second they step foot, the staircase again closes up and seals the wall above.
Welcome.
Lily immediately is just sort of eyes glued to that barricade. She looks kind of terrified. Gideon glances at it as he comes in as well. Seems more passive about it. Looks at the group of you as well. Have you learned anything?
I
Really?
can't say what I've learned per se, but Tacitus and I went on a little adventure and
He sort
found
of, for the first time, sniffs, looks at you,
I
sort of like, yeah, an adventure, you say?
yeah. And unless there's something you can do about it, there's nothing that can be done.
Lily finally looks over, shakily raises a hand towards the both of you and casts prestidigitation. It gives you guys
Somebody had it.
a nice gust, clearing the room. The smell still just lingers in the room for another 15, 20 seconds or so as it dissipates.
Ellen
Oh.
looks over to Lily and says, "Oh, thank the Lord."
Yes, thank you
She nods
so much.
quietly, just happy to help.
What Crix and I could tell you from the first bout that we watched was that Sevian somehow has a god's emissary under his thumb. He had control over to some degree. And he just brought it back to life immediately after the fight. So it seems like he has more tricks up his sleeves than I expected.
Interesting. I'm sure this damned king has many souls under his command on some level. Everything here appears
Yes.
enslaved.
Yeah, every time that bloody bell cut into that thing's flesh, it just looked like a nebula inside of it.
A creature of Nyx.
I suppose. I'm not super knowledgeable on these things.
To have power
You
over
see-
such a creature is frightening, to say the least.
Mm-hmm. I don't know what he's going to throw at us in this fight, but whatever it is, I'm sure we'll overcome it.
He nods to
I'm
you.
gonna glance at Briar to see if she's gonna mention the thing that we saw down there.
Briar has raised eyebrows and a slightly tense, polite smile, waiting for Elwyn to be done.
I am done.
And so on our little adventure, we came across a room of guards. They were speaking silently with each other, so we couldn't understand what they were saying, but at one point they brought out A sword that belongs to Ripley.
Ripley
Yeah.
Vance.
Yes.
What?
She's always kept it on her. I don't know what it means to her, what it does, but she would not part with that,
It's her mother's blade.
willingly or under extreme circumstances.
It's her mother's blade, something she valued quite highly over almost anything else.
Why do they have it? It must have more than just sentimental value if they were keeping it.
Gideon steps away for a moment. Says, I don't know, it's a little unsettling to say the least, but Ripley, though we may be at odds from time to time, is one of the most resourceful individuals I've ever come across. She would have not given that blade away for sure. But I can't see anything taking it from her by force either, if anything, not without her dying first to allow it to do so.
Troubling, to say the least.
Either way, I'd rather not think about this at the moment. Hopefully, we'll finish our contract, we'll be able to release the prisoners, and she'll be one of them.
Is it possible that she escaped?
I was going to say that.
Possible, I don't know. Giving her blade away in exchange for escape would have been
I don't
something
know
unlikely.
I don't know if I think that she would have given it away, but
It's possible. She's
if it was
powerful and resourceful.
lost, yeah.
Could she have been forced to have it confiscated while being put into prisoner here?
Potentially, but I don't believe she would have done so without a fight.
Most of the people that are around the Coliseum have their weapons on them. I'm sure quite a few of them have tried stunts and stuff and have paid the price and have kind of learned to keep their weapons to themselves.
But the crewmates are in a unique scenario where they're strictly prisoners and not participants.
Per our arrangement, yes. At least that's
Right.
what the damned king has led us to believe.
Yes.
I
Well,
mean,
this is... Sorry, good.
those guards do not seem happy about whatever they were talking about.
No, a
between
fight broke
them.
out between them.
I would wonder why they're meeting in the dark places below, almost in secret.
I feel like this makes escape more likely. Sebian may not know, and one of them may be responsible for like
Letting them escape.
letting them escape. And if they are our bartering chip, then how would we act if we knew that one of the people we were looking to rescue was no longer here?
Gideon nods, sort of goes deep into thought. Lily just continuously looks terrified. Everything. As you guys are talking, she still continuously looks towards this sealed portcullis as noises spark her attention.
Owen, after a moment of silence, speaks up and says, a rather bold suggestion, but if we were somehow able to steal that sword, I might be able to locate Ripley.
I don't know about that.
Theoretically, we know where they're supposed to be, but if they've escaped, we won't know where they are now.
Hmm. Well, with this particular spell, I'd be able to also see around Ripley. Might give me a sense of what the state of the prisoners are in right now, if she is still with the prisoners. And if she's not with the prisoners, then I can know where she is currently,
Yes.
if she escaped. However, it does have its risks, of course. It's just something to think
And
about.
one of the biggest ones would just be getting that sword back.
I could attempt it without the sword, it just has a higher likelihood of failing to work. However, either way, it's not something we need to worry about in this present moment.
As you are,
Nope.
as you're all conversing, you hear this massive, high-pitched screech. It's ear-piercing, almost painful, as it just clears across the entire interior of the Coliseum and right through the chamber that you're in. The screech lasts for probably 10 seconds or so as you all sort of recoil and hold your ears to keep this sound out. As the screech stops, the entire room shakes just a bit. The stone itself starts to lose sand and dust and clouds up around all of you as the barrier begins to dissipate, allowing you sight through the portcullis. The interior of the Coliseum has completely changed and been altered. You see like stone spires reached up and web everywhere. Massive web just covering the ground itself, covering the walls, the interior. There's a large mist, not entirely restricting vision, but it does give you a bit of restrictive vision towards the distance. There also seem to be sort of pulsating yellow orbs akin to eggs attached to many of the spires that you can see from the interior. The portcullis is still sealed, but you also hear skittering moving about outside.
This looks fun.
I am
I
going
said
to
I was
enjoy this.
excited before. I hate this now.
Mm-hmm.
Are you sure?
Fairly.
Are you not enjoying this?
I've had better days.
Okay. Okay.
I think Tassis would probably bark a laugh at that.
I'm gonna preemptively cast Mage Armor on myself.
I cast Bark on myself.
Okay. Any other preparations?
I think I'll cast a second. How long does this last?
What are you looking at?
I'm just looking at magic weapon.
Okay.
I'm also gonna cast Armor of Agathis on myself.
Okay.
Just ahead of time.
Yeah, I'll just cast a second level magic weapon on myself.
Lasts up to an hour.
For my lance. I'm assuming that this fight isn't gonna last an hour, given that rounds are like 6 seconds.
Okay.
Oh, who wants to take bets that we're fighting some kind of spider creature?
Uh,
So we're fighting what?
Some kind of spider.
Oh. Well, whatever it is, we're gonna have to win.
Shall I try to convince it that this is a bad idea for its?
if you
don't-
can convince the damn beast that it doesn't want to fight, go for it.
Okay, I shall think about it.
I'll give you one whole gold piece if you can make that happen.
I am very tempted now.
Oh, the chains start to rattle. The portcullis starts to slowly creak and open in front of you. A few moments later, there's enough room to move out into the Coliseum. Would you like to move forward?
Yep.
I'll take point. I'm assuming Gideon is gonna be near me.
Yeah, Gideon will walk out with you as well. Lily is waiting. Does not seem to want to move forward out into the Coliseum.
My image of Lily right now is Kobini from Chainsaw
That's
Man.
very
So
accurate. Yes.
true. Ellen's gonna give Lily just a pat on the back and say, "We'll be all right," and I'll just walk forward.
She
out of
almost jumps,
portcullis.
startled at the contact, and sort of breathes out as she sees it's you. It's, okay.
Sure gets stabbed.
You're in good hands.
She
Don't you worry.
she stays pretty close to Crix as you all move out into the Coliseum. So I'm going to give you some of the imagery here. of what you're looking at. The interior is very like bluish
Do you have
green.
to?
Certain areas are just coated in webs so thick it looks like you'd have trouble even cutting through it with a blade, as the
Now
mist sort
what
of
the
permeates
hell
in
is
the air.
this?
And you see these spires risen up where these clusters of dozens and dozens of what are likely eggs just pulsing and glowing every now and then, just cased in web, holding them onto sort of the stone structures that rise up. Looking around, you see there's a magical barrier that's sort of blocking the entirety of the arena, protecting the individuals in the seating areas. In the distance above, it looks like the interior of the Coliseum has changed form and shape. Sevian's area has risen up, the open area of the Coliseum, seeming to have risen further, or maybe your area has sunken down. You can't tell quite exactly how it's happened, but something is obviously like magically almost terraformed the Coliseum to create this battleground. On the area above, it seems there are spiders that are able to cling and crawl along the surface of that barrier. That are crawling along the walls, and you see them every now and then just appear and disappear into webbing or behind web-like walls. It's created almost pathways around you, very large looming stone walls and stone spire-like structures as well that rise up in multiple locations. Most of the spiders seem to be ignoring you as you make your just early entry into the Coliseum here.
I'm with you, Briar. I hate this.
This is something else.
So stepping through, you realize that you're immediately in some sort of rough terrain. The ground is almost sticky as you move through.
Gross.
Continue forward.
Yep.
Are the
Get-
crowds here, or is the place like, are the stands
The crowds are out
full of
there.
people?
They're like jumping and shouting, but you can't hear them. Whatever magical barrier is, it's translucent. You can see through it. It ripples a bit, so you can't get like a very clear image. But you can see the crowd out there jumping and cheering. You just can't hear any of it. That barrier is obscuring the sound from the outside, leaving just the almost cavern-like echoous nature of the interior of the arena that you're in.
How high is it, this barrier?
So looking up, you can see the shimmer of it. It looks almost like a dome above you, rising up likely at least 100 feet.
Okay.
So, who here decided to take Firebolt this morning?
I do happen to have a fire spell on me. Can't use it very much, though.
You want to take any actions? You just want to continue forward into this area?
Nothing's immediately charging us, right?
Not yet.
Yeah,
Sort of
right?
as you slowly approach and make your way forward, you see a lot of spiders of unnatural size. Not like hulking, but definitely like at least 8 feet in length with large spindly legs. You see, it
How is
looks like
that not hulking?
there's a couple. It's not like massive, you know what I mean? But it's for a spider, it's pretty fucking big.
Did you say 8 feet is not
8 feet
massive?
long,
Long.
not 8 feet tall.
Not 8 feet tall, yeah. Like 8 feet
Okay,
width,
I mean,
from like leg to leg, and they've got very
Well, that
long
makes it
spindling legs and
better.
smaller bodies. But there's a couple variations of the spiders that you see. They're not all looking like that. Some of them are lower to the ground, more hairy, probably like 3-4 feet off the ground, with much more dangerous looking legs. You see them every now and then peer at you with that same red glowing eyes as you've seen around the arena and other creatures as well. They make eye contact with you for a moment as they just leap and throw themselves forward somewhere else amidst the web, creating just a vibration around you that you can feel even in the web at your feet as things are moving around in the vicinity of you, over and around you.
Can I count how many I spot?
Yeah, looking around sort of like as you approach, maybe in a minute or two as you make your way forward slowly, you spot at least a dozen, maybe more. They're moving around very quickly. It's hard to make them out at times, and it's also sort of hard to tell if you're looking at the same ones that are like repositioning themselves. But they obviously are taking note of you.
I'm going to give myself the elemental gift of flight, and I'm going to begin to just hover off the ground. And I'll look at the rest of the party and say, I'm going to take a quick second to survey the rest of the arena. I'm going to
Yeah.
fly upwards really
Why-
quickly.
While you do that, I will try to make communications.
Roll investigation, Ellen.
Aye. 23.
Okay. So as you make your way up, you notice there's like elements of web that are very thin that you make contact with that are very sticky, and it sort of stops you from going too high, lest you sort of encase yourself in it. But looking about at the height that you can reach, it's probably 50, 60 feet up above. You see almost tunnel-like structures that are formed of web and stone. There are some more larger cavernous areas. You see what looks like at least 40 spiders moving about in various areas here. Skittering along the walls and above and tops of these tunnels. For a moment, you see one of them sort of drive its face forward through the web, like peering into one of these web-like tunnels as well before pulling back out and moving along. At the far end, underneath where Sevian Fate's VIP sort of box is rising above, is the largest structure of web that has sort of a green flame glow about it, with only one very marbled stone-like entryway down at the bottom that you can't see into. It's enshrouded in web on all sides, but you can sort of see through the web and see this entryway below. Otherwise, it's entirely obscured with this almost cocoon-like dome of web.
Don't quite understand what the purpose of this bout is. Not typical of a Coliseum.
For a moment, Crix, how do you want to make contact here? What do you? what's your move?
First off,
boy.
I'm casting Speak with Animals.
Okay.
And I'm going to listen for a moment while he's going to explore to see if I can hear any type of chittering or anything that's going on.
So, for a moment, you don't hear anything. It sounds like very unintelligible mutterings. But what you start to hear is, "Yes, master. Yes, master. Yes, master." Like almost repeatedly over and over and over.
Nice.
Excuse me. Chitter, chitter, chitter.
The sort of cacophony of "Yes, master" sort of stops, and you hear silence for a moment. The rest of you, all of the skittering and sort of things that you had heard comes to a halt.
So what we see or hear is Crix chitters, and then everything goes quiet.
Yep. Very ominously so.
Love that.
Elwin, you're still up in the air above. Sort of experiencing
I'm going to
this as well.
draw my lance.
Now, I would say that there's probably been a miscommunication, but I know you're all evilly controlled by some jackass in the stand that wants to make this entertaining. So, where's your leader so we can kill them quickly?
Well, I'm gonna say roll animal handling.
Animal handling?
Yeah.
Awesome. How about a 19?
Okay. So you hear muttered whispering for a moment. The rest of you start to see the web-like wall structures and tunneled walls around you. You see them start to increase, weight dropped onto them from certain areas in 6, 7 areas around you. You don't hear anything at all for a moment, Crix, until for a moment you hear just one in unison, very hive mind, "Yes, master." And I want all of you to roll initiative.
No gold piece for you, Crix.
I yell up at Elwin and go, "They did not take the piece off of it."
I got a 5.
Oh god.
Oh my
Amazing.
god, a 2. Nat 1.
18.
Okay.
I also rolled a 2, but it shakes out to 10.
Lovely.
Yo.
Jesus Christ!
Yo, what's going on?
Rogues!
And
Shit.
Gideon. And Lily.
Can I
So
go
I
pee
got
really quickly before we start?
Yes.
Briar.
Can't
So
get
I
him.
got 2, Briar got 10. What are the other ones?
Elwin's gonna be first in your party's turn order at an 18, and then Lily's
You can only
going to be
have
second.
one concentration spell at a time, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Lily, and then it's going to be Briar and Gideon on the same turn. Followed by Tacitus, and finally landing out at Crix.
Great.
Okay, do you guys have any questions while we're waiting on Spy?
How many of
Why?
these? Can I get a head count on the ones that look dangerous?
They all look fucking dangerous. I'd say roll perception for me. I'll let you do a preemptive perception to see if you can identify.
22.
You can see at least a dozen sort of indentations and shadows in the web.
That are probably the ones that actually fight. Right.
Of varied sizes, yeah.
I would guess Crix would probably have knowledge on the creatures being like, that's probably one that's going to attack.
Everything that you've sort of seen so far, some of them are like the larger ones with the more spindly legs, you know, to be very sort of slow lumbering armored spiders. You can assume
Orb
they're
weavers.
just like tougher skin, so to speak, tougher carapace, but they have less offensive capability. The others that you've seen sort of scuttering about that are lower to the ground are much more dangerous. You know that they're jumping spiders. They've got sort of like very spiked barb-like hairs covering almost the entirety of their forms, their legs, their backs, everything. That's almost sharp to the touch if you get too close to one. They've got
Yeah.
poisonous mandibles, barbed arms.
Okay. I was going to ask you if it's very similar to real life, because fast spiders are normally non-poisonous. Orb weavers, they could be a mix.
The spiders that you're looking at are lightly poisonous. The low to the ground ones, they're more akin to like wolf spiders, whereas it's not like a very deadly poison, but it's not going to be enjoyable.
Yeah.
I have a question. Are they surrounding us or are they like
They're not really
Like,
surrounding you to
in
the point they're like
front.
behind you. They're more in front, in sort of a half circle that you can, at least the ones that you can spot and appear, like
Okay.
the shadows of them.
Okay.
To give you an idea of what you're in, you've moved into the center of a very like web covered area in the western portion of the Coliseum, where off to your left on the northern end is where Sevian Fate's area is. You can sort of make it out through the web, the webbed area, but the web also seems to be like spreading and increasing as some of these spiders move about. It's sort of obstructing more and more of the view. There's areas that you can move through, but a lot of the sort of movement in here is obstructed. You're going to be at half movement as well because you're in rough terrain with the webs. And you see several sort of open areas in the web. One to your left that would go north, sort of an area to your right that looks almost like a stoned entryway on that side, where with web just covered around and over it. Those both lead into just further sort of formed chambers of stone and web amidst the Coliseum here. And everything else, there's multiple areas that look like very narrow, sort of like 5x6 tunnels of web. You could likely travel through them, but you get the idea that it's sort of like spider movement zone.
The plus, I guess just for order of operations, the bonus that I give people to move happens, I'm assuming, before it gets halved, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna tell Gideon I'll take the left flank. Like, I don't think we should advance. We should try and maintain a defensive position. We don't know how many of these things are out there.
He nods. I agree. You see Lily in the back, sort of like Fade. She seems to go into a meditative state. As she opens her eyes, they have sort of a green glow to them, and she looks at the group of you. She's like, I know there's one large, frightening creature to the north. I believe it's their mother?
Yes, probably the queens.
That checks out.
Can I see that from the sky?
You can assume that that was likely the large chamber that you had seen beneath Sevian's location. The sort of green
Right.
flame-lit chamber.
Gotcha.
Any chance if we kill the big one, the little ones back off?
Laylee nods. She believes, I think so. Crix, do you concur?
I'm gonna make a knowledge nature check.
Nature. Yeah, roll your nature.
15.
I'm gonna just.
Yeah, it's checks out. Likely whatever sort of hive that you've stumbled into, if there is a queen, slaying it would most likely grant the rest of them to fear you almost, so you wouldn't have any more danger.
There's a good possibility of that.
I'm gonna descend from the sky, and reconvene with the group,
Okay.
while still hovering ever so slightly off the floor.
Okay. So as you land, above the web cracks in multiple places as three large of the more orb weaver-like spiders with the long spindly legs land. A couple of them land on those clusters of eggs. The eggs erupt in a very wet sort of splosh, and you see
Ugh.
multiple much smaller spiders, probably maybe 10 to 20 of them, roll off and hit the ground and advance towards you as well.
Briar gags.
As those three orb weaver spiders step up, on the sides, on both sides, you see two to your left and two to your right. Through the webbed walls crash the more hairy wolf spider-like creatures.
Oh, there's so many. I sure wish I knew Fireball at this point.
Again, some of those eggs erupt on both sides as those wolf spiders come out, creating just little tiny baby spiders that are just soaking wet and goopy as they stumble out and get to their feet and wish around. You see them sort of lift and make contact with whatever is hive minding this organization, and immediately turn towards you. Their eyes glow in that very small but bright red as well. All of these spiders have that bright red glow to their eyes as they all advance towards you. Elwyn, you've got the first move.
Do we have a game plan?
I have an ideas, kindas. We'll see.
Well, okay, so there's an army of spiders approaching me in this moment.
You've got three orb weavers at the front of you. They're about 60 feet away. They're just sort of holding their position. The wolf spiders on both sides to the left and the right are advancing. Aside from that,
did
there are a
you,
number of those babies that are approaching as well.
I was gonna say weather the initial attack, then we can worry about finding the queen.
I agree.
Yeah.
I'm gonna point a finger towards the three that were in front.
Okay.
And I'm going to just cast Scorching Ray, which three rays of fire.
Okay, one to each.
One for each of them.
Roll it
So
out.
let me roll. First one's a nat 20.
Awesome. Okay.
The second one is a 16 plus 9, so 25.
Okay.
And the third one is a 17 plus 9, so 26.
Okay, they're all hits.
I'll do the crit last. Let me see, what is this? It's 2d6 fire damage. Okay. 1 second, let me check something here.
Sure.
Oh, Sushi, we're in the middle of a session.
Question about one of my class job features, class features, whatever. My Genie's Wrath says once during each of your turns when you hit an attack roll, I can deal extra fire damage. Does that count for spell attacks as well?
Tell it to me again. Sorry.
It says once during each of your turns when you hit with an attack roll, I can deal extra damage
Yes.
to the target.
Yeah,
Okay.
attack. So spell attack, weapon attack. It's all attacks. Yeah, that counts.
Okay, so once during each of my turns when I hit with attack roll, how does this work for a spell
So-
that hits 3 targets?
You would just add it once to the overall damage. I'd say pick one of them and add it to that one, since you fired it at 3 different targets.
Okay, perfect. Can I add it on to the crit one? I'll add it on
Yeah.
to the crit one.
Sure.
Okay, so for the first ray, it does 8 damage.
Okay.
Fire damage.
Is that the crit? Or
Nope,
no?
that's just the
Okay.
non-crit. I'll do the crit one last. And
Okay.
then, so this one is going to do...
Oh Jesus! I actually just opened the stream. That was a bad idea.
This one's going to do 6 fire damage for the second beam.
Okay.
And then for the crit, do I roll the damage and then double it? Is that how it works?
Yep.
Again?
Roll the damage, double it, and then add your bonus to it as well.
Okay, do I double the bonus or is it just...
No, just roll the damage, double the damage, and then add your bonus on top.
Roll 2 6s. Jesus Christ. Okay, so that's 12.
Don't complain. Don't complain.
No,
It's
I'm
fine.
very happy. 12, so double is 24, and then an additional 4 fire damage, so 28 fire damage
28. Okay.
for that one.
Got it. Okay, so the first two, you strike the carapace, and you see it sort of dissipate off the carapace. Doesn't do a whole lot of damage. The other one, you're able to sort of curve underneath and strike into the more softer underbelly of this massive orb weaver-like creature. Looks like it burns and causes a bit of additional damage, and it sort of skitters back just further behind a few steps, the other two. Is that your turn, Ella?
Yeah, I'm just gonna draw my swords and scream at them.
Okay. So moving on, Lily is sort of like huddled up behind you guys, but she does try to gather what courage she can and steps forward. She gives a very cold spell emanates from her fingertip as she aims at one of the wolf spider like creatures on your left hand side. Strikes. You see it cause some freeze damage as it arcs up along the side of the creature and down one of its legs. Looks like it has a pretty increased effect. They are very much upset about the contact of that frost like damage. Briar.
So how far away is the closest one for me?
About 20 feet. Both the two on the left and the two on the right are about 20 feet. The others are about 30 out in front of the orb weavers.
Did the
Okay.
flame change anything about the searing ray change anything about the webs?
It didn't really pass through any of the webs. There's sort of a clear space between you to the orb weavers.
That's it. I'm gonna be right back. By the way.
Okay.
Okay.
Just to the bathroom.
Brad's gonna yell, "This is bullshit," and run up to one of the ones that Elwyn hit. Is there anything within 5 feet of me?
Yeah, you can be, if you want to angle it correctly, you can be within 5 feet of one of the wolves.
Yeah, let's do that. With a whole 16?
That's a hit.
All right.
You're attacking which one? The one that's
Oh.
the wolf spider that you're closest to?
Sure. Maybe I don't have the best So what did Elwyn attack?
Elwyn attacked the orb weavers, the 3 orb weavers in the front.
weavers.
Lily attacked one of the wolves on your left. So if you wanted to sort of retaliate against that one as well, you can.
Okay. Yeah. So we'll do that then. So we'll go for the wolf one that was 20 feet away.
Sure.
Okay. So 16 hit. Do. So that is 4 plus. Oh. 25 piercing damage.
Okay. So the wolf spider reels back. You're able to strike the more frosted over area that you had noticed from Lily's attack. Seems to have cut through and given you like a nice opening to do some really significant damage to this creature. As it stumbles off, you cut straight through it, and it oozes this very like green, black goop from the wound and onto your blade as well.
All right. So what's around me at this point? How far away are things?
So there's a wolf spider that is 10 feet off from you, and the one that you just attacked is 5. There's an orb weaver immediately to your right that's 15 feet away. And then the remainder are further away off behind you and to the right-hand side of the rest of the party.
Okay. I'm going to use my bonus action to get back into the party and be behind Gideon and Tacitus. And then, because of fancy footwork, the one I hit doesn't get opportunity attacks.
Okay.
We love fancy footwork.
If I pass something else, it got an opportunity attack, but...
No, you're good.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm back.
And that's my turn.
Okay. So Gideon ignites his Sorrel, that like 3-pronged whip like weapon that he's been using. He rushes for that same wolf spider that you engaged. Has a little bit more range on the thing, so he's able to stay about 10 feet away and just takes 3 massive swings at the creature. The first one, the spider is able to sort of roll away and avoid. The other 2 is a 19 and a 20. So he strikes really well with the second 2 strikes. One of them, it's like a side like slash. The other one he brings straight down to the top of the creature. Dealing enough damage, you see 2 of its legs sort of slice off with the first attack, and the last like glowing sort of flame strike from above from the Sorrel cuts through in 3 places on the spider and just kills it. It is just oozing that same sort of green-black goop as it falls and dies. Tacitus.
So the one that had been mainly injured so far is dead now?
Yep, that one's dead. There's one that was very significantly injured by Elwyn's critical strike on the right, the Orb Weaver. The other 2 are just barely damaged. The remaining 3 wolf spiders, 1 to the left, 2 to the right, haven't been touched yet.
And the orb weavers were the ones that weren't charging at us, right? It was the wolf spiders, like the ones to the sides.
Yeah, the Orb Weavers seem to be like maintaining a distance from you.
Okay. I guess based on where Gideon is, I want to put myself between the rest of the party and the like the wolf spiders coming from, I guess, my side. Does that make sense?
Sure.
And let's see. Do I want to use anything right now? I think I'll just like wait until one of them like gets close enough. I guess I want to delay
Okay.
my action until one of them gets close enough, like within striking range.
Okay. So you want to hold action in case one of them retaliates. Anything else?
Not in case one of them retaliates, but like
You,
when
like,
they
gets
get
close
close.
enough. Got you.
Yeah.
Okay. And again, that's on the side that Gideon focused and killed one, right? So there's just the one remaining there. Is it when I focus? You want to focus the 2 on the right that haven't been engaged yet?
The other side, yeah, wherever there's more.
Okay.
Like I'm letting him have his side, and I'll worry about mine.
Perfect. Okay. So hold action there, and Crix.
Seeing some of the fire stuff going on, does it seem like it's melting some of the web away?
Roll perception really quick. See what you spotted, if anything.
21.
So I mean, just the spells haven't really made contact with any of the webs directly. Just a bit of like spark off of Elwyn's shots, and the sort of like heat from Gideon's Sorrel as well seemed to cut pretty cleanly through. But it also like whipped against the side of the wall and sort of dragged down. You saw it like char and singe. You get the idea that some of it is less structural than others, and others are just thick enough that they're probably resistant.
Okay. I am going to step let's say about 10 feet away. And I just kind of smirk at the spiders and chitter for a second. Just be like, yes, since you all want to fight, let's fight. And I'm going to wild shape into a fire elemental.
Holy
Oh.
shit. Okay.
Oh boy.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
They pull up a fire elemental stab hog really quick.
Classic Crix behavior.
Oh, yeah.
Watch the floor melt beneath us
What
and we all
is,
just sink through.
What's the appearance you take on as this fire elemental?
The fucking giant fire elemental.
Sort of like a
Um,
twister-like energy.
Yes, very much so. The flames are just kind of rising within like the body structure itself. The bottom part doesn't have feet. It's
Something
just
like that?
whirls. Yes.
Okay.
Should have become a giant fire spider. That would have been hilarious.
What stat block are you
Um,
using?
I'm using the fire elemental. I do have bark skin
Monster
on
manual?
me, so
Okay.
yeah. So for the time being, my AC is a 16, not 13.
Gotcha. This is the medium fire elemental, correct?
It's a large fire elemental.
Large fire elemental. Excellent. Okay.
Oh boy.
So
It's
the large has
it's
a
this-
normal AC of 14, and your bark armor is plus.
this is what I'm using.
Second. Oh, that is not the one from the monster manual. Okay.
Is it not? Huh.
No. The large fire elemental in the monster manual is a little different. Okay though.
Is it actually called a large fire elemental?
Yes.
Oh, interesting.
Just a bit different. But we can use this one. It's alike in a lot of ways. It just has slightly different HP and AC. Like this one has less AC but more HP. But yeah, we can use yours. That's perfect.
Yeah. I figure I just use this one because I can roll off the sheet.
Yeah, that's perfectly fine. Okay.
So yeah, so 10 foot movement. I'm assuming it's difficult terrain.
Not with the flame. You can sort of glide across pretty well as you sort of erase the web behind you. The rest of the
As long as
party
you
as well.
start near me, you also get plus 10 movement speed.
So yeah, so you have full movement as a fire elemental, and the rest of the party, you see as Crix's elemental form moves, it does create almost a cleared path amidst the web as well. So you think you get the idea that you'd be able to move much easier without that restricted web-like stickiness.
You said one of the oracles had landed next to a bunch of eggs, right?
They all sort of landed around those clustered eggs, all three of them.
How far away is that?
The closest one to you would be about 20 feet off to your right. Furthest back is like 35 feet in front of you, and then there's one about 30 feet off to your left as well.
I'm going to. Yeah, Crixwood. I'm going to very quickly kind of like clear a small area in front of us so
Okay.
it gives them some movement. And I'm going to use the rest of my movement, which should be enough to get to like where those little spiders are with the orb weavers.
Okay.
And I'm going to actually use my I don't know. Can I use my draconic breath weapon while in
You
an
are a
element?
creature of fire, so yeah, absolutely. I would allow
Okay,
that.
I would
Yep.
love to do that then.
Sure.
And cone fire them. DC 13 save. It's I believe it's gonna be dexterity.
What's the cone on that? 30 feet?
It's 15 feet.
15, okay.
And it's a con DC of 13.
Okay, so you can basically pick one of them, one of the orb weavers.
All right, that's more than fine. I'll pick whatever one
Was more heavily damaged. There was
Yeah.
the one that's closest was the one that was crit by Elwyn.
Yeah.
Okay, and what's the DC again? Oh, it doesn't matter.
It's 13. Wait, roll.
A 3, so it fails.
I get to roll this at. I really need to get like an actual roller for some of this. Ba-bum. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? There. 13.
Okay, 13 damage. Gotcha.
Fire.
Okay. So you notice these particular spiders, as the fire makes contact, seems to have trouble like penetrating the carapace, the armor of them. As it
orb spider?
also, yeah, the orb spider. With your crit, I think I mentioned you had sort of hit like a softer underbelly of it, sort of like hit underneath, and that's penetrated. It avoided the armor, but the armor, as the fire makes contact with the armor, it does seem to resist the flames to an extent. Also, as the flames cast over the ground and some of those eggs, the eggs burst. Looks like maybe 6 to 8 eggs burst. As the flames last, some of those little babies that have been coming out are burned and destroyed. You see them sort of shrivel up, but many others resist. In front of you, there look to be at least 20 of these little baby creatures that have exploded out of these eggs in just like tight, chunky like clusters that hit the ground and immediately disperse and begin rushing towards you as well. Anything else, Crix?
I like to stand in the spot that the spiders actually stand in.
You want to move like right into the space with the Orb Weaver?
Right into it.
Okay.
And it's going to take 10 whole fire damage.
All right.
As I stand in its little spot. Also a thing to note too is if something catches on fire, and it's able to be caught on fire, it's going to be caught on fire until something douses it.
Okay. Yeah, as you move through, you definitely you clear like a path behind your feet as well. You notice like as your sort of shoulders brush along the web-like structures as well, it does char through and clear some areas, and begin to create small little fires along some of the thicker walls that continuously burn.
All right. I'm curious to see if this creature is going to be flammable when its turn comes.
Okay.
What does this smell like?
So the immediate smell you get is almost like a pleasant barbecue. Until the first one had been killed by Gideon, and that ooze-like bit started to come out and begin be charred by his weapon strike, as well as the more charring spell of this fire elemental moving through and burning some of this web. It's almost like toasted marshmallows for a moment, but becomes more mixed with like if you were toasting marshmallows over somebody's flesh.
Oh God.
That's great. Thank you, Bird.
You're welcome. You did ask. you asked for that. Now it is the spider's turn. So the 3 orb weavers, you see them sort of rear back. The one that's underneath you, Tacitus, struggles and tries to move out from amidst the flame, but it isn't able to move back far enough. You're also able to prevent whatever attack it was trying to do as it struggles and stumbles back to get out of the space. And it's about halfway out, but you're still sort of burning like half of its carapace and a couple of its legs. It doesn't ignite anywhere specifically, but you are like slowly melting through the carapace. You can see,
Okay.
sort of essentially lowering its AC slowly.
Okay.
The other 2 orb weavers in the back rear back, and they spit massive chunks of web, almost in chains. I need Briar, everybody except Crix, to roll dexterity save.
Remember, everyone gets +2 being near me.
I'm immune.
You are immune, yes.
Yeah, anyone within 10 feet of me gets +2 to all saving throws.
Okay.
Dirty 20 for me.
Okay.
You said dexterity saving throw?
Yes, please.
29.
Okay.
23.
Okay. So Lily in particular gets hit pretty hard. You see her, like, as you're all able to, like, shield yourselves, bring your arms up, avoid some of it, this, like, sticky web, almost wet and hot, spits out and it makes contact with you, connects with you. The group of you individually take... So you take 3 damage apiece as it sort of burns into you. You're able to avoid like any sort of restrictive movement of the boat, but Lily in particular is struck directly in the chest and pinned to the ground in almost a very like web-like net that cuts from her upper shoulder down to around her waist and just covers her entire torso. Screams as she sort of fades backwards and into the ground. The wolf spiders move up. The one next to you and Gideon takes 2 slashes with its arms. Misses both times at you, Briar, and then takes a bite with its mandibles at Gideon. Makes contact with his armor, strikes. You see him sort of stumble back and take a little bit of damage. The 2 wolf spiders on the right, they back up. They sort of like rear backwards and make a jumping attack, both at Tacitus, being the closest one to them. You're able to avoid the first one. The second one is a 19, I believe that hits.
Yeah, that hits. My AC is 16.
16, okay. So rears back, strikes you direct, and sort of like swipes and slices at you with its 2 very sharp arms. The arms themselves are almost like blades, like natural blades. You take 8 damage.
And does his held action kick in?
It does.
Okay.
So you can
So
pick one
I'm
of them and strike.
going. Yeah, I'll just let's hit it with the glaive.
Okay.
Get him, Tacitus.
15.
15. Okay, that's a hit.
That's 12 damage.
12, perfect. Okay.
Second hit, that's a 26.
That's a hit.
That's 8 damage, and then I get a bonus hit. Right, I get a bonus, I think.
Yes.
Yeah, there it is. Okay. 19 or
Hit.
sorry, 27.
Hit.
It was a 19 roll. And that's 6 damage.
Okay.
Does the damage type matter at all there? The first 2 were slashing, the last one was bludgeoning.
No, they both seem to have equal effect. No increase or resistance at all. That's your entire held action, right?
Yep.
Okay. So at the end of the turn, you hear a lot more skittering above as well. You see the pressure in the web along these tunnels and walls as more spiders are sort of climbing in. You get the idea that there's sort of more approaching the fight as well. Elwin.
Hi. Okay, trying to visualize where I am in the midst of this.
You're still sort of at the main center. So to your right-hand side, you've got Tacitus sort of squared up with 2 wolf spiders that are about 10 feet from you now. On the left-hand side, Gideon has just destroyed one of the wolf spiders. The opposite one moved to retaliate against him and Briar. And in front of you, directly in front of you at a distance, is one of the orb weavers, about 35 feet. And then to your left and your right-hand side, Crix, sorry, on the right-hand side is this massive fire elemental, still sort of on top of the right-hand side orb weaver that you had critically struck earlier.
Right.
The one on the left is a good distance from you as well. It just took a bit of damage from your first strike.
Okay, so the orb weavers are in front, along with Crix, the fire elemental. And then to the left of me is, you said it was Briar and Gideon?
Yes.
Fighting one wolf spider? Or is it 2 over
Just
there?
one. One of them was killed on the left. There's 2 on the right, and
Right.
just 1 remaining on the left.
Okay, I'm gonna run over to where Tacitus is and attack one of the spiders that he's engaged with.
Okay. The same one that he damaged?
I'll go for that one, yeah.
Okay.
Using my... Earlier, did I see that the frost damage did anything in particular to them?
Lily's attack, her frost attacks, seem to have really struck the one that Gideon killed. It seemed to react very unfavorably to that damage.
Interesting. Good to know. I'll keep that in mind for my next turn. For this turn, I'm just going to swing. I'm going to pull out my blades, ignite them both, and take 2 stabs at this thing.
Okay.
2 slashes, I guess. The first one is +8, 23.
Hit.
And the second attack is a 17.
That's it as well.
Okay, 68. Here she is. All right, so for the first one, it's going to be 7 plus 4, which is 11, plus 4 fire damage. So 11 slashing damage plus 4 fire damage there, 15 total
Okay.
for the first slash. And then the second slash is just going to be 6 damage.
Okay.
I guess it's radiant damage though, but I don't know if that matters. Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, it takes all that damage, and you see it stumble back. Again, it begins oozing that like greenish black fluid slowly out of the wounds that you created in its carapace. Seems like it's on the ropes. Like this one is particularly very well damaged. Is that your turn, Ellen?
Yeah.
Okay, so Lily, you see her viciously struggling, desperately to release the web that she's trapped under. Unfortunately, she's not able to get herself out. You see, she looks absolutely terrified. Her arms are completely restrained. Inside this web is sort of just completely from upper right shoulder down to her lower left hip, completely holding her to the ground. And she can't take any actions with this. Briar.
Okay. Does it seem like I would be able to assist Lily in getting out of that?
You can try and cut through it or get through the web if you like.
Yeah, let's start with that. And that would be my action, probably?
Yeah.
Yep, okay. Yeah, let's do that.
Okay. Just roll a melee attack.
11.
Yep, that works. And then roll damage.
Should I bother adding? Is there a way I can get sneak attack, or should I just roll?
You can get sneak attack. There's enough people around here. It's web. You can get sneak attack.
Okay. Okay. Because my D8 was a 1.
Oh boy.
All right. 19.
19 damage.
Yeah.
Okay, close enough. You're able to like cut through and get through most of the web to the point that the last bit of it sort of snaps and releases Lily.
Okay. I don't suppose like bonus action I give her my hand and pull her up from being prone.
You can do that with your movement and the action. Yeah, you can get her up and pull her back up to her feet.
Okay. Yeah. So I'll pull her back up to her feet, and I'll
she looks
yell to the
extremely
others.
grateful. She's like panting desperately. You see that she's got tears in her eyes.
Poor baby. So I'm gonna yell to the others. We need to keep moving and cut a path through to the queen. If we stay here, they're just gonna keep coming.
I mean, no shit.
Growls this howling fire elemental. Is that your turn, Briar?
Yeah, I don't think I can do anything else.
Okay. Gideon nods and he's about to shout something in return, but those little babies finally reach you. Big clusters of them. Briar, they begin to crawl up your legs on both sides. Gideon as well. Elwyn, several of them reach
I
you.
love it.
Several of them reach you and also begin to crawl under your clothes and up your legs as well.
I'm off the ground.
It's
I'm
hard to tell how
hovering.
many. You pull yourself up above.
Well, I've always been hovering. I haven't been walking on the ground.
You said you landed.
I said I was hovering above the ground.
All right, I'll give it to you.
That's what I said.
How far above the ground are you hovering?
Like, I'm not super high above the ground. I'm like probably a foot off the ground.
A foot?
Yeah, like a foot.
Okay, they are able to hop a foot and latch onto you, like your boots, and begin to climb you.
Okay.
But they have struggles, and they're not able to move as fast. They do reach like about your knees, maybe 4 of them. It's hard to tell. The rest of you, they begin crawling up and taking little bites. Briar, you take 3 points of damage. Elwyn 2. Tacitus, they just reached like the area of your hooves, so they're not actually climbing and doing damage to you yet.
Does this count as a melee attack?
Yeah, they're basically biting into you. It counts as a melee attack.
Okay, when a creature hits me with a melee attack, due to my armor of Agathis, it takes
Finally.
25. It takes 25 frost damage.
Finally.
What?
It's a little baby
Yeah.
spider is the first thing to trigger your armor effect.
It's about time.
I love arm.
It's so good.
So
But
yeah,
yeah, it takes 25 cold damage.
they all sort of explode underneath your clothes as they bite into you, and the oozing of them sort of drips down from your boots onto the ground as well.
Satisfying.
Gideon uses his turn to swat and try and remove as many as he can. He's going to take one of his swings to do that, and then he's going to retaliate with his sorrel against the remaining wolf spider on the left side. He's going to swing twice at it. Makes contact both times. Cuts into the armor of it, but doesn't do a whole lot of damage. And that's going to bring us to Tacitus.
In front of us, there are the 2 orb weavers still, right?
2 of them. One of them. There's actually 3, but one of them is encompassed by Crix's elemental form.
Oh, I thought one of them died.
No, one of the wolf spiders on the left-hand side died.
Oh, okay. And Gideon just attacked a wolf spider, right? No one else is attacking the orb weavers.
No, just Crix currently is slowly damaging it with his flames. There's only one wolf spider left on the left, but you do still have those 2 engaged with you within 5 feet. The right-hand side wolf spiders.
Okay, I'm going to, for one of my attacks, can I like, I guess, swipe at the ground to try and like, I guess, like ward off the ones that are like trying to like climb up me?
Sure.
Or that
Also,
are getting...
as a bonus action, if you guys would like to use bonus actions, you can like swat to try and clear off as many as you can.
Okay. In that case, I'll probably just let them and then use that to get them off later. So
Okay.
I'll just whatever is one of the wolf spiders close enough to for me to hit it? Or
They're
did it
both.
back up?
2 of them are within 5 feet of you.
Okay, I'll swipe at whichever one was the one that hit me recently.
Okay. Yeah, he's very
That's
very wounded.
17 to hit.
That's a hit.
That's 12 damage.
Exactly enough. So you slice right through. You're able to cut sort of the front portion of the creature off, spewing that same ooze as it falls to the ground dead.
Okay. And my second attack, I rolled a 13.
That's a hit.
Oh wow. That's 8 damage.
Okay.
And I think for this one, I will use I'll use my Divine Smite and expand one of my level 1 spell slots to do 2d8 more damage.
Okay.
Yeah,
I don't suppose it's either undead or fiend.
No.
Okay.
Hey, I got lucky with fiends.
12 damage.
Okay. Yeah, roars back from those attacks. The remaining wolf spider. You're able to do considerable damage. Looks like you cut through it pretty well. Anything else, Tacitus?
How far away am I from the rest of the group?
The closest one to you would be Lily and Briar, and they're just probably about 8 feet behind you.
Okay, I'm just gonna stand my ground then.
Gideon's like pretty close too. He's just probably another 5 feet or so off. The furthest one away is Crix, who like went off to engage the Orb Weaver. The rest of you are still sort of clustered in. And Crix, Mr. Elemental.
I look back to the group and there's still baby spiders on the ground rushing towards them.
Yes. Dozens.
I look back to the one that I'm currently engulfed in, and I go, that's a dirty tactic, but you're a good spider, and I'll go kiss it on its head and be a melee attack
Okay.
for 12.
12 to hit.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't quite burn through the carapace.
And second attack of 15.
That doesn't quite get through. Almost. Like you start to penetrate, you feel it melting underneath you at the touch. And you feel like you're probably still doing damage to the AC, ticking it down, but that one doesn't make contact.
All right, so I'm just barely missing.
Just barely, yeah. You can feel yourself sort of getting through slowly as it like melts through the carapace of this creature, but yeah, not quite.
Hey, do me a favor, Mr. Spider. Wait here. I'm going to go tend to your babies real quick. And I'm going to rush away. You can take a free attack.
Okay. No hit.
Oh, damn it! That's like it needs to
Nope.
burn you.
No, yep. No, it swings with one of its arms, but it doesn't quite make it at you. It's still sort of reeling back from the attack in its armor.
From where I am at and where the group is, I'm going to rush towards the group.
Okay.
But the way I want to do is I want to kind of like run over where the baby spiders are and do damage to them.
Okay. So that's
Like
a pretty wide
vacuuming them
swath.
up, but with fire.
Pretty much, it says anytime a creature first enters into my space, it does damage. So I'm assuming me running them over because I can run over their space would do
Yep.
damage.
Yeah, and I'm not going to make you roll anything. It's like they don't really have a lot of hit points. So yeah, you pass right over them. They get sucked up into that fiery form of Crix's elemental, and they get spit back out of its body around its chest level. And you guys are sort of rained with dead baby spiders for a second.
Dead flaming baby spiders.
Is there any more eggs really close by?
So back behind you where the Orb Weavers were, there's 3 structures. One of them have you mostly cleared the eggs from. The other 2 have been barely cleared. There's still dozens of eggs sort of lined up along the wall, the spires of these like stone-like structures, encased in web.
Okay. Given that you said it was 20 feet away from the group when I moved, I have 50-foot movement speed, so it would be safe to say I can move all the way back to that spider.
Yes, you can.
Okay. I'm going to engulf it again and be like, I'm back. And that'll be my turn.
Okay.
Profoundly toxic. Love it.
I'd say you can roll some additional fire damage on that for re-engulfing it. It's a D10.
2.
Got it. Okay, so the Orb Weavers, the one that's sort of like you're on top of, you feel like almost like an oozing fluid emerges. It tries to spray you with this very viscous, wet web from the inside. Feels like it makes contact with you. Your AC is 16, you said, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it makes contact, but doesn't it does damage. You feel like you're definitely resistant to this damage, though. It does 6 points of damage to you.
What type of damage is it?
It's poison.
Poison? I'm completely damage immune to it.
Ow.
Oh, immunity to fire and poison.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I thought it was just fire. Okay, so yeah, you feel it like it spits, cuts inside of you and just immediately dissipates with the engulfing of the flame.
Just literally burns the poison immediately.
Yeah, pretty much. Soft chitters. I'm disappointed in you.
And you're resistant to slashing, right?
And what?
You're resistant to like slashing and piercing, I believe.
I have damage resistance to blunt, pierce, slash from non-magical.
Gotcha. Okay. So yeah, the remaining two, one of them comes through and takes 2 slashing attacks at you. One of them's a nat 20. The other one misses. With the leg attack, it is. You take 22 points of damage
Oh shit!
from the critical strike. But you have it for your resistance.
Okay, so let me write down what my
11.
HP 11 damage.
11 damage, yep.
So I'm at 93.
Yep.
That max. No, 90.
And
it's going to take, because it did 10 damage of fire right back to it.
10 damage of fire for slicing through. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the Orb Weaver in the back is going to fire. The third Orb Weaver, furthest to the left, takes a shot at you, Briar, with a web. Makes contact, strikes you in the back and side as it sort of throws you to the ground. Make a strength saving throw for me. You're muted if yeah.
Oh, it's me?
Yes.
Sorry, I missed the name for who
Oh,
that
good.
was. Why did it have to be strength? Oh, 16 though.
Okay. So yeah, like pushes down, it almost forces you to the ground, but you're able to resist it. But it does sort of cover you in this wet, oozing hot web. From your like
God.
right arm down your back to your waist. You're gonna have disadvantage on your next action, whatever that be. The wolf spider is going to the one remaining wolf spider on the left is going to take 2 slashes with its arms at Gideon. The first one strikes, cuts through, but he's able to sort of drive his armored bracers up to avoid the second one. It makes a third bite attack. I threw my dice completely over my roller. He's able to sort of like stumble backwards and avoid the bite like of the mandibles of this creature as they like wiggle back and forth and try to make contact with him. The remaining wolf spider on the left, Tacitus, 2 attacks with the legs at you. Both miss miserably. It does make a third bite attack with a 15. You're a 16, right? Tacitus?
Yeah,
Yep.
Yeah, I'm 16.
Okay. So yeah, the bite, you're able to sort of just it makes contact with your chest, and you're able to resist the damage and sort of just get pushed back a little bit. With that, you start to hear like scraping and slashing. Looking around the area to your left and right hand sides, looks like multiple spiders are trying to slash their way and create holes in the web. You also start to see like moving shadows from those tunnels along the left and right hand side, the smaller tunnels, indicating that there's approaching additional spiders. Bringing us back to Elwyn.
There's still the wait. Tassus killed one of the wolf spiders.
Yeah, you've only got one wolf spider on the left, one on the right, and then the 3 orb weavers. One of them is being burned viciously by Crix.
Right. So there's still a wolf spider like next to me. Where I am.
Yep, the closest one near Tacitus. On the right.
I'm gonna I'm gonna rise up into the sky a little bit more, maybe like 15 feet.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna look at the wolf spider that is near Tacitus. And I'm going to cast Frostbite.
Okay.
It has to do a Constitution saving throw, DC 17.
And its con is +1, so fails.
All right. So it's gonna take 11 frost damage.
Okay. As the frost makes contact, you immediately hear it like hiss and howl in reaction. Seems to do additional damage as it like burns through with the frost, cutting right through the creature, almost melting it in certain areas as the frost eats away at its flesh. And it does drop dead. Sort of pieces of it frozen, chunk breaking off.
Oh yeah. Okay, so that deals with the wolf spiders on that side.
Yes.
You said they were still engaged with one on the other side?
Yeah, left side there's one that's taken some damage, but it's still up.
Okay. I'm gonna like fly over in that direction.
Okay.
And just yeah, I'll be like sort of near there in the air still.
Okay. So Lily's going to step up after being rescued by Briar. Again, she's like tears in her eyes, but she's very like joyfully like tries to force a smile as she walks past. She points again with another chill attack at the remaining wolf spider on the left. It cuts through again. You see the frost burn through the creature almost like fire, doing an incredible damage to it and sort of breaking one of its legs, leaving it very wounded but still sort of struggling to stand, still alive. And Briar.
Yes. All right. So there's a barely alive wolf spider.
To the left, yes.
Okay. So I'll go ahead and approach that one. Is the webbing like hindering my movement too, or is it just disadvantage on the action?
Just disadvantage on the action. You do have still like the webbed ground if in that area, so rough terrain, so you're half movement.
Okay. How far away is it?
The wolf spider is 5 feet.
Oh. Well, yeah, just turn around and hit it.
Okay.
Is it flanked?
Yes. You've got Gideon and Lily within range.
Sweet. Disadvantage 18.
Hit.
Great. So that is 21 damage.
Yeah, so completely obliterates the thing. You're able to slice the remaining couple legs off of it as it's almost to the ground and just penetrate right through the facial carapace of it, killing the creature.
All right.
Again, you can still feel several of those babies crawling about on you. As a bonus action, again, any of you can roll sleight of hand to try and eliminate them.
Oh, I hate that so much. Yeah. We'll do that.
Okay. Give me a sleight of hand.
It's a fucking nat one.
Oh my gosh.
So as you kill the
No.
creature, you feel the little babies crawling up, and they sort of pass your waist, and they climb up under your shirt. You like stumble backwards. You kind of fall on your butt, swatting at these creatures, very terrified suddenly at the realization that they're still on you and climbing up above you.
You slap yourself in the face.
You stumble backwards, you take 2 damage, and you can feel a couple of the bites from these creatures as well, and you take an additional 4 damage.
Okay.
Is that your turn?
I think that's my turn.
Okay. So Gideon falls back, and he does use his action to sort of swat at some of these spiders, sort of slapping you in multiple places as he sees on your body, attempting to get these creatures off. He does a pretty good job, so you feel several of them sort of splatter against you, very wet, goopy-like substance as they're killed. And he's going to then move off and engage the Orb Weaver on the left-hand side. He takes 3 attacks with his Sorrel. So the first 2 actually miss, but the last one makes contact. He's able to sort of cut into one of the legs of the creatures and do a little bit of damage. A whole lot of these babies are sort of like burnt to a crisp by Crix. There's not too many left. They're not able to successfully reach you and sort of bite in. But Tacitus, a couple of them sort of latch onto you, start climbing up your leg. Just 2 of them you feel, dealing 2 damage as they bite in. And it's your turn, Tacitus.
Is the of the orb weavers that are still up, is there the one that was still damaged by Crix?
He's on top of it, slowly burning it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. The other one also is like
Um,
on his left. It's gotten closer and attacked him, so it's also taken a bit of damage. You can see it sort of smoldering and shard in a certain
And the
area.
one on the left is the one that
Gideon just engaged.
Gideon is engaging, and there are no more wolf spiders except the one that
You can see them and hear them trying to claw through the walls. So there's a number of them that are trying to like break in through the web line and engage you guys as well. But
right, but
there's
the
no more
visible
currently
one.
up. Yeah, they're all dead.
Okay.
So you've just got 3 orb weavers.
I will move forward to the to try and get to the rightmost orb weaver, the one that's not being engaged.
Okay.
To hit that one.
The one that, not the one that Crix is on top of, but the
other
one.
one.
Okay.
Yeah. And I'll swing. Oh, that's a nat 20.
Nice.
Hey.
So that's roll damage
Double
twice.
roll damage,
and
double
the-
that number, and then add bonuses.
I mean, 13 damage.
Okay.
And second hit, that's a 16 to hit.
That's not a hit.
Damn. Let me see. Do I want to do anything else? I am going to, as a bonus action, attempt to push it 5 feet away.
Okay.
So it needs to succeed on a DC 16 strength saving throw.
Literally fails with a nat 1.
Okay.
Hey.
So then it gets pushed 10 feet away.
And it also sort of like stumbles off and falls prone to the side. Is that your turn?
Yep.
Okay. Mr. Firecrix.
You said there's 2 additional pillars. That's right.
Yeah, there's 2. One that the orb weaver on your left, that Tacitus just engaged, moved away from, and then one that's close to the one on the far left. That Gideon
Alright.
is engaged with.
I'm gonna try to kill the spider that I'm currently hovering on.
Okay.
So I'm gonna slam him. Nat 20, 26.
Hell yes. Okay.
So that is going to be a very nice double the dice. So 7, 14 plus the 3, 17.
Perfect.
17 fire.
It had exactly 17 hit points left, so you're able to crush through and finally break through and melt through the carapace as your fiery fists burn the interior sort of brain of this creature and melt it to the ground.
All right.
So that one's down.
And then I will hit the other one.
Okay.
25.
Hit.
For 10 damage of fire.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna move away and head towards the nearest eggs. So if it wants to take a free shot at me, it's welcome.
It sure will. Well, no, actually, that one's prone still, knocked by Tacitus, so it's not going to be able to.
Okay. Well, I'm going to use my 50 feet to go move to the eggs and basically exterminate them.
Okay.
And if I have any movement left, I'll stop moving to the next batch.
So you want to like just encompass that spire?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So as you move over it, you immediately feel those eggs start to pop. The little babies burn and fly out into the air. Tacitus, Gideon, and Briar, in specific, the 3 of you are sort of reigned again in little charred, slightly burning baby spider carcasses.
Chitter, chitter.
Yay.
Chitter, chitter. I didn't want to do this, but the blood of the innocents on you.
You feel a very dark presence as you start to communicate again. Very angry, but you don't get a response. You're able to move slightly off the pillar, but not quite reach the remaining one left, though.
Keep hiding. I'll just kill all your children.
Jesus.
Okay. So the remaining spider behind you does manage to drag itself to its feet. It swings back through. It takes 2 slashing attacks at you, so it's going to take some fire damage as well. with a 17 and a 19, so 2 hits. With that, it is. You take 13 damage, halved. So go ahead and take 6. And you can roll your fire damage on him. D10, right? Crix.
E10 indeed. 2. Great.
Okay.
I'm either high or low. Dang it.
Hey, you're still ticking away at him. And he's actually going to take a retaliation third strike, a bite, with a nat 20,
Oof.
which still is 12. So you take 6 points of damage from the bite.
Yay.
If I were to
55.
lay on hands on him, would I get hurt?
No,
Mate,
no, it's
Yeah.
well, if you touched him, yeah, I think lay on hands you have to touch, right?
you have to touch, and
Yeah.
it literally states any creature
Anything,
that
yeah.
touches or hits me.
So you would take fire damage.
That's crazy.
I have to be careful, like I can't move in your spaces or I can't burn you.
Cool. Well,
The
It's a
remaining orb
hard,
weaver,
hard knock life.
the remaining orb weaver on the left, spinning around, it's going to target Elwyn. It's going to fire a web shot at you.
Gross.
With a 19, makes contact. Make a strength saving throw.
Oh boy, not my strong suit. Come on, dice, be kind to me. 11.
So the web, it like wraps around you and spins you almost as it makes contact with you in the air. Encompasses your wings, sort of squeezes them into you, and almost wraps around you in like a cocoon. The rest of the party, you see Elwyn sort of fall from the sky off behind Gideon, closer to you, Briar. You take 8 damage from the fall. And you land very close to some skittering babies as your face is sort of in the ground. And in this web, you see many little creatures starting to crawl towards you.
Hold up, we just fell through the ground?
No. Elwyn
So what happened?
Elwyn was flying.
Oh, okay, next to me.
Yeah, so fell from his flight and landed on the ground behind you and Gideon.
Got it.
Interesting.
Okay. Now, behind you, you start to see the arms of these wolf spiders. A couple locations they cut through. They're almost through to like behind you to the left, and then 2 of them behind you to the right. You're also starting to see them appear much closer and more looming shadows above, as more spiders are clamoring around and starting to prepare to engage. It looks like.
Need the moves.
Elwyn, it is your turn. You can roll straight strength to try and escape the web.
17.
So you're able to like rip through and break out. You get your arm out. You're still prone. You have to use movement to get up. You're also at disadvantage. You've only got one arm free. One wing, I'd say, as well, was able to get free, but the other one is still on the inside. If you want, you can use an action to like get the rest of the web off of you.
Okay, let me think. So
I'm gonna run to the bathroom again. Sorry.
Norse.
I'm standing now.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah,
I'm
you're
gonna
back on
stand.
your
I'm
feet.
gonna use,
Yep.
yeah, I'm
That'd
gonna use
be
half my movement.
basically all your movement, because you're in that web now.
Sure. Okay. I don't need to move. You said I have disadvantage for my spell attacks?
You have disadvantage. You're still half cocoon, so you've got like one arm free, and it's going to be disadvantage for anything you try to do.
Okay.
You're still covered in like this sticky, viscous web fluid, so it's gonna be rough to make any sort of actions.
Okay, can I just spend my turn getting out of this? I won't do any actions.
You
Just
want to
like
rip the rest of it off?
I want to fully be free of all of it.
Yeah, I'd say you don't have to roll anything. If you wanted to take your full turn, then anything you've got left to pull the rest of it off and clear it off of yourself, you can do that.
I'd rather get rid of this disadvantage, so I'll just do that.
Okay. So you're able to like drag it off and clear the rest of it as Lily moves up next to you as well. Casts another chill attack at the Orb Weaver that Gideon is engaged with. And this one again cuts through, and you can see it does considerable damage. It almost burns right through the carapace. That is okay. So you see it like take the damage of the frost, stumble backwards. One of its legs looks like it's weak from the attack as well. Briar.
All right. So what's still standing?
You've got 2 Orb Weavers up, and at least 3 wolf spiders cutting through that aren't here. Or they haven't accessed the room yet, but they're very close.
Okay, so ignoring the wolf spiders, we need to try and just push forward. Gonna go for one of the orb weavers. How far away are they?
One of them's about 15 feet from you in front. You can reach it pretty easily. That's engaged with Gideon and Tacitus, and then the remainder one is sort of on the ground, having been burned by Crix as he passed over it.
Okay. Which one looks in worse shape?
Honestly, they both look equally pretty beat up and charred, scorched, slashed. They're not looking too great.
Would I be able to reach the one that's by itself and get sneak attack on it?
The only one you'd be able to get sneak attack on is the one that Gideon's engaged with, so the closer one to you. The one further away,
Okay.
Yeah, you'd be
So
able to get within range, but you wouldn't get sneak.
I'll go for the one I can get sneak on.
Okay.
Uh, 17.
Hit. What'd you
23.
get? 23. Excellent. Okay. So it takes significant damage, stumbles back. You cut through the carapace on both sides of it. This one looks really weak now, very wounded.
Okay. Do I have any spiders left on me?
No, Gideon got them all.
God bless him. Um. Bonus action. So, do we know the vague direction that like the lair is in?
Elwyn has a pretty good idea of it. He's sort of got the overhead view. As far as what you can see, there's a big open space in front of you that would lead further into the cavern. There's also 2 smaller entryways, one to the left and one to the right.
I'm gonna ask if we should keep pushing forward.
Yes, we should.
Ripping
I would
web
like
off
to use
himself, he says.
my bonus action to dash and keep moving in.
Okay.
I don't want to use the full dash though, just like half of it, because I don't want to get too far away from people.
Okay. Yeah, you can sort of get into the path that Crix created and move through the cleared space and get full movement as well.
Okay. I'll do that, and that'll be my turn.
Okay. So it's going to put you more between the 2 orb weavers, but not close enough for them to get any attacks on you.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine for now.
Okay. So Gideon again is going to take 3 lashes at the orb weaver with his Saral. All 3 make contact. So first one, he removes one of the legs. Second one, he slashes from underneath, does considerable damage to the like sort of softer area beneath the creature and avoids the carapace. And the last one just strikes down and cleaves off the last 2 legs. The orb weaver stumbles over and dies, leaving just one remaining behind the fire of Crix. Tacitus. So you've only got 1 active orb weaver up currently, with the threat of more. And you've seen Briar starting to push forward and seems to be the goal of the group. What would you like to do? Oh, Guda said he was going to the bathroom. I don't know.
Okay,
Are you?
I'm
Oh,
back.
okay.
I guess
Just in
I,
time.
Good timing.
I was
Uh,
listening also on my phone.
Oh, so you heard me. Okay.
Yeah. So there's one orb weaver left. Is that the one that I pushed away?
Yes.
Okay. And is it still prone
Still
for
down.
now?
You get advantage on anything you want to throw at him.
Okay. I am going to. I'm just gonna slash at it. I want to stay within range of the people in the back, I guess, so that they get the movement bonus when heading like ahead of me. So I'm just gonna sort of plant for now,
Okay.
for movement purposes. But let's swing at this thing. You said advantage.
Yes.
That's a 21 to hit.
That's a hit.
That is 14 damage.
Okay.
And the second hit, that's a 20 or a 22
That's a hit.
to hit.
Hit.
And a 9 damage.
Okay. So yeah, slash through. It's still like it's resistant. It stumbles backwards. Not dead, but you
I
cut to
do
the
have
carapace in a
that
couple
one
locations.
last bonus action.
Throw it.
Get him.
That is a 25 to hit
That's a hit.
and 6 damage.
Okay. Cuts through. It's still like barely like keeping its sentience at this moment. Like it's barely keeping itself up, but it is still alive, but oozing goop in multiple locations. Crix. If that's all, Tacitus.
Yep, that's all.
So that remaining pillar that is there, I'm going to use my turn to dash to it.
Okay. Yeah, you can completely overtake it.
All right.
Again, like the fire of your form is able to burst those eggs. Again, Briar, Gideon, Elwyn this time as well, and Tacitus are all covered in a rain of very charred, fiery little baby spiders as they're pulled up into the twister-like form of Crix's elemental and spit back out.
I have with dash, I'm gonna have 100 feet of movement. So what I want to do is be able to go over there, encase that area, and then go back out to where probably in front of Briar, and then start heading down towards the big entrance, all the while yelling, "Your babies are dead! What are you gonna do about it?" I'm just listening carefully to see if I hear anything.
Okay, and you want to push towards that northern, more like wider exposed area?
The big area where I think it is.
Okay. Yeah, you're able to like pass pretty cleanly through a lot of that web wall. It does slow you down a little bit, so it like restricts your movement as you pass through, but you're able to like slowly char through and move your way through, clearing a nice path for the rest of the party.
Yep, that's the idea.
So you're able to clear a nice path. You see, as you approach into this more open chamber now, you see 4 additional orb weavers off to your right-hand side, about 60 feet away. And what looks like a cluster again of eggs surrounding them on spires, 4 spires with clusters of eggs. They do spin around and notice you, but there is a big open green lit chamber that is clearly very ominous out in front of you, and you can make out the base muttering whispers of whatever creature is sort of like hive mind controlling these spiders.
Okay. I'm going to use my bonus action since I still have it. And I'm going to use the where the hell is my thing? The combat wild shape to heal myself. I'm going to spend a 3rd level spell and heal for 11 points.
Okay. Perfect. And that's your turn.
Yep, I'm just going to position myself in a way that if the baby spiders come, hopefully they'll run into me.
Okay. So behind the group, Two of the wolf spiders break through. They stumble into the chamber. About 40 feet behind you, towards the original entryway that you had come into the arena from. On the right-hand side, up towards the ceiling, sort of a bigger hole is created, and one of the orb weavers sort of slams into the ground in the back as well, putting 2 wolf spiders and 1 orb weaver behind you. They move up. They're not angled or within range to attack quite yet. Crix, the 4 spiders that are out there do shoot 4 stacks of web at you, and it just sort of like melts into your fiery form as it makes contact with you. Doesn't do any damage. Elwyn. So you watched Crix sort of decimate this last orb weaver that Tacitus had torn apart and left for dead, and then push off, creating like a charred hole through the sort of webbed walls and spires of the area. You see him take the strikes from the web shooting off in the distance. You can't see exactly what fired it, but it's off to his right. But you do clearly see ahead of him, another 30 feet or so ahead of him, the entryway into what is a very like ominous-looking chamber lit with very green-like flame. And those spiders behind that have just burst through. What would you like to do?
The party's moving in that direction towards the.
Briar
cave?
definitely moved in that direction. Crix obviously like burned a hole, is making a beeline.
Okay, I'm gonna follow after them.
If I notice anyone like hesitating, I'm gonna yell, "Go!" I'll hold the rear.
Okay.
I'm gonna like go back to hovering about a foot off the ground now, just to make my movement easier, and then I'm just gonna dash. Well, do I want to dash? How far away is Tacitus from me? Is it 30 feet?
Tacitus is about 15 feet.
15 feet? Okay. And how far are the spiders that just broke through the wall behind us?
About 40 feet in the back.
Okay. I'm going to target one of the ones that just came through the wall.
You got 2 wolf spiders in the facing to the left, or an orb weaver to the right.
I'm gonna attack the orb weaver then.
Okay.
And I'm gonna use frostbite on it.
Okay.
So it's Constitution 17.
Fails.
All right, 2d6. All right, that's going to be 8 frost damage. I guess I add my fire damage to this as well, don't I?
Yeah.
Since it's an attack roll.
You do.
Okay, so it's going to be 8 frost damage and then an additional 4 fire damage on top of that.
Plus
So
4, okay.
12 total.
Again, clearly makes additional contact as well as it like burns through the carapace of the creature, doing additional damage.
And it has disadvantage on its next. Well, it says disadvantage on its next weapon attack roll, though I don't know how that applies to spiders.
Yeah,
but...
it'd be like his arms or his bites, like yeah.
Yeah, so that's also part of the spell stuff.
Perfect. And anything else do you wanna progress forward or?
Yeah, and then I'm gonna fly past Tacitus and towards Briar.
Okay. Yeah, you can if you want to use your full movement, you can follow the path that Crix created and get close to him.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll catch up with Briar if I can.
Okay. And so Lily is going to take the cue as well. She does use her action to throw another chill at the orb weaver that Elwyn just struck, which takes again another severe chunk of damage that stumbles backwards. And that will put it here. And uses all of her movement to step onto that charred path that Crix created through the web. Rushes up, is just able to get a little bit past you, Briar. And Briar, it is your turn.
All right. So I'm gonna take the path that Crix cleared. How far up does full movement put me?
Puts you 30 feet. So you're gonna still be about 60 behind where Crix is located, or 50 actually. Is what that is.
50 behind Crix.
Yep.
Okay. So I'll go ahead and I'll use my bonus action to dash another 30.
Okay.
And then I don't think I'm within attacking range of anything.
No.
Yeah.
But you are able to sort of cut around, and through the path that Crix has burned, you see those 4 very large orb weavers on the right-hand side. And in the distance to the left, you see a number of wolf spiders beginning to gather.
Okay. I'll hold my action then for if anything comes within melee range.
Okay. Gideon takes the cue as well, uses his full movement and bonus to rush up and join you. He's also going to hold an attack action. Tacitus.
Am I the last person like in the initial area?
Yes.
Okay. I will also move up with the rest of the group, trying to take like I guess like on the back side of them.
Okay.
To try and help stave off the spiders that I'm assuming are gonna come after us.
Gotcha.
I think I will use a. Let's see here. How does this work?
So you're able to reach if you'd like get pretty close, like within 5 feet or so from Briar and Gideon, and form up and face the rear, hold up the rear.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I will also. I'm gonna. Who would be the best for this? I'm gonna touch Briar and cast 3rd level haste.
Okay.
I guess they'll
Hell
actually need to
yeah.
touch. So your speed is doubled. You get a +2 bonus to AC, advantage on dex saving throws, and you get an additional action on your turns.
Hell fucking yeah.
We love a hasted rogue.
Gonna be feeling real sick in about a minute, but this is great.
You can,
Don't worry
in
about
the
that.
case that we're in, you can use it on your held action too, with the timing of this, if you'd like, if you get the chance to, or just on
Okay.
your next action, whatever it may be.
Sounds good.
All right, that all, Tacitus?
Yeah.
Crix. What's
yeah,
up?
I can't ready an action since I did something, right?
I'd say if you want to hold something, you still can.
Okay. My holding would just be like, I want to. If any of the wolf spiders, the orb weavers, get close to us, I want to be able to swipe at them from the back.
Okay. Crix.
Closest spire of eggs. How far?
About 90 feet off on the right-hand side. It would put you in the vicinity of all 4 of those orb weavers as well that are sort of clustered in on top of them. These are all about like 8 feet from each other, so they're all pretty close.
How far to the very ominous, probably where the queen is, tunnel?
About 30 feet across, still in front of you to the north.
30 feet?
Yes.
I'm going to burn a path to it and look in.
Okay. You do feel like the connection as well, the mental connection of this creature. I'm going to give you the image of what you see. And this huge spider that dwarfs even you in your elemental form. It drops to the ground very slowly, off a very thick strand of web coming from its butt into the ceiling as its legs make contact with the ground. It has glowing green eyes, not red like everything else that you've seen. You get sort of a chill through you, even in your elemental form, as she sort of whispers into your mind. It's like, you've entered the lair of the Soul Queen. Come.
Just looking up at her, probably a little bit in awe at the size of her and whatnot, and just says out, "Wait, you don't have red eyes, so you're not being fully controlled by him."
Just you get like a hiss in return. very audible to everybody else as well. You see sort of cracks in this doorway, and you hear this very ominous, wet, like hiss as it blows air from the chamber as well around you.
I reject your own children to his whims.
No response this time, but you do get like a very cold gaze as she sort of stumbles back up slowly.
I mean, we could easily come in here and probably destroy most of the stuff, your children and whatnot, as we've kind of semi-have, but I was under the impression that all of the spiders in here were under his control. Wouldn't it be beneficial to take the opportunity to finally talk to someone and maybe do something?
Persuasion.
I want my gold! Please be good. Please be good. 18!
She fucking like rears back very ferociously, almost like it's about to attack, but you get a response in your mind. It's like, the damned king and I are partners. He feeds me. I have no need of anything but your soul.
I sees partners. Right. Well, I'm sorry about your children, but the other ones must go too. And I'm going to move 20 feet back towards where Briar is and just kind of, yeah.
Okay. You hear a screech as you back away from the creature as this wet goop substance just fucking throws itself from her face everywhere across the chamber, out the doorway behind you as you leave. And above, you see the shadow of dozens of spiders starting to encompass from the back of the chamber and move towards her area. Anything else, Trix?
I use my action, my movement for an action. I'm going to hold action. If any spiders come near me, I'm going to bat the living fuck out of them.
Okay,
That'd be my turn.
excellent. Okay. So the orb weaver from the back stumbles up from taking the damage and rushes through. Makes it about halfway to you, Tacitus. The two wolf spiders are able to, they rear back and throw themselves forward in a leap. Both sort of land within range of you. The first one lands, you're able to use your retaliation against it.
Okay. Is retaliation just
Your held
would that
action.
be my
So whatever action you just held like your
Okay.
series of attacks, correct?
that's a 15 to hit.
That's a hit.
That is 7 damage.
Okay.
Another 15.
Hit.
8 damage.
Okay.
And then bonus. Where is my bonus? 17. 7 damage.
Okay. Yeah, it
A
does pretty
series of
considerable
3
damage as you like cut through it and it stumbles backwards. The second one lands next to it as you finish your 3 attacks. It takes 2 swings at you. The first one like strikes you. It doesn't do enough damage. Like you stumble back a bit as the second attack cuts through and does connect. As like the very sharp leg of this thing cuts through you, dealing 8 points of damage. And it goes in for a bite. But you're able to push back and avoid. You see further back in the chamber, a couple of the wolf spiders have now burst through behind the orb weaver that came out and begin approaching as well. Bringing us to Elwyn.
Okay. Interesting situation. The queen didn't leave her cave, did she?
No, she's quite large. You can sort of see elements of her form through the doorway, but she's obviously like much larger than the doorway. She'd have to like crash through the stone walls and webbed walls of the chamber to get out.
Okay, so she's in there. There's the 2 wolf spiders and the orb weaver behind.
There's one orb weaver that's sort of rushing forward with 2 wolf spiders engaged with Tacitus, and then 2 additional wolf spiders way in the back towards the entry point.
Okay, is that the same orb
Alongside
weaver?
Crix, I'm going to say you've got as well 4 orb weavers off in the distance, about 90 feet, near some egg spires. And there's at least some wolf spiders off in the distance on the far left as well, but they're a good distance away.
So many of them. I don't know what our goal should be here. We should be attacking the queen or something, but for now, the orb weaver that passed Tacitus and is coming towards us.
It didn't pass Tacitus. It didn't reach Tacitus. Just those 2 wolf spiders reached Tacitus. The
Oh,
orb
it's
weaver is
behind.
still about 20 feet away from Tacitus.
Okay, okay. It's the same orb weaver that I hit earlier, right?
Yes.
I'm going to fire 2 beams of Eldritch Blast at it. First is a 23 to hit,
That's a hit.
and the second is a 19.
Also a hit.
Okay. Let's see. Okay, so the first one is going to take. Sorry, the first beam is going to do 14 damage,
Okay.
and the second beam is going to do 19 damage.
Okay. So both make pretty good contact. Knock the thing backwards about 5 feet. One of them cuts almost clean through with carapace into the body of the creature. You see it sort of like howl and spittle as it crawls forward still. Heavily wounded, but not down.
Cool. I'll take that.
And
That's it.
That's it? Okay. So Lily moves forward as well, moves past you. Sort of, you see her stop, almost dumbfounded, in the doorway of this massive hulking spider. But she just like gathers her courage a bit, steels herself, and launches a spell. You see ice sort of form in a cloud above and rain down on the spider, creating almost icicles that drop down into the form. 2 of them clatter off the carapace, but one actually does connect and make contact, and you hear the howl of the creature. Briar.
All right, so Sia and Lily move in towards the queen. I am also going to do that.
As you move up,
Uh,
you like Lily is making the same sort of chitterings that Crix is as well, seemingly communicating with this thing.
Interesting. Um, how far away is the queen?
About 60 feet into the chamber. The chamber itself is massive. Goes up fully about 100 feet up to where you can clearly see in the back of it the VIP box, so to speak, of Sevian as he's like leaned over with the barriers still protecting the magical barrier, looking down into the arena as well, with that goblin sort of standing on the wall staring down, and several other, the more wealthier looking individuals, the more prominent, well-dressed individuals sort of down staring into the fight below.
All right. With haste, am I able to reach her without dashing? Or would I need the dash?
The floor itself is roughly webbed, so it's you're all halved. Everything you do is halved as you enter the chamber.
Got it.
Crix gave you like a clear route up to the doorway, but the inside is still like heavily covered.
Okay. So I would.
So you can make it to the doorway pretty well, and you'd be able to make it. You wouldn't be able to reach her. You'd be able to get about 10 feet, I think, left of the movement is what you'd have.
Okay. And I'd be alone for the time being.
Legally pretty close, but yeah, you'd be by yourself against this huge thing.
And so as far as the other spiders that are coming up on us, nothing is within melee range yet, right?
Right. Tacitus is engaged, but nothing is close to you.
Okay. Well, we'll get as close as we can, I guess. Actually, no, I'm gonna leave 30 feet between me and her.
Okay.
Because my hasted movement is 60, so that halved is 30.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'll leave 30 between us. And then I guess just hold another action if something comes for me. Otherwise, I don't know if this is possible. Could I hold a dodge?
You can definitely prepare yourself and hold to dodge. Yeah. What do you
I assume she's probably gonna try and shoot something at me.
Okay. Yeah, you can like anticipate an attempt as well.
Okay.
So you get like advantage on a saving throw if you hold the dodge.
Okay.
And-
yeah, I
What
don't
does
think.
double advantage do? Nothing.
No.
Well, it would be if there's. Oh, I guess a dodge would still be a dex save. So yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I guess
Uh,
technically, if you could, it's not like in the rules, but I would allow you to roll 3 and take the highest.
Probably
I'd allow it.
redundant.
I'd allow
The double advantage.
it. I'd allow it.
Yeah. So just holding, because
We'll call it an adrenaline rush.
can't do anything
And
else.
You just see Briar attempting to dodge in 3 different directions at the same time.
Suddenly, she knows how to cast Mirage, and that is it.
Gideon, as he's moving forward, he turns to you, Tacitus. It's like, do you intend to hold the rear, hold the door behind us?
I'll nod. I'm just gonna nod. Yeah, I'm not gonna try and break eye contact with the
Right.
spiders.
He shouts to you. He's like, I'm moving in, but call for me if you need support. And
Go.
he rushes forward into the queen's chamber. About like past you, Briar, a little further in. And Tacitus, it is your turn.
Are any of them particularly close to me? Close enough to hit?
You've still got those
The
two
one
wolf
that-
spiders on you.
Okay. I will swipe at the one that I was already hitting.
Okay.
That's not gonna hit. That's 12.
That's a miss.
That's an 18.
That's a hit.
That's 9 damage.
Okay.
And I think I will use my bonus action to push it. Try and push that one again.
Okay.
So 16 is the DC. that it
Fails.
hit. Gets pushed 10 feet away.
Okay. Nice rough minotaur shove as the spider stumbles backwards. The other one looks pretty wounded as well. It's on its last legs for sure. And that's your turn.
Yep, that's all.
Okay. Crix.
Where exactly is everyone? Are they all in the...
Briar and Gideon have moved in with Lily a bit behind in the doorway. Tacitus is off, sort of holding off the spiders that are moving up from the rear.
from the first entrance?
Yeah, sort of. He's still in that like burning pathway that you created. Not quite to the doorway yet. He's still about 40 feet from the doorway, holding things off.
How big are the doorways?
So you created a nice burned path through the web. You left some like stone spires in the way, but it's like clear space to move through, like 100 feet all the way up to the barriered ceiling. The doorway into the actual chamber itself is about 15 feet tall and about 10 feet wide. The outer wall of the chamber does look webbed. You're not sure, like looking at it, you're not sure if there's stone beneath it, but you might be able to like burn your way through if you wanted to attempt to create an access point.
No, that's all I need to know. So I'm going to ask you this question. I know a lot of the ruling is yes, you can because you still have vocal components, but I can cast spells as an elemental, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yep.
Okay. So I'm going to look to see where Tassus is holding the first doorway. I'm literally going to hold my hand out and I'm going to cast fifth level Wall of Stone. And
Okay.
a wall of stone is basically going to come up in front of him and kind of barrel out a little bit so like it can cover that doorway.
Okay, it's not a doorway that he's in. He's sort of like that burned path, but you can definitely create like a stone wall at least between the spires. And this is a more
I
stone
would
structure
like to
rising up.
block it so the
Yeah,
spiders in the first room can't exactly get in. And if there's any leftover walls, I'll create a little bit of a um kind of like a hallway for him so he's a little bit safe on the side from the orb weavers
yeah.
to kind of give the hint like just keep coming this way.
You can definitely you can put up like the 10 by 10 6 thick that can like cover that point with a little bit of extension.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do, and then I'm going to turn around and I'm going to start heading into the queen's room.
Okay. So Tacitus, you see that wall of stone appear, and it just like throws the spiders backwards a bit as it erupts forward as well, uh, sort of closing you off from the two of them.
Okay.
So like they say, looking around, you still realize that they could probably get over it and get around, but it would be difficult for them. And what your Crix is? Do you have something else planned?
I'm going to go into the queen's room, so I'm going to move 50 feet that way, so it'd be 20 feet to get to the doorway to the queen's room, then 30 feet additionally to get in there.
Okay. Lily's kind of in the doorway, so you'd be like passing over Lily to get through.
No, I'll stop a little bit off to the side, so if like Tass just wants to go by me, he can, but like
Okay, again, you can like try to force your way through the webbed wall if you wanted to try to burn through, but it might like just sort of like peering at it and getting an idea of the thickness of the web. It might take you a little bit to get through there.
nope, I'm gonna cover whoever side has the orb weavers on. So if they're on the right, I'll be on the right and kind of cover it and being like, go in.
Okay.
And I'll hold I can't hold the action, I use the action.
Yeah.
That'd be it.
Okay. So Briar, on the interior, you've got Gideon there with you as well, and Lily in the back. You see the Soul Queen spider like rise up, charge some like what looks to be a magical spell. She begins like muttering and skittering and creates this very cold frost-like flame that she breathes out.
Okay.
It's laced with like green wisp-like energy as well. You can go ahead and make your your ultra save. Dexterity times 3.
The super save.
You were
All
ready.
right.
More ready than you've ever been in your life.
Let's fucking go, man.
Time started to slow down.
I'm kind of glad that it was a triple one.
How many ones are in
Because starting from the bottom, we got a 3, a 6, and a 16.
there? Nice.
So 25.
Okay. So you're able to just like push yourself to the ground and avoid the breath as it blows over you, like chills you to the core as it passes over. And then like moves down. You're able to dive off to the side and avoid the attack. Just barely. You notice Gideon sort of like bring his bracer up and create almost like a magical shield of sorts that protects him a little bit, but he's almost fully encased by the breath. Doesn't quite reach Lily in the back. But as it clears, you see Gideon's like almost frosted over in certain areas of his armor. Looks a bit like, see him like grimacing, like he took the hit and it hurt, but he's not too bad off. It doesn't look like he's still holding his own.
All right.
Anything else? Or I think that was the only thing you had prayer was a dodge. So
Yeah, that was just my health dodge.
the creature then like moves forward, sort of puts half of its body, like 3 legs on the right side of its body, up on the wall, so it's sort of at an angle, and uses 2 of its legs, one to swipe at Ebriar and one to crash down at Gideon. What's your AC, Briar?
16.
So
You get +2, remember.
Are you that close to me?
It doesn't
Oh,
matter
haste.
how
Doesn't
close I
matter.
am to you.
18 haste.
yeah, okay. So you're a good ways away, Tacitus, but that's still that's fine. Either way, it misses. and you're able to sort of hop back, still using the momentum, and avoid the attack. Gideon, as well, is able to deflect it off with the armor of his bracer and move to the side. On the outside, you hear the spiders beginning to clamber over the wall, Tacitus, but it doesn't look like they've made it over just yet. On the outside, those 4 orb weavers begin to poke and stab into the eggs. Crix, you can sort of clearly see them popping these eggs intentionally, spewing out like maybe hundreds of little baby spiders. They're just popping egg after egg after egg. As you see these creatures sort of roll out in an almost avalanche of little baby creatures as they stumble out, form up, and begin to like march towards the queen's chambers. Tacitus, you can see some shadows above and around, as well as some, looks like some more spiders have likely come through, and they're still behind that wall that Crix created, but are advancing on the position. And off in the distance, behind you and to the right, so on the left-hand side of the entry chamber, there's 3 wolf spiders advancing. Elwyn.
Hi.
Did I get my regular turn?
Yeah, this is way past because we finished with Crix.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Sorry.
We're well
I've
past your
lost
round.
track of time.
You're all good.
It's a lot of things happening at
We
the
ran
same
your
time.
turn, and that's when you held your dodge.
Yep. Hasn't come back around yet.
So part of me wants to finish off that orb weaver.
There's a stone wall. You'd have to like sort of get up above the wall and move back towards it. Crix pulled up a wall between you guys and the remainder of those spiders back there.
Oh, I think I missed that. Okay, in that case, I'm going to ignore all of those spiders and focus my attention on what everybody else is fighting, i.e.
You want to
the
move into the
queen.
chamber?
Can I see the queen from where I am?
You can see through the doorway. You can sort of see just her legs off to the side. She's moved off to the side of the chamber, but her legs are massive.
All right, I'll fly to the entrance.
You're about 20 feet.
I can move that far, yeah. Since I'm not touching the ground.
Want to fly in?
I'll fly towards the entrance, and then once I'm like in the entryway and I can fully see the queen, I'm going to attack.
Okay.
I'll fire my 2 beams of Eldritch Blast.
Perfect.
The first one's going to be a 21.
That's a hit.
And the second one is going to be a 19.
That's a hit.
Alright. Damage. 7 plus 5. I can do basic math, I swear.
I believe you.
Yeah, that much. 7 plus 5, and then
Okay.
plus 4. So like
16. Okay.
And then for the second beam, it's going to be 14.
Okay. You see like barely a flinch as the spells make contact.
Cool.
And is that your turn?
Yeah.
Okay. So Lily feels the heat of you approach, Crix. Takes the hint and moves further into the chamber off to the left to clear the doorway. Fires another spell. Again, this cloud forms and erupts with frost from above. So this time it looks like everything sort of just erupts and cracks against the armor of this creature. None of it seems to push through and do any damage. Now we are back to you, Briar.
Okay. Well, let's get in melee range.
Okay.
Is there a way for me to get sneak?
Not at the moment.
Okay, so there's nowhere I can be where there's no one else besides her within 5 feet of me.
I mean, you'd be like striking at her legs, basically. With the nature of the room and how far it is to the opposite leg, aside from the ones that are closest to you, no.
Okay.
Now, you can move towards one of them, but you wouldn't be able to reach one.
How far away are they?
So the other side of the room is about 45 feet away, and the remainder of the legs are like pressed into the wall about 20 feet up. The others
And
are
the other?
further in the back of the chamber. There's about 20-foot distance between each leg.
God damn, this thing is huge.
She's massive.
Okay, so reiterating, what exactly is closest to me?
One of those legs that had struck at you is closest to you, and then there's one that's pretty close to Gideon. That's about 10 feet.
Okay. Yeah, sure. I guess the one that's next to me. I'm gonna use, since I can't get sneak, I'll do a bonus action to, maybe it's not gonna do anything, but paralyze poison on the rapier.
Okay.
And then do a regular attack. 15.
Doesn't break the armor of the leg, but she's supposed to make the save for the. What's the poison save? Oh,
So it's just a 12 con.
nat 20.
Damn. All right.
Anything else, Briar?
No. That'll be all.
Gideon's gonna move forward with his Sorrel and take 3 swings. All 3 of them clang against sort of almost like a metallic clang as it strikes the very thick armor on the legs of this creature. None of it makes contact or does any damage, but he holds up and stays within range. Tacitus. So from your position, you know that there's spiders attempting to climb up the wall. There's orb weavers off to the right-hand side, wolf spiders off to the left, and then the doorway in front of you that the rest of the party has moved into. Tacitus is off to the side of that doorway as well in his elemental form.
You mean Crix?
Crix, sorry, you are Tacitus.
I'm like, wait, what?
You've teleported.
So I'm trying to visualize that again. Behind me is, or
So directly
like
behind
if
you.
I were to turn and face like where the party has ran, then behind me would be the wall with the 2 spiders that I was fighting behind it, right?
Yeah, the 2 spiders, at least one more orb weaver. You hear them sort of scrambling to get over it at the moment.
There are spiders to the left and right of me.
Yeah, so facing the doorway to the left, you've got 3 wolf spiders advancing at about 60 feet right now. And on the right-hand side, 4 orb weavers that have ruptured many eggs, spewing out baby spiders all around, like hundreds around the floor
And
there.
then near where Crix is, there's another doorway.
No, Crix is still pretty close to the main doorway entering into the Soul Queen's chamber.
That's what I mean. Like there's a doorway into the Queen's chamber.
Yeah,
right?
turning around, you'd be facing it directly.
Okay.
With the wall
but
behind you.
these spiders that you've described are all within this initial chamber that me and Crix are the only one.
Yes. Yeah, I'll give it to you again, just lay it out. So turning away from the stone wall that Crix created. Okay. Yep. Wolf spiders to the left, or weavers to the right, babies. Queen room in front of you.
Stuck in the middle with you.
Sure.
I will.
Oops.
How many feet away is it to the other room?
You are 40 feet from the entry to the Queen's chamber.
Okay. I'll use however much action as I need to get there.
Okay. Just in the doorway?
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess like far enough in, and then like so that Crix can get in. Like off to the
So you want to
side,
move in
right?
and then move to the side. Okay.
Yeah. Let's see. And I think I will use lay on hands on myself and heal myself for just 10 hit points.
Okay.
And yeah, that's it for my turn.
Okay.
I'm assuming I can't get any closer to the queen than that.
No, you wouldn't be able to get anywhere like within attack range. That's as close as you can get, is like 10 feet into the room, roughly. That brings us to Crix.
Okay. Army of baby spiders coming this way, right?
Army of baby spiders moving at you. Again, you can hear the spiders clamoring over the wall that you created, and there's wolf spiders in the distance, but they're not at a threatening range yet. And those 4 orb weavers are still sort of in that corner along those spires by what remains of the eggs that they're starting to pop.
Is this second doorway much larger than the first doorway?
It's the only doorway. Again, behind you, you sort of just like carved a path through web, which is about your size, and cleared the space for the party to advance.
I get that, but like if I want to enclose it, that's why I keep asking.
You mean like completely like cover
Like
the entrance to the queen's chamber?
enclose it like a wall, a stone wall to stop them from coming in.
Yeah, if you move into the doorway, you would completely cover it. Yes.
That's what I want to do.
Okay.
I'm gonna go into the room and I'm going to cast stone wall again. So the first stone wall is going to drop. The second one's going to come up, and I want to completely cover the entrance to stop them from coming in. Period.
Okay.
Which they're 10 by 10,
10 by 10,
and there's
6
10 tiles.
inches, and 6 inches thick, right?
And they're 6 inches thick, yes.
Yep. Okay.
So I want to completely dead stop them, so we're in here alone with the queen.
AC 15, 30 hit points piece. Got it. Okay. Yes, as you drop that other wall, you see multiple spiders. Now, like 4 wolf spiders are climbing, fall as the other wall comes up to take its place in a doorway.
All right. It's 30 hit points per inch, so if there's 6 inches.
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
And I'm gonna move over to where the giant spider is with the rest of my movement, which is probably like 45.
Sure. Yeah, you can actually reach one of the legs, either the one close to Briar or Gideon.
Oh yeah, I love to stand it.
Okay. Yeah, you could just barely reach that location if you want to. Like, you have like an extra 5 feet, but you can reach one of the legs and cover it up if you will.
Yeah, I'll stand right in it and be like, hi.
Okay. Roll your
8 points of fire.
Okay. It's like you can hear like the sizzle of your form against the leg, but you also feel the resistance in the carapace of the creature. Like it's not melting through like it was the orb weavers. It's just slowly like sizzling through, but it's resisting the damage. You can tell. Is that your turn, Crix?
Yes.
Okay. So in your elemental form, the hulking like beast of this spider, the body of it, lowers forward until its face is right in front of you, and it breathes a massive swath of cold energy at you.
Oh shit. Okay.
Give me a Constitution save, please.
Constitution saves 19.
Okay. And it is these guys. So you take 14 damage.
Which is half Constitution.
I have it.
Well, yeah. But I have to keep up with the concentration checks now because of the walls. So I got 14, which beats that.
Okay, got you.
I took 7.
No, you took 14. I have the damage, so 14 is the half damage.
Okay.
Yeah.
So 82. Cool.
And she's going to take a couple swings with the legs. One again at you, Briar, the leg closer to you. With a plus 21, that's a hit. So one of the legs like rears up above you, and you look up as it just pounds back down, strikes at you. And the damage on this is 10, 14, 16 damage. And another one is lobbed at Gideon. Did you get that, Briar, by the way?
Yep, got it.
Okay.
16 damage.
The one at Gideon is a nat 1. So strikes down and sort of like he's able to swipe to the side of it and press his bracer in against the leg and pull the weapons back and then reignite them as it's pressed into the armor as an attempt to burn through. Two of them just like clank off and fall to the ground, but the center strike from the Cyril does break through and does a little bit of damage to the leg. On the outside, you can hear now against the webbed wall of the chamber, you can hear several spiders like slashing, trying to get through. You can see the shadowy shapes of them moving about on the outside. As well on that stone wall, it sounds like splatters, like web is being spit. Basically, you can hear it make contact with the wall behind you, Crix.
Yay, cool.
And Elwood.
Interesting. I don't know what to do in this scenario.
A
Didn't seem
massive
like
form
my
of this
eld-
spider looks like it's barely been scratched at this point.
I was gonna say it didn't look like an Eldritch Blast did anything at all to it. Shit, I don't know. This is a weird situation. um, I guess I'm going to try Frostbite on it, though I doubt it'll work. 17 con save. Does it save?
Oh, I must have bumped my mute button on my shoulder. Sorry, it fails.
I was like, this is a long silence.
Yeah, it completely
So
fails.
it failed. Okay.
Miserably.
Cool.
Yeah.
Excellent. Damage is going to be 2 6s again. 12 frost damage and then 4 fire damage for 16 total.
Okay. With the frost, like you see it cut through and make pretty impactful damage as well. Anything else, Elwin?
Is there anything I could do with my bonus action?
Is there?
I don't think I can do anything with my bonus action. I almost want to bait it to hit me with a melee attack. So my armor Agathis can do something useful.
It's your call if you'd like to.
I'll probably die.
It is a
Has it
strategy.
attacked? Has it attacked anyone with a melee attack yet?
You've seen it strike melee with its legs a couple times at Briar and Gideon.
Okay. Why not? I'll get in there with Briar and Gideon. Sure.
Okay.
Just like dance around and
Stick your tongue
wave
out.
like a kick
better.
me. Yeah.
Swap me, I dare you.
Turn around and pull your pants down. Give her the moon.
Yeah, I'm gonna get in there.
Okay. Do you want to try and attract her attention?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
But if it does notice me, then I'll be fine with that.
Okay. So, back to Lily. Let's see. Pull up her stat block here. She's going to. You'll see she falls back, and finally, like, pull back, seems to steel herself, and get a bit of resolute look in her eyes, and she begins to change shape using her wild shape. She begins to grow at a big pace, grows like woolly brown fur, big tusks, and takes the shape of a mammoth.
Oh shit. Okay, Lily.
And she's going to get herself into position closer with the Soul Queen. That's all she's going to be able to do on the turn now.
Now we have a fire elemental and a mammoth.
Kaiju battle.
It totally is. Briar.
Do I have sneak now?
With the attack, I'd say if you wanna, you can like sidestep away a little bit away from Gideon, like on the opposite side of this lake, if you want to go for a sneak. Sure.
Sure. We'll also try one more time with the poison. So bonus action, apply it to the blade.
Okay.
Remember, you
Uh,
get 2 actions. You get another action.
Yeah,
remember.
I realized I forgot to do a second action on the last turn, but I missed it, so I wasn't going to try and get it back. But yes, I do have that in mind this time. 24 to hit.
That's a hit.
All right, so it needs to do DC 12 con save.
Succeeds.
It was a valiant attempt. And also need to roll one more d6. Okay, so from that it takes 19 piercing and 1 poison.
Okay.
And then how does sneak work with what you're able to get it on? It's once per turn.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So then just a regular rapier attack.
Okay.
Oops, that's the wrong dice. 26
That's a hit.
and 7.
Okay. Briar pulling around, making some quick successive strikes. You are penetrating the armor, but you can definitely feel this thing's got some thick skin.
Yeah.
Is that your turn?
Yes.
Okay. Swinging around off to like across from you, Gideon is still armed up against this one leg that he's been engaging. 3 attacks with his whips. Again, 2 of them don't make it through the armor, but one of them does successfully, and he deals some pretty good damage through as he cuts in. He falls back a little bit, stumbles back, and seems to prepare something as well. And it's going to be Tacitus.
How far away are any of the queen's legs from me?
The closest one to you is about 25. It'd be the one that Gideon is engaged with. You could reach the Briar leg as well. It'd just be a little further away.
Okay, I'll go to the one that Gideon's engaged with.
Okay.
And I will start swinging. Well, that's an 11. That's probably not going to hit.
No.
Please move dice. I want to be able to click the button again. That's a 19.
Hit.
14 damage.
Okay.
And I will use I'll use a 2nd level spell slot to do for my what's it called? Divine Smite.
Okay.
Let's see here. Okay. And that is 3d8. It's not undead or fiend, right?
No.
3d. 19 damage.
Okay.
And then I am going to, as a bonus action, use Inspiring Smite.
Okay.
So I can distribute temporary hit points to creatures of my choice within 30 feet of me. And it's 2d8 plus 10.
Okay. How many creatures?
As many. As many creatures, I get to distribute it however I want between us. So I have 17 to spend. And the things near me are
Gideon, Lily, Briar.
and getting Lily Briar. Okay. I will. The Spider Queen seemed to be attacking like everyone, kind of, right? Like
Yeah,
not
she's like
anyone in particular.
throwing legs at individuals, and yeah, she basically breathed like frost breath on Crix.
Okay. Crap. I think I'll give 6 to me and Gideon, and 5 to Briar.
Okay. Just go ahead and add 5 temporary hit points, Briar.
It's appreciated.
Get it on Gideon. And is that your turn?
Yeah, that's my turn.
Okay. Brings us around to Crix.
I have a interesting question.
Oh, okay. I love it when you say that.
I'm not sure you're ruling on it, but can a elemental climb? I would assume like earth and more structure would, but could fire?
Do you have hands?
He does have hands.
I technically am humanoid. It's just it's not a
Yes.
super solid form.
So I'd say with what you got, like you'd be sort of burning. Like a lot of this is webbed wall, right? And you'd be burning through it as you start to climb.
I want to climb her.
Oh, you want to climb onto her? Yeah, yeah.
I would
Especially with
like
how
to start doing it.
thickly her armor is. Like, yeah, you can do that.
Okay. I would love to go do that and try to climb up on her.
Okay. Just like up the leg that you've been engaged with here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'd say like they're pretty tall and long. I'd say you'd be able to get like halfway up one of the legs if you wanted to start like yeeting yourself up slowly, one arm at a time. And I'd say just give me straight strength. Roll straight strength.
12?
Okay. So yeah, you're able to like maintain your grip and squeeze into the leg. Again, as your fists sort of wrap around the very like armored carapace leg of this creature, you can feel it like sizzling and resisting you, but you're able to like get enough of a squeeze that you're able to hold yourself on. So you're lashed on about halfway up her leg at the moment.
I'm gonna do fire damage because I'm still in her space.
Yep.
3.
I'd say you can roll it 3 times, one for each hand, and you're like the pressure of your body.
How many times? 3?
3. You can roll 3d10, yeah.
So that's 7 together. Only 11.
Okay. And is that your turn?
Yep.
Okay. So with that leg, she swings it around and tries to attack Briar. Slams it down at Briar. Connects with you, Briar, with a 18 plus 6. Yeah, so with the leg, that is 13, 15 damage.
Glad the temp hit points were there.
And Crix, I'm going to need you to make a strength saving throw to hold on.
All right.
Briar, you better hope he makes
19.
Nice. So the leg, you see for a moment the form of the fire elemental like splay off of the leg as it makes contact. But Crix manages to hold on. But above your head, there is a large, swirling fire elemental struggling up the leg of this creature that just tried to strike you.
God.
Safe.
Also, if anybody were to look at her, you know, she's still okay-ish, but she's not doing great.
Briar's getting beat up. Elwyn and Tacitus. So Elwyn, she basically looks at the two of you and in quick succession fires splat, splat, 2 like massive chunks of goopy web out of her mouth.
Right attack.
Elwyn with a 28-3, she strikes you. Tacitus with an 8, I don't believe. It doesn't make contact, so
No.
you're able to like get just to the side as it like splats to the ground behind you, sort of oozing and sizzling as it makes contact. Elwyn, it does connect with you. I need you to make a strength saving throw.
Not again. Does a 19 work?
Yes. So
Thank
it
the
makes
Lord.
contact with you, but you're able to sort of like, anticipate it a bit and move yourself to the side so it doesn't quite like wrap around and connect with you and drag you down or hold you anywhere. But you do take 14 damage from the damage of the web, as you can feel it like sizzle and burn into you as it makes contact, almost acidically.
Mm.
And from the outside, there's still many spiders now trying to breach through. Behind you, Tacitus, sort of like as you're avoiding that web attack, you can see a number of these baby spiders squeezing their way through the wall of web and starting to stumble into the chamber onto the ground as well. And there's still a lot of gnawing and scraping and skittering around as they're attempting to break through that wall and some of the areas of web around the chamber as well. Bringing us back
Okay.
to Elwyn.
Okay. Is she still like right in front of me?
Yes.
Or she moved now? Okay.
You're near one of the legs, closer to Gideon, with Briar not too far away.
I'm going to take 2 slices at it with my swords.
Okay.
First is going to be dirty 20.
Okay.
And the second is going to be a 27.
Both hits.
Okay, first was going to be that is the wrong dice. Whoops. Okay, so it's going to be 10, 14 for the first one.
Okay.
And the second one is going to be 16.
Okay. So as you make your strikes too, with the Sunblade, very bright power surges through your arm and connects through with the blade as well, seems to deal additional damage. And as you make contact with the dark blade of Oath, that dark energy sort of swirls from your shoulder and down through your arm as well, deals additional damage from that weapon as well. You seem to be getting some sort of surge in support from the two of them.
Nice. Hell yeah.
At the same time, as they both sort of make those strikes, you feel like you're being pulled apart in a sense. Like you
Less
from
nice.
stumbles you for a second and surprises you as both of those energies basically contest at each other and just erupt out from the center of you. It almost pulls, like it feels like your flesh is being pulled apart for a moment. You struggle to breathe for just a second, but you're able to recover as that energy pulses through and connects.
Well, that part will take some getting used to.
And is that your turn?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
Coming back around to Lily. In mammoth form, is going to move forward and attempt a trampling charge. Just rushes straight through. DC 18 strength. Does save, so she connects with the face of this massive spider from underneath, attempting to throw it backwards. But the Soul Queen makes contact, and they sort of like lock in, mandible to tusk almost, as she tries to push through. But she does get an attack off with the gore, and that's a hit. Does pretty considerable damage. You can see the spider sort of take damage from the attack, ooze a bit from the point of contact of those tusks, and hiss very loudly, like firing spittle into the mammoth-like face of Lily. Coming back down to Briar.
All right. We'll go ahead and did anything change, or can I still get sneak?
You can still have sneak.
Okay. 19.
Hit.
And that was a pitiful sneak.
Sometimes it'd be like that.
14.
Okay.
And then do another attack, which is rapier by itself for 12.
All right.
So that doesn't hit. And then I would like to use bonus action disengage. Given the size of her, would I be able to move underneath her and still be pretty far away from her legs?
You'd be a very good distance from her legs. Her body, in the form that it's in right now, sort of linked up with the tusks of Lily. It's about 25 feet up above you.
What if she just sits down?
Yeah, if she comes down, that's a bad situation.
You will
Yeah.
just be
She
crushed.
is she is locked up with Lily at the moment in the mammoth form. But if she's able to struggle through that and force out and then move to crush you, it's possible.
Yeah, that sure is.
Or Lily knocks her prone right on top of her.
Maybe we won't do that. Just don't particularly want to be in spitting range either.
You've still got you had Crix above you as well, climbing, which is a danger
Yeah.
in its own right.
Yeah, it is. So we'll go the other direction. We'll use bonus action disengage to go. We'll do 50 feet back, or I guess it's difficult terrain, so 30 feet back.
Okay. Away from her, away from any of the lakes.
Yes.
Okay. And
And
anything
then
else?
that's my turn.
Okay. So Gideon's going to move up alongside Tacitus and take 3 swings again with his whips. First one doesn't make contact. The next 2, though, slice through. It seems like he's doing damage to the carapace as well, as he's sort of cutting through in the same location on the leg pretty well. It does a good amount of damage. He's also going. If I can keep closing his stupid stat block. Okay. He's going to use one of his limited actions. He's going to use Shimmering Shield. So Tacitus, Gideon sort of falls back, and from his bracer creates this magical field around the both of you. You get within 60 feet. So Briar, you as well. +2 AC. Crix, you're not high enough up yet, so you still also get it +2 AC
Oh, nice.
for the remainder
I
of
could
this.
use that right now.
Wait, sorry, do I get this? Or
Yeah. Actually, yep. You're within range too. +2 AC until the end of this round.
sick?
And that's going to be his turn, so it brings us to Tacitus.
How close is Briar to me?
About 40 feet, having moved back away from the more direct engagement.
Okay. How hurt are you? Do you need to lay on hands?
Briar.
Not me being muted. I'm fine for now.
Okay.
When I'm back in range, might be
Okay.
nice. But you don't have to try and get to me.
Cool. I will just fucking swipe at the legs then still.
Okay.
Cool. A 12. 16.
2 misses.
Jesus Christ. Bonus. Can I still do the bonus? Okay, yes.
Yeah, you can still do that. You can still do that. You're good.
Oh, well that crit.
Nice.
28.
Okay.
A crit. Let's see. So that's 9 damage.
9 damage. Okay. Hefty crit.
Thanks, game.
10 out of 10.
Is that your turn, Tacitus?
Yeah, that's my turn.
All right. That brings us back to Crix.
I'm gonna keep climbing.
Okay. So you're able to sort of get up to the top of the leg of this creature and continue to drag yourself up towards her torso. Probably with this putting you about 10 feet away. You're not able to really stand on this, so you're still like dragging yourself across her leg. It's not really wide enough for you to move across. So you're still sort of having to like grab on and pull yourself forward. But you do, again, you can roll those 3d10 for your hands and your body as you drag your way up.
Can I possibly double move?
Sure, if you want to use the action.
Yeah, I'm not gonna try to like hit this thing. I want to get like on its back.
So yeah, keep moving and then roll 6d10, and you would be able to sort of like pull yourself up onto the space between her big old spider butt and the like where her face is.
Yeah, because I like to be near her face if possible. 60, 10. Oh, well, that doesn't work on fancy grounds. It's 4, 6, 8, 10, 61. 30 points of fire.
Woo! Okay. Again, it sizzles against the armor and the top of her leg. As you move from her leg to her body, it feels like almost a stony steel. She's quite armored and resistant. Anything else, Crix?
No, that would be it. I will be holding on to dear life if she tries to swing me off.
Okay. And it does pull around to her turn. So, let's see. We've got you, and you. So she's going to take 2 attacks. One at Tacitus, which is a nat 20 crit, and one at Gideon, which is a 21 to hit. So both of you take contact from the legs. Tacitus, it's going to be. So you
I don't
take
like that sound.
you take 21 damage. Its a leg rises up and makes direct contact with you, knocks you back.
Yikes.
And Gideon, almost immediately after, it like strikes right back down, comes up, strikes right back down, makes contact with Gideon as well, and throws him off, taking considerable damage as well. Still looks okay, but he's a little puffing and cringing from the damage. She's going to basically like push back against Lily, not able to really force her back. She makes an attempt to throw you off, Crix, but just with that like locked engagement she's got with Lily, the tusks of the mammoth are able to restrain her torso and head enough that she's not able to get much force to it and isn't able to throw you back.
Okay. Thank God.
You don't even have to make a save. Like Lily held on to that, and that brings us back to Elwyn.
Okay. I'm gonna try and swing my blades at the leg again. This time I'm going to swing them together at the same time. Try and hit them simultaneously. See if that weird energy thing is any different.
Okay.
First is going to be a 26. And the second swipe is going to be a 21.
Okay. Both make contact. So the rest of the group, you see almost spirit-like avatars grow from the back of Elwyn. Elwyn, you don't even notice this as it sort of happens. You again feel that struggle, that pull, that rip from the center of you, and it almost like blacks your vision for a moment. You fade to this almost vignette of almost no vision for maybe a second or two as it happens. Blades make contact. Go ahead and roll your damage as well. And these almost persona-like avatars take form behind Elwyn and strike above at the upper portion of the leg.
15 and 14.
Okay. So you start to feel like a uncomfortable struggle. Your mind gets very muddled for a moment. as you sort of tune into it for a moment, you can feel there is a bit of a dispute between Pasha and Oath. The two of them at a balance, but almost like wrestling for control in a very competitive nature. I need you to make an intelligence saving throw for me.
Fun. I get a +2 to saving throw, is that right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, well, good. So it's going to be 18?
Okay. So you're able to sort of resist the pull. It almost brings you to a knee. Like you're able to just barely keep yourself and tone out of it and tune out of it and push it to the back of your mind as you refocus on the battle. But you clearly can tell that whatever is going on between the two of them, it's impacting you.
I'm just gonna, in my head, say I need you both to settle down.
Persuasion. Fuck.
Oh, that 20.
Same.
25.
So you feel a very like from Pasha, you get almost no resistance, but from Oath, like matches your determination, and you feel a fury behind it as well. Brings us to Lily, who's going to make another gore move with the tusks. And I just broke the pencil. 1 second.
Pencil. What time are we going to, by the way?
This is we're getting close. Like this is the last fight, so probably another like 30 minutes, I'd say,
Gotcha.
if that works.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay. So another gore strike makes contact. So she pulls back, releases the lock that she had on the face of the Soul Queen, and again strikes through, dealing pretty significant damage as she locks in again like face to face with this creature. And Briar.
We'll go ahead and use movement to get back in.
Okay.
Belatedly realized that I should have gone 15 feet out instead of 30, so I could have got back out. But here we are. And do I still have sneak?
Yes.
Dirty 20?
Hit.
Man, this D8 hates me. It's been a 1 like the last 3 times.
What's the total?
19.
Okay.
And then just a regular saber attack is 25.
Hit.
Let's do a different D8. Please be nicer. That was also a 1.
Oh my god. The D8 are revolting. Okay.
Time to get a new D8.
Well, I tried. And I think that is it.
Okay. Hold on
But I
position this
can't
time.
move anywhere.
Gotcha. Okay. Tacitus. Oh, sorry. Wait, Gideon. I forgot about poor Gideon. Gideon's gonna strike 3, and so with the Sorrel, 2 strikes make contact again. One of them clashes against the armor, but he cuts through pretty well. You see the leg that Tacitus you're engaged with as well, almost like creak and break as he strikes through and gets through the armor pretty considerably, creating almost like a weakness point in front of you. And now it's your turn.
I will hit the weak point for massive damage, hopefully.
You have advantage.
Cool. Let's see. That one is a 26.
Hit.
For 5 damage.
Okay.
That one is a 22.
Hit.
For 11 damage.
Okay.
And then the bonus attack is a 21 for 8 damage.
Okay. So you can tell it's doing additional damage as you make contact as well. You see that the leg like shake and almost stumble for a moment as you're clearly making contact, and it's beginning to ooze that fluid from the inside. Smells absolutely nasty, and it sizzles along her carapace as well as it moves down, looking acidic as well. Still maintains the position, like holding on though, but you look like you're getting through pretty well to it. Anything else?
No, sorry, that's all.
All good. Okay, Crix. Held onto the back.
The moment I've been waiting. I'm going to stand up, walk
Okay.
towards the front of the head. I am going to drop my elemental form. And Crix just says, I have a riddle for you. I'm
God.
soft when I'm wet. I'm hard when it's hot. Take care when I'm deep, or you'll be sorry. What am I?
It's mud. Could it be?
Is the answer
The answer is mud. He takes the backpack off his back and slathers all over its eyes, the thick mud and whatnot.
Okay.
And he's going to take the bag after he flips it inside out, smack it on top of its head, and then hold on to dear life.
Okay.
I'm going to assume that's going to be an action to flip that bag inside out.
Do you have anything else you have in mind? I see, like, if you have.
Yeah, I do have one thing I got to do afterwards.
What is that?
It's to cast a spell.
Yeah, I'll give it to you.
I'm going to fall back, grab onto this thing, and then I'm going to cast Dispel on the mud, and it's immediately going to turn back to stone. I slathered that mud all over its eyes to blind it, and then stone.
Oh my god. Okay.
Well, shit.
Rix has just invented contacts.
Contacts.
I don't think that's what contacts are.
I was gonna say, I don't know
I
about
created a
contacts
face
like that.
mascara.
God, Crix just blinded a giant spider with mud.
If that's what your contacts are doing, Glassy, I'd reconsider.
So the weight of it too, like, pushes back a bit. Crix, I'm gonna have you make a strength save to hold on.
Yeah, I'll do it as my regular form. 13.
Okay, yeah, you're able to maintain holds as the head pitches forward, drags Lily down as well, who's sort of still locked face first. It creates this weight, and you almost lose grasp, but you're able to hold on just barely as you pulled away and towards the back of it. And she's able, the Soul Queen herself is able to resist the weight of it and start to slowly lift herself back up. But you can see that with the blindness as well, she seems to be carrying the extra weight of the stone, and it's creating a negative impact. So on her turn, she's going to look directly, well, not look anymore, but she's locked face to face with Lily. She's going to open that giant mandible maw and breathe directly onto Lily that frost. Who breaks contact with the lock and stumbles backwards a bit, but is able to resist the majority of the damage. But you can see the frost breath spew and cascade over Lily's mammoth form as she stumbles back away and is no longer locked face to face with the Soul Queen. The stone wall from the outside, Tacitus and Briar with Gideon, you guys look back and you hear it start to crack and crumble as the mandibles of a larger spider that you haven't seen yet, nowhere near as large as the Soul Queen, but probably twice as big as those wolf spiders that you'd encountered on the outside, begins to maw and dig through and force its like squishy like head through a hole that it's making in the stone. And you can see the stone itself starting to chip away as other spiders are starting to cut and scrape and drag their way through the wall. And that's going to be her turn because she's still struggling to pull that off. So, Elwyn.
Let's see.
You basically like crippled her, many of her like web-based attacks.
I know.
I'm gonna once more attempt to attack with my blades.
Okay.
22 and 27.
Okay. 2 hits. Roll your damage. These guys.
12 and 16.
Okay. So you feel that pull from the center of you again as your vision again fades quickly, but you feel more of a resistance from Pasha at this point. It sort of pushes the weight in the opposite direction, and you can feel again that almost competitive energy, just pulsating through your body, carrying from one side to the other, almost as if you're on a ship that's rocking back and forth from the weight of the waves, as they have this sort of spiritual conflict between each other. Inside you, unfortunately, and you're dealing with the after effects of it. I need you to make another intelligence save.
It's going to be 19.
Okay. So again, you're able to successfully resist. You can feel yourself like struggling. The more they push against each other, the harder and harder it is. Anything else?
That's it.
Okay. Lily's going to, with the distance now, make another trampling charge. Whew. And this time makes direct contact, especially with the blindness and the extra weight of that stone on her face. The Soul Queen takes the hit from underneath. The legs lift up off the ground, and her body comes crashing down to the ground, dropping her prone. As a bonus action, Lily makes a stomp attack with one of her massive mammoth legs. Makes contact and does D10. Pretty solid damage against like Crick's right behind you. This massive mammoth foot just crashes down into the lower torso towards the head of the spider, pushing her further into the ground. Briar, you're up.
So so the spider is prone. Is it on its stomach or on its back?
On its stomach. Lily has just stomped onto it after driving it into the ground. The legs themselves have pushed out and splayed on the ground in front of you, so they're still
Okay.
sort of like held up, but you have much better access to them now.
Okay. So is it? I kind of want to look for like a weaker spot or a more sensitive spot that I would be able to reach.
The only like weaker spot is being created is the one over by Gideon and Tacitus.
Okay. So I'll just keep attacking the same like I've been attacking then.
Okay, that'll keep your sneak.
Okay. 28.
Hit.
Wait, no, we want a different D8. This one. That is 20 damage.
Nice.
And then one hit, that's just the rapier by itself. 26.
Okay, that's a hit.
And a 2.
Okay. Nice little
22
extra
overall,
swing.
though.
Okay. And is that your turn?
And I'll do bonus action disengage to move 15 feet away.
Just away from the spider completely?
Yeah.
Okay. So as you move away, you can hear the sort of the crushing of stone as those spiders are starting to bust through that wall behind you as well.
Oh, that's right. How far behind me is that?
It's still a good 25 to 30 feet if you were to move 15.
Okay, yeah, we're fine then.
Okay. Comes to Gideon. So Gideon's going to take 3 swipes of the Sorrel at that weak point as well. All 3 connect. So 1, 2, 3, like whips through at that weak point. It does enough to break the leg, completely snap the leg off at what is essentially like the first point of movement on the leg, and spews in almost a straight flow that acidic ooze down around on the ground as it comes down and strikes, landing on its wound. He's also going to use the bonus action again to pop that same shimmering shield. So all of you, including you, Crix, as well, now have +2 to your AC again until the end. That brings us to
Hell
Tassos.
yeah.
So, of the that leg has like been chopped through.
Yeah, chopped
Right.
through it like basically from the first knee, so to speak. Like the first point, like the first point of articulation. As it reaches up, there's a second.
Okay.
But yeah, the leg's been partially severed at this point. It's
So there's
basically, it's
no
also
real
been
like
driven.
weak part of the carapace anymore there, right?
Yeah, no real weak part of the carapace. The leg's been snapped, and it did some really good damage. Aside from that, she is down like with that stone-covered face, and her body is on the ground, with Lily having just stomped onto it.
Would I be able to get near enough to her head
Yeah,
to swipe it?
you can reach it.
Okay. I think my goal, if possible, would be to go like on top of her, like on I guess her abdomen and from like behind. So like if she stands up, I could try to stay on.
Okay.
But from there, I'll swing. I guess I'll just swing down at her head from there.
Okay. You can have advantage. She's prone.
That is 19 to hit.
Hit.
That is 12 damage.
Okay.
That's a 17 and a 12, so 17 to hit.
That's also hit.
That's a 6 damage. And let me see. How many spell slots do I even have left? I'll expend a first level spell slot to use Divine Smite again. So that's another 2d8.
Okay.
That's 8 damage. And I'll use my bonus action of slapping with the butt end of the pole arm. Oh, that's a 20.
Ooh,
A nat
nice.
20.
Okay.
And that's 10 damage.
Okay. Getting the crits, not too big of the damage on the crits though.
Yeah.
It's cool. She's still like, he's taken away. So you see her like sort of hissing and howling, and she's taking this damage. One of her legs missing now. She still looks pretty formidable, but she's you can clearly see you guys are having an effect.
I'm just like chopping away at her head, I guess.
All right. Moving on to Crix.
How bad does that wall look that they're tearing through?
It's at least through the center point. It's almost completely erupted. There's like basically a large spider starting to squeeze its way through at this point. Looks like it's about halfway squeezed. Still trying to increase the space to get all the way through. And you can see it sort of like crumbling in certain areas as spiders are moving around opposite sides of it as well. So it's pretty worse for wear.
Yeah, and I can't cast certain spells that I want because of concentration. Yeah, I'm gonna lean back, put my hand on her mid torso, and I'm gonna cast Blight. I need her to make a Constitution DC 17.
She does succeed.
She succeeds. Da, 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 da. So she takes 17.
Okay.
Yeah, 17. Necrotic.
Okay. You feel her like try to retch her body up as the contact comes through, but the weight of Lily on top still keeps her pinned. Anything else, Crix?
No.
Okay. So back to her. She's gonna try and force her way up. You feel the force of it as she like throws most of her musculature through, and is able to successfully like lift up. Crix, I need you to make a strength save to hold on as she forces her way up, forces Lily's leg off. She stumbles back.
This is probably where I fall off 7.
So he throws up as she gets back to her full height. You try to
Do I
grasp
need to make one
on.
also?
Yeah, I'll get to you in a second because you're in a different
Okay.
spot. So you try to get on grasp on, but you're not able to get a handhold as you go sliding off, falling to the ground below. You take
Can I
6
try?
damage. What's up?
I was gonna say, can I try to like, if I can't get a grasp, to make some kind of acrobatic to land on top of Lily?
Huh. Yeah, it's gonna have to be real good though. Go ahead.
Real good?
Because that was a pretty bad strength save.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, 10.
Yeah, you try, you push yourself off, you like try to get to Lily, and you just barely miss grasping onto one of the tusks as you hit the ground face plant. 6 damage.
All right.
Tacitus. So you see Crix kind of fly over you as the butt comes up first, and I need you to again also make a strength save.
13? Oh no, wait. I just misread that completely. That's 19.
Makes a big difference. So
Yeah.
you're able to like duck and avoid Crix as he flies over you and grasp onto the head of her, just barely as your legs sort of sweep out from under you and hang along the side of her head. You're able to grasp and hold on as she rises back to her full height, so you're well above the ground.
I read the dice roll, not the dice plus bonus.
It's a good thing you corrected. She's gonna look at a random direction. She's totally blind. She's gonna spin her head and drop a cone of frost breath. It's gonna go for Briar and Gideon. I need you both to make Constitution saving throws. So Gideon, just barely missing you, Elwin.
I have advantage because of haste.
Yes.
Or no, that's just
Well,
Dex. Just kidding.
Yeah.
14.
Okay. And Gideon's is. So you feel that cold breath wash over you as she swings her head blindly and breathes frost breath, just at anything she can hit. Briar, you take 14 points of damage.
I realize that I have forgotten about one of my key fucking class features all the way up until this point. Is that something I can uncanny dodge?
Yep.
Yep.
Damn.
Uncanny
What
dodge is so
concept?
useful.
What a concept.
Yes, you can have it.
Okay. So 7?
Yes. Sweeps
I
over
would
Gideon
have
as
so
well.
much
Does some
more
damage.
HP if I had a fucking working brain.
It's all good. It's all an experience. Elwin, it blows right past you, almost reaches you as it sort of sweeps into the ground, but doesn't connect. And
Hey.
it is your turn.
Okay. Well, considering that my swords are trying to tear me apart at the moment, I'm going to instead cast Frostbite on the Spider Queen this time.
Okay.
It's a con 17 save.
Okay. You're able to maintain your concentration too, but you're like struggling, even a spellcast, as you hear this almost formless muttering and bickering in your mind. Fails to save.
Okay. Gonna take. It's going to be. Wow, math is hard. It's going to be 9 frost damage and
Okay.
then 4 fire damage.
Okay. Frost especially cuts through pretty well. Anything else, Elwin?
No, I'm gonna leave it at
Okay.
that.
Lily comes back, and Mammoth Form pushes back and comes back in for another trampling charge. So let's see. This time the Soul Queen's able to sort of resist and maintain her posture, but again locks into sort of a tusk to face engagement with Lily. Again, still blinded by that stone. Does do pretty solid damage. She makes contact as well. You see the spider stumble, and Tacitus, you're just barely able to still maintain your grasp on the body as Lily makes contact. The tusk almost driving through you as it locks in with the mandibles below you.
Oh, Jesus.
Briar,
Yes.
you're up.
Well, we'll just keep doing the same thing we've been doing. That's a nat 20.
There you go.
All right. That applies to sneak damage too, right?
Yep. So roll it, double it, add bonuses.
All right. Okay. I don't think I have any bonuses to damage.
Okay.
Do I?
I don't believe so. But
Yeah, no, I don't think so either.
what you got?
Okay. So 25 on the dice, so 50.
50. Whew.
Jesus Christ.
50. Did you say 50?
Finally, we're
15.
doing something.
50. So
50?
Briar rushes forward, connects completely with a clean slice right through the carapace and armor of this creature, severing
my
another
God.
leg. Stumbles down. Tacitus, I need you to make another strength saving throw.
Hey!
Jesus.
Going for quite
That's
the
a
ride.
rogue. It's a rogue
22.
for sure.
Okay, yeah, you're able to maintain as you feel the weight of the creature just throw down as the leg comes loose at the first point of articulation again, as Briar cuts clean through. Briar? Anything else?
Are there any other
Keeper?
parts of it besides its leg that are within like reaching distance? Like, can I hit it? Its face is too high up. Yeah.
Face is too high up, yeah. You'd have to. You can try to climb like everybody else has been doing, but
Absolutely fucking not.
otherwise you can just keep slicing at the leg that you've been hitting, or go for another one. It's basically lost its front left leg and the one immediately behind it as well. So it's on its left hand side. Its first two legs have been severed at the first point of articulation.
And it's the legs on the other side are still up on that wall, or what are they doing?
Most of them are still shoved up into the corner of the wall. Like Lily's sort of had her locked in, keeping her from moving.
I feel like we got to do something different than just attacking the legs, but I can't fucking reach anything.
I mean,
Do I
like
wanna-
you can clearly tell that you're making quite the impact with the legs. So like she's taking pretty considerable damage.
Okay.
And she's oozing that
Um,
sort of like black greenish bile like goop out of each leg, almost like a constant flow where you sever them.
Okay, so attacking the legs is like damaging her.
Yeah, it's definitely
Yep.
hurting her for sure.
Okay. Well, we'll just hit it again then.
Okay.
25.
Hit.
8.
Okay.
And that'll be my turn.
Nice clean cut.
Well,
Secondary attack
actually,
with rapier. What's up?
I'll 15 movement back with bonus disengage.
Okay. So as you pull back, that stone wall cracks completely open, and a very large spider moves out, about twice the size of that wolf spider that you'd seen before.
Fantastic.
Pushes through its mandibles and its leg, forcing the stone, breaking it, chipping it away on the sides as it comes through. This one has the appearance of an orb weaver, but it has more of the like fur like nature of some of the other spiders that you've seen, and it has weird like orange and red coloration along its body, glowing red eyes like the rest of them. As it sort of stumbles into the arena and gets to its feet. Through that hole as well, you see several wolf spiders starting to climb through and claw their way forward. With that, we've got Gideon. Gideon's going to disengage and fall back to that wall. He's going to take 3 strikes at this new spider that came in. in quick succession. The first one, the spider sort of like shifts to the side, deflects the first whip of the Sorrel. As the other two make contact, they do pretty good damage on it, though. You see it stumble back a bit. Tacitus.
Gonna fucking keep swinging away at the head.
Hey, you're sort of like hanging up on the side right now. I'd say you don't have to make any checks if you want to like pull yourself back up and get to the top of it.
Okay, I'll do that.
Okay, and go ahead and make your attacks.
No, no advantage because she's
No
not prone
advantage.
anymore, right?
Yeah.
Okay. 15 to hit.
Not a hit.
25 to hit.
That's a hit.
14 damage.
Okay. Going for the bonus.
Yeah, I'll do the bonus. 27.
Hit.
5 damage.
Okay. So yeah, you're like striking down and down and down against the head of the Soul Queen, and you can see the carapace above starting to chip and break away as you're making pretty like solid contact to get through. Is that your turn?
Yeah, that's it.
Cool. Crix. You were left face down prone after being thrown.
That's fine. I'm gonna stand up.
Okay. Sort of like directly above you, they're locked face to face as Lily and the Soul Queen.
A very large spider came out of that wall, which means that they're just gonna be moving in from that room.
Yeah, Gideon moved to engage it, but you can see looking in that direction a couple of the wolf spiders at least trying to force their way through, and you can assume that a number of them have gathered at this point.
Well, you no longer have to maintain concentration.
Yeah, I know. It's debating on which spell I want to use next. I don't want Gideon just by himself up there. I'm immediately gonna drop the wall, and with that, my cast a third level spell of conjure animals, and 2 dire wolves are gonna appear next to him and start attacking the big spider.
Okay.
So
Bites.
let me write them down real quick so I can keep track of their
Sure.
HP. HP 37. First wolf 16.
That's a hit.
It's gonna take 14 points of damage.
Okay.
And it needs to make a DC 13 strength or be prone.
Does make the save with a 19.
For the other wolf is going to be a 14 to hit.
That's a miss.
Then that's going to be it. They're just going to be on one on each side of Gideon up in this spider's face, trying to just be a little bit of meat shield for him.
Okay. As you brought the wall down, you can see about 6 wolf spiders with the orb weaver sort of stacked up behind them. They're all starting to make their way into the chamber.
Yep. I don't know how big that doorway is, but the wolves are going to be in a way.
Yeah, 10 feet
in
wide.
Way,
10 feet wide,
yeah.
15 up. So yeah, they're going to have to get through the wolves and Gideon if they want to push their way in.
Yep, that'd be that.
Okay. So the Soul Queen again, she's going to push forward and try to release the lock. And she's going to again just breathe straight frost right into the mammoth form of Lily. Isn't able to disengage. Lily's holding on pretty tight. But you see that frost breath carry through. Again, Lily seems to resist the brunt of it, but just push back just a little bit as the Soul Queen pushes forward and does some damage with that frost as it cascades over. The 2 damaged legs, they drag forward and try to move. It sort of whips some of that ooze around. Comes pretty close to you, Elwyn. Doesn't make any contact. But one of the other legs from the opposite side, she's able to push herself back just a bit and take another swing back down at you, Elwyn. 18. What's your regular AC? 16 with the mage armor?
Sorry, me?
Yeah.
With mage armor, it would be 15.
15 plus 2. So makes contact. You were able to like take the hit with the brunt of it with the additional +2 from Gideon with that shield. You feel it take effect, and you're able to resist a bit of the damage. But you still take 16 from the hit.
Is this a melee attack?
Yes. So you're just swinging the leg
20,
blindly around.
25 damage.
Yep.
16, you said?
Yes.
All right. So
Makes another blind swing in the vicinity of Briar. You see the leg sort of come down off to your side and drag across the ground, but with disadvantage, she's unable to make contact with you. You can clearly tell that she's just like blindly splaying around.
I could take like 3 more of those. That's fine.
In the back, that larger spider is going to take 2 attacks with the legs at Gideon. Both of them, Gideon's able to deflect with his bracers, and it makes a bite attack that he's also able to deflect, and sort of hold his ground against this thing. The wolf spiders in the back are going to move in, so one each is going to rush up against the wolves. The first one takes 2 attacks. One is probably a miss with a 4. The second one, a 14.
14's its armor.
14's its AC? Okay, so it hits. And it takes 9 damage.
Okay.
And that would be the one on the Gideon's left hand. So on Gideon's right, the other wolf spider moves through and connects with like a 19 and a 22. And it takes 15 damage. The 2 spiders start to move in. They almost clamber over the sides of the other ones as they're trying to force their way into the chamber. With the rest of them starting to like move into the doorway and await their opportunity to push their way through. Brings us back to Elwyn.
Oh boy. Okay. Well,
You can
I'm
still feel that
gonna-
struggle like of Pasha and Oath, the back of your mind.
Hmm. I'm gonna, in my head, just be like, unless you two want me to lose my concentration and die right here, right now, I'd suggest you calm down a little bit.
You can persuasion that.
Okay. Persuasion. 24.
Okay. You feel still again like pretty solidified resistance from Oath as like that rage builds even at the request. Pasha though is still like backs off a bit. You can feel back off, but the additional pressure from Oath on the opposite end doesn't really help very much. But what would you like to do?
Also gonna sheath the 2 blades.
Okay.
And then I'm going to cast Frostbite again.
Okay. It fails to save.
Oh, wait, no. Oh my god, my dice, where'd it go? So it's going to take 11 frost damage and 4 fire damage.
Okay. Anything else? I'm sorry, did you say no or I didn't hear you.
Just thinking. I might as well use this as well.
Okay.
No harm in doing so. I'm going to use my Celestial Revelation.
Okay.
Seeing as Elwyn is just sort of like worn down from the situation a little bit, he's going to tap into his celestial power a little reluctantly, but he's going to do so. Radiant Soul. So I now deal additional radiant damage when I attack.
Okay.
And I can fly, although I'd already used my elemental gift, so it doesn't really change much for me, but I'll take the extra damage.
Okay. And that's all?
I'm gonna try and fly as well, actually. Sort of get some distance if I can.
Move like away further into the chamber?
Yeah, I'm gonna like whip up into the air a little bit higher, sort of like face level with the spider.
Okay.
And a little bit of a distance as well from it in the chamber.
Okay. So yeah, you'd be able to get up. It would take about 40 feet to get up to about the level of its face.
About all my movement, so I'll do that.
Yeah. Okay. So coming back around then to Lily. She's still locked face to face, but she's going to push back, release the hold for a moment, and come back through with another gore strike as she connects again with the mandibles. Makes a really solid hit. And whew. So strikes from underneath again. The tusks make contact straight into the underneath the face. It's still covered in that stone from Crix's sabotage. And you can see makes considerable damage, leaving these gaping wounds underneath the face of the creature. Briar.
Okay, I'll move in our 15 feet and hit the leg with a sneak.
Okay.
18.
That's a hit.
That's 16 damage.
Okay.
Regular attack. Dirty 20
That's a hit.
and 6 damage.
Okay. It's clearly like recoiling and howling. The legs are shivering and shaking as you make contact. Soul Queen Spider is definitely looking very wounded at this point.
Okay. And then as far as like the area, I've been disengaging like 15 feet back from her. Is it possible to do that, but at an angle so it doesn't put me closer to the door?
Yes.
Okay, let's do that.
Okay. It's attack and fade strategy here.
Yep.
And is that your turn?
That's my turn.
Okay, Gideon's going to take 3 strikes with his Shirral, and we got 2 attacks don't make contact with the creature, but the third one strikes and does a bit of damage. He's going to use his last additional action. Choose 3 creatures, so he's going to Tacitus, Briar, and Crix. All 3 of you can immediately use your reaction to make weapon attacks
Ooh.
with advantage.
Ooh.
Well, I moved away, so I don't think I can.
I'd say with the command that he's got, it's going to give you that back, so you can sort of like push in, make your strike, and fall back to where you were. I'd allow
Okay.
that.
Yeah.
Sort of like
And
shouts
then
a few commands at you, almost like just giving you opportunities, pointing out weak points, basically.
And then since this we were talking about this earlier, and I don't still fully understand how it would work. Since this is technically a different turn, would I be able to have sneak again?
Sure.
Yes.
I did 13 damage, by the way. I
13?
hit
It's
like a 25.
Yeah, that's it.
it's sneak attacks rule is once per turn,
Yep.
not per round.
13
Beautiful.
damage from me.
Okay.
That was a 25 to hit.
Hit.
Also, that advantage was very good because I rolled a nat 1.
Isn't it always the way?
Yep, that's how it goes. But sometimes you just roll a nat 1 and get covered in spiders.
True. And Crix?
Yay! The one person who really doesn't melee.
Yep.
Oh, sorry, I haven't given damage yet because I'm bad at counting. Sorry, 10, 12, 14, 15, 20 damage.
20, gotcha.
Apparently, I did good. 24 to hit, 11 bludgeoned with the shillelagh.
Okay, so yeah, you all you hear Gideon, you see the areas that he's pointing out, and you make those quick successive attacks. Almost knocks her to the ground. You see her sort of shake and rumble at the damage. She's oozing just that goopy blood substance out of just multiple places now. It's stripping and creating these large puddles in the ground underneath and around her legs. And that's going to bring it to Tacitus.
We're fucking hitting her.
Go.
Keep going in. That's not gonna hit. That's a 10.
Okay, yeah. Doesn't quite break through.
That's a 23.
That's a hit.
14 damage.
Nice.
And the bonus attack. 25 to hit.
Hit.
And 6 damage.
Okay. Yeah, you're chipping away, and so you can barely see starting to this softer substance of her beneath the armored carapace. And she's taking pretty considerable damage. Anything else, Tacitus?
That is all for me.
Crix.
Well, I'm gonna do the wolf's attacks.
Okay.
So they're gonna go for the big one.
Okay.
So that's a 13 for one.
That's a hit.
A 13's a hit?
Oh, I'm sorry, the big one, not the wolves. On the big one, it's not.
Yeah. The other wolf rolled a natural 20.
Whew. Yeah, that's a hit.
So he'll do. Ooh, that's a really good roll.
Also fails the save.
11, 22, 25 damage.
Okay. Yeah, that wolf connects really good. It gets underneath the armor of the creature and is able to really throw some damage at it. You can see it's pretty impacted as it stumbles off to the side.
DC 13.
Fails.
It's prone. As for myself, am I near the weakened leg? That's pretty fucked up.
You can reach it. Yeah, there's two of them. You can reach either one.
I like to reach one. I'm gonna keep the shillelagh in the hand, and I'm going to strike at it.
Okay.
So unless I got crit, yeah, no. So 24 to hit, and it's another 11 damage.
Okay. Again, another howl as she sort of drags herself out, still struggling with Lily, who's just holding her in place with those tusks. Anything else, Crix?
No, that's it.
Okay. She's going to swing her head around. She's going to make another blind breath attack. This one's going to get just Crix and Elwyn. Or, sorry, Crix, Elwyn. Yeah, Gideon's a little further away. Tacitus just barely avoids. So
It gets me in the sky as well.
yeah, it's a wild breath, and she's sort of just blindly throwing it in the air and around. So I'm just rolling. I'm random rolling to see where she connects with.
It's a save.
It is a con save.
Con?
Yes.
4.
Okay.
Sorry, what kind of save? Con?
Con.
I rolled a. That's a dirty 20.
Okay. So, Crix, you take 26 damage. And Elwyn, you take 13.
Yeesh.
6, so DC's 13. I rolled a 20, so rolls are still up.
Okay.
What kind of damage is it, by the way?
Frost.
Okay.
And she's going to make an attempt to sweep with one of her remaining legs. Still has disadvantage and swings through, just comes pretty close to you, Crix, but doesn't make contact. Just blindly flailing about at this point. On the backside, that larger spider pulls itself back up. Isn't able to get through to Gideon with the attacks. On the backside, the orb weavers from over the top start to spit web. I need both your wolves to make strength saves.
Puppy number 1, 22. Puppy number 1 or 2, wherever, 16.
Okay, so they're both able to resist the like stickiness of the substance. They're not held. They take each 7 damage.
7. All right, so
The 2 wolf spiders again make attacks at them as well. So the one to the left gives 2 at the legs, 3 and a 4. That's a miss. So left side misses, avoids both attacks. Right side is a net 20 and a 16.
both hit. Wolf's probably fucked.
Yeah, it takes 32 damage.
Yeah, that wolf's dead.
It immediately like bursts through and just obliterates that wolf. A couple more move in along behind it now that it's sort of got that traction in that empty space. Elwyn.
Wise words of Britney Spears. I'm going to hit it one more time with frostbite again. So,
Okay.
in its face. That's a con 17.
Does succeed.
Hate that for us. I guess also I forgot last. I don't know. You might have rolled it, but last time I hit it with frostbite, it also had disadvantage on the next attack.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Since that missed this time, that's my turn.
Okay.
So
we're coming back to Lily. She's still just holding on, like she's forcing the spider to remain in place. And she's going to maintain that lock, and she's going to swing her head back again, throw another tusk at it to keep the lock held. Makes contact, strikes underneath, and the entire creature like wobbles at this point, losing traction on the wall and stumbling off to the side. Tacitus, you're able to hold on just barely as it sort of crashes in multiple locations. It's starting to lose its grip on life at this point, bringing us to Briar.
All right. So did it fall?
It fell in a couple locations. The bodies, I say it's within reach of you if you wanted to swing, as it's sort of like come down. You can reach it, and it'd be just about like 5 feet above your head, so you'd be able to get through attacks on its actual torso and body if you wanted to.
Okay. I'll do that if it would have sneak. If it wouldn't, I'll go for the leg again.
It would, yeah. Tacitus is up above you. Lily's large enough and off to the front that you can get sneak.
Okay. 25.
That's a hit.
Is 26 damage.
How would you like to kill this massive?
Nice.
Let's
what
go.
was I able to reach for like hitting it?
I'd say whatever you want with that. You're well over its leftover HP. So how would you like to kill it? Just give me
Can I
anything
just
that
grab
comes to
you
your
and
mind.
throw you, Briar?
No.
It's in the air.
I'll go for its head and like swing up and under to like slash at the underside of its throat.
Okay.
Yeah. It's a good move.
So yeah, you do that. You're able to land in a nice roll and get off to the side. Tacitus, you feel the lurch from underneath. Briar behind you, this ooze, that goopy blood spills out from the creature's neck as its head almost comes completely loose with the weight of that stone dragging it down to the ground. Lily stumbles back, shifts out of the mammoth form finally back to herself as she stumbles backwards, breathing heavily from the sort of effort that she's been putting forth. Tacitus, you're able to just barely hold on as the body of this thing crashes down to the ground the remaining distance and is completely lifeless.
All right.
Oh.
Looking back to the door, how many of those spiders went down and how many are still up?
Oh,
So Gideon begins to fall back, like stumble away from these spiders as they come through. Crix, 2 wolf spiders make lunging attacks, and they're able to just completely clean up that remaining wolf that you've got there. What looks to be probably 6 to 8 wolf spiders make their way into the room. That massive lumbering spider is lurching forward, swiping at Gideon as he's stumbling backwards. So the orb weavers are starting to struggle their way in, and you see areas of the web like dome start to crack and break as more spiders start to like create web and slowly lower themselves down into the chamber, almost like filling up.
Cool.
Lowering down to the ground very slowly, their eyes are glowing more ferociously and furiously. Crix, you can hear like still with that you can still hear them just enraged, basically howling. Lily like stumbles back very fearfully as well. But as they advance and slowly approach on you, it really looks like absolute doom. But above you, uh, the barrier finally slowly starts to drop, and you see the damned king, Sevian Fate, just lean forward, smirking at you all. And he puts like a reddish glow flares from his eyes for a moment as he lifts his hand, turns his thumb to the side, just smirking down at you very slowly as these spiders are approaching and shambling their way through, and gives a nice little slow thumbs up. And those spiders just immediately erupt in this green black like flame and burn to ash. The barrier drops from completely around the arena now, and you can hear the roars and shouts and have a nice clear image as the light from above finally cascades through and creates more of a brighter environment for you. The audience again is just cheering and shouting in this roaring, absolute chaotic mess. Sevian just leans back and fades back into his booth out of sight.
Jesus.
Would you guys just like to make your way back out?
Yeah.
I'm gonna whoever looks particularly tired, I'm gonna like lift them up and like I guess keep their arm around my shoulder.
I know Briar's pretty beat up. Lily is struggling as well.
Yeah, especially because Briar, the haste would be fading from Briar.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm about to fucking go down, but if I'm able to, I would like to take carefully a mandible or I don't quite know what. Um I'm interested in the spider's poison
Okay. Yeah, you want
and
to
would
just
be
carve one of her mandibles?
yeah.
Sure.
Crix is totally got to take the other.
Okay. So Briar and Crix go carving at the face of this creature.
Yeah.
How many mandibles is technically a spider have? 4?
This one has 12.
12.
Jesus fucking
I'm
Christ.
gonna take 2.
Okay. Yeah, there's there's two very large. The remainder gets smaller as they go back further into her mouth. And the interior of her mouth, as you get close, she's got just like hundreds of little spiny like needles on the inside as well that are still pulsing every now and then.
Terrifying.
But you are able to
Yeah.
collect, so you can add 2 Soul Queen mandibles to your inventories, one each.
Okay.
Well, I'm taking 2 if possible.
Yeah, you can. That's
I'm taking 2
So
for
add-
a reason. I'm
add
gonna.
one large and one medium.
All right. I'm going to.
I'm fine with just the one.
Right.
Well, I take the large. I put it in my bag. Well, I don't have the bag anymore. I'm gonna put it in my pouch, and
Okay.
I'm gonna walk up to Lily as we're leaving. I'm gonna hand her the Nia one and go. You definitely pulled your weight today. You should take this as a trophy.
She like cringes almost as she looks at you. She does hesitantly reach her hand out and take it. Thank you, Crix.
Oh, thank you. I think we would have been very screwed without you.
Yeah, I'm just
He's
happy I could
right.
help. The crowd's
I'm
still
gonna just-
roaring and cheering, and it's completely rowdy and chaotic in the stands.
I'm just gonna descend from the sky and rejoin the group.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'll take Tacitus's help because a minute's definitely coming up here if
Yep,
it
so you
hasn't
can,
already passed.
if you'd like, you can stumble your way back through the path that Fire Crix created through the web and head back out the portcullis that's slowly sort of creaking and rattling as the chains drag it up and open to the area that you entered the arena.
Yeah, I start walking that way.
Okay. Want to stop and do anything else before you leave? Are you all good to head out?
I think I'm good to head out.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
it. I take a look around the crowd, like the arena crowd, and then I continue.
Yeah, I mean the crowd is absolutely freaking out, and then you see a lot of like champions and warriors in the crowd for the most part. I'd say Elwyn and Crix. You noticed when you had attended that first fight, it was mostly like the placeholder audience, like the people in rags, basically. They're there just at the behest of Sevian, obviously.
It's
And
like
then
copied and pasted.
yeah, exactly. And then the
Generic
boxes
crowd.
were still filled with more of those like quote unquote VIP type guests. But this in your fights particularly, you see a lot more of the warriors taking stock of you, so to speak.
Okay.
And I see if the golem is not the golem.
The Goliath,
Goliath is out here.
perception.
Perception. That's better. 17.
Okay, yeah. Glancing around, it takes you a minute, but you have enough time as you're sort of slowly exiting all the way back across the opposite side of the Coliseum. You do spot the Goliath, and next to him, you spot what looks to be almost a very interesting looking gentleman. Looks very more like a wealthy dignitary, so to speak. He's got this big black trench coat with fur on it and a shirt that's just V-necked all the way down underneath his pecs, with his hair just like spilling out of it. He's got a big wine glass, and it looks like he's holding uh, a woman wrapped in rags that doesn't look conscious, sort of slumped over in his grasp. As
Um,
you like notice and make eye contact with Crix, he sort of raises the wine glass to you, this guy, and gives you a little bit of a smirk.
Probably-
Following Crix's sight, like where he's looking, I remember that I had a conversation this morning. I had forgotten to tell the rest of the party. And as we're walking out, I say, "Oh, that's right. I guess now is as good a time as any to mention that that Tristos fellow wants to meet with us."
Yes, I assume he's very impressed with us. Crix is going to try to give a smile back towards the crowd and kind of raise up the mandible and then kind of like almost like he's sharing to the crowd, but it's kind of a nod to him.
Yeah, they are absolutely like enjoying that. They're shouting and cheering and jeering along. The Goliath himself is just sitting very morose, stone-faced, again, like emotionlessly staring at you.
Is Mr. Kitty Cat there?
No.
Bad time for him.
Well, we can talk about all of these things when we've got rest because I need a bed so badly.
All right. So you're making your way back out of the arena.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, you exit out. You move back into the entry chamber. That Minotaur is again there, steps aside, leading you to a staircase that would take you back out into the rotunda, and we'll end there.
Yeah.
Yay.
I hated this so much.
Yep.
sorry about that. What, you don't
It
like
was good.
you don't like spiders? What's wrong?
No, not a huge fan. They're not my favorite.
Well, we survived.
Well, luckily Crix was able to handle a lot of the babies for you,
Yeah,
because they would
Crix,
have been a lot bigger problem if he wasn't charring them up.
our resident druids are the MVPs.
Yeah.
Apparently.
Dude,
When
Lily-
fighting giant creatures, have
Well-
druids.
Lily held on that entire fight. She made every single one of her checks. She didn't fail a single time.
She's a legend.
Just locked in with him. And I also rolled randomly at 4 different creatures on her table for the mammoth, so fate was on Lily's side.
My only highlight was when all those baby spiders bit me and exploded. That was it.
Yeah, pretty much
That
all
was
of you are
definitely a what
covered
the
in spider
fuck
goop.
moment for everyone else in the party. So
As it finally works. You've had it up this entire time with every combat encounter, and you've never been hit.
It never does anything. It's such a powerful spell, but nobody wants to hit me ever.
Yeah, it went off quite a few times.
Yeah, this time we got it.
Yeah, that was a long fight, but it was good. You guys did a good job.
Yep.
Whew.
So, what are
Yeah.
you gonna do with a 30-pound bag of mud?
What else were you planning? Because you had no fucking clue what we were gonna face.
Yeah, I was gonna say there was no way you knew we were fighting a spider, so like you were just ready with mud for whatever situation.
I was reading the description of it. I was like, okay, I can turn stone into mud, or I could turn mud into stone. But literally it says that you can dispel the spell to turn it back to wherever it previously was. So I was thinking to myself, if we fight something extremely dangerous, I can take the bag, put it over the creature's head with the mud in the bag, and just turn it back to what it was, which would have been stone, and suffocate it.
So you were just ready with the mud for whatever situation.
More or less. I was either saving it for a caster or something extremely dangerous where I needed to blind it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fascinating.
Worked
And that
out.
saved a lot too, yeah, because she was just blind swinging at that point.
Yeah,
And
because
she
it's mud
lost
and
her
mud
web, yeah.
sticks.
Yep. I mean, basically with it, her carapace itself is a very like steel like stone. So as it sort of dispelled and turned to stone, since it was sort of like essentially connected with the mud, it just became one solid chunk over her face and like linked with her carapace. And she would have had to like attack it with her legs to get it off, but Lily had her locked in, so she couldn't do that. And then
Right.
she was losing her legs left and right, so she really lost all ability to even attempt to get it off. You guys burned
Yeah.
through like
Thank God.
almost 500 hit points. So
Jesus. Well, Briar is responsible for at least 50 of those hit points.
yeah, that was a solid shot.
I'm glad that I was able to get a crit on a sneak attack because some of those other sneak attacks were little babies.
Every rogue aspires to the crit sneak attack. It's just the
Oh,
best
yeah.
moment.
That like makes something like explode.
Yeah.
And that's
Very
good.
satisfying.
Everybody had like a really like solid, cool hero moment there, doing something crazy. I liked it.
Mhm.
Even though
Thank God
Elvin
it
was
didn't have
struggling.
blind sight.
Yeah. It kind of does, and that's sort of what it was using to make its attacks. But it also sort of needs the sight to triangulate a lot of its ranged attacks, so it can't really
Yeah.
with blind sight make those like it had some pretty solid ranged web attacks, and its lair actions were both involved with that, so it was unable to target with its lair actions, which were really fucking powerful. So once again, like Crix comes in and like cripples the abilities of these creatures.
Also, seemingly a theme of this is me riding big animals like a bull.
Yeah,
Much.
that's also a thing.
As a bull, I guess.
As a bull. Yep, full
As a
red
bull,
bull.
like a bull. Yeah.
By the way, Bird, I had another spell ready too that could have been annoying.
Oh,
Contagion.
oh shit, yeah, that would have been interesting.
I had that ready. I was actually thinking about using blind and sickness.
Oh my goodness.
Damn.
So one way or another, I wanted, I think, blind.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like the flesh rot would have been pretty solid against it too. Anything that you did with contagion is pretty tough. And you were right in its face, so like you could have easily.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was surprised you didn't like try to attack me more. You kept going after everyone else, but
Well,
Yeah,
like
whatever.
Lily had her face to face, so she didn't have a whole lot of options. She
well,
there was that.
at the beginning, you kept going after Gideon.
Yeah. Yep, I was rolling based on range and like what her closer targets were, and they were the ones that are sort of engaged with her legs, so she was trying to fend them off. So you were able to sort of avoid a lot of her attention.
You also climbed up her leg like right away.
Yeah,
I
you
did.
latched right on there.
I
It's so good you made that check though. If you'd have lost grip, you would have fallen right on Briar.
I
Yeah,
took
that
my
would have
God.
been 10 out of 10.
That's
Good
It
on
so
you,
also,
man.
it also
I was
helped that
thinking-
every 10 foot you gave me like a 1d10
Yeah,
for fire.
yeah. I feel like you were connected in so many places. You were dragging yourself along her. I would like 1d10 just doesn't make enough sense. Like she'd be taking damage the whole time. But yeah, that was great.
That
So
was-
we'll pick up
that's
next
fun.
time, and you guys will have the entire like second portion of the day to do with what you'd like.
I once again have to fight my swords.
So it's up to you if you want to try to make your way towards the labyrinth that Kavala had told you. you know.
Yeah, I was trying to preserve some stuff for that.
I figure we can rest.
Well,
mean,
you're a
taking a
warlock, buddy. You get everything on a short rest.
That's true.
Yeah, I'd
I
say
get
it's
some
up to
stuff
you.
back with a short rest, but not a lot.
So you don't know when your fight's going to be on the following day, so or how long it's going to take you to navigate this area down there and what you're going to encounter. So it's up to you if you want to take long rests or short rests or like how you want to play it.
How many group fights? Is it 3, 4?
3 group fights and then individual fights is what you're contracted to.
I've been trying so hard to save Polly.
Well, you had one real good use of it so far.
Huh?
You had one real good use of it so far.
Yes, but I'm trying to save, not use it, because my theory, I would probably say to the group too, is I think we're just being tested to see exactly what our capabilities are with these fights.
Oh, like to
So-
find our max point.
Yeah, to see exactly what we can do, because if we try to turn against him later, he knows exactly what we can do.
Yeah.
So I've been trying to hold out from casting Poly, period. At
Checks
least in terms of the big forms.
Yeah. Interesting.
Otherwise, I totally want to go Kaiju there.
I mean, the fire elemental was really solid because you were able to, like, if you hadn't have burned that path towards the doorway, or they would have had to have gone around and like traveled a bigger distance, and they would have had to fight through that additional group of wolf spiders.
I thought it was kind of fucked though, because you kept making it seem like ice was their weakness.
Yeah, it was. They were resistant to fire and weak to ice, but the environment, like you were able to cut right through most of the environment
And burn up a bunch of small baby
and burn up all the
spiders.
babies. Yeah, because they were like 2 HP little things, so you're able to like pass through and just burn them all up very well, and also like clear the pathing so they didn't have rough terrain for a lot of that space.
Yeah, that was nice.
So yeah, it was really useful. Fire elemental was really useful. So yeah, they were resistant to your damage, but otherwise, like environmentally and support wise, that was a really great form to take.
The DC is really low, so I didn't really expect it to go off. But if the paralyzed thing, if she had failed on it, would it have worked on her?
It would have taken longer to pulse through her, but it would have worked inevitably. Yeah,
Nice.
I would have just amplified the length of time she'd be able to resist before it fully took over, because she's pretty fucking big.
No, that checks out.
So you all leveled up as well.
Oh, sweet.
Ooh.
Da-da-da-da.
So that was one hell of an encounter. That's the biggest
Can you
thing you've
level
killed
up
so far.
without? Can you level up without resetting all of your stats and stuff? I don't know if that would work here. I think it does.
What do you mean resetting?
Never mind. I thought it would like make it
Restore
seem
your
like
health
it's-
since your cap goes up.
Oh no.
Yeah,
you would
but it
add the
just
additional
takes-
points, but yeah, it's not like a rest. You don't reset your HP or anything.
takes it. Yeah, it just like
If you
Yeah.
get an additional spell slot, like you have that open, but you don't regain any lost spell slots.
Oh, that's nice. That's nice what I get.
Oh,
What
Is
you
it an
get?
ASI?
Improved Divine Smite.
oh,
Oh,
Everything gets 1d8 radiant damage.
hell yeah!
Oh, I get my Mystic Arcanum, a 6th level spell from the Warlock spell list that I can use without expending a spell slot.
hell yeah.
Amazing.
What
You
the
need
heck
to-
can I?
I need to weigh what I get.
I don't think I get any spells though. Oh no, I can prefer one more spell.
Oh, there's a lot of interesting spells on this list. I have to
Ooh, I need to
choose
look through
carefully.
that.
I can create undead.
You shut down the stream, or is that still going?
Oh, stream is still going. Let me shut that down. Actually, yeah. Siren, if you're still in there, if you want to communicate with us any further, you're gonna have to join us in Discord. I'm so sorry. I know communicating with us and hanging out with us is difficult for you, but feel free if you'd like to.